Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Okay, welcome everybody, whoever is joining us. We are here live for part 9. Another very exciting episode planned for tonight, as we have the prosecution resting their case and the defense beginning their case in chief. There's probably going to be some parts that are people who've maybe not seen the entire trial. You may not have seen all of this. But there's some really memorable moments coming up in this episode that I think y'all are gonna get a kick out of. There's of course some really funny parts coming up, as well as some really thought-provoking issues and all kinds of stuff, right? As the defense tries to, as it says in the episode title, make nonsense out of sense. And so I want to actually play that new intro again because A, I love it because there's a special friend who's there and makes a nice appearance, but B, because the last episode was just follow the railroad, making sense out of nonsense, and then this episode is the defense's strategy, make nonsense out of sense. And what's really funny is as I was actually uploading or getting the stream like onto YouTube for tonight, and I was like literally this was yesterday, I was like typing the title and putting all the info in there, and my phone was in the other room and it was still playing, it does like autoplay. And anyway, whenever I've been getting footage from a trial day, it always plays like those trial days, like just on auto. So anyway, my phone was in the other room, and I heard Emily D. Baker say, "Please, God," like, what does she say? Please, God, someone make it make sense. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. Because literally that's like what I was saying. So, about these two episodes. So I'm going to show that intro again, because again, I think it's hilarious, and it's also very relevant, and I'm a huge fan. So real quickly, let me roll that new intro again, featuring EDB and also our little friend with the tiny hands and the big heart.
Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
So of course that's DJ Nightbot. So yeah, a couple things I want to go ahead and say real quick here. Let me check and see who we've got. Hi, shout out to Super Planner Girl. Happy to see you. Thank you for loving the new intro. Shout out and hello to Jen. Welcome, Jen McKeown. Please let us know where you're tuning in from. And I guess I can do what the other law tubers do, and not that I'm a law tuber by any stretch, but and say where are you tuning in from and what are you drinking? You don't have to answer that, but I am drinking as per usual. Got my flat water, sparkle water, and homemade cold brew as per usual. So it's DJ Nightbot, and so DJ Nightbot is kind of an inside joke between there's a I'm not T-Pain, aka Wifey, and Spaced Coast, aka Spacey. Y'all from STS Nation know who I'm talking about. It kind of goes back to that, but a lot of STSers are kind of familiar with him because we've talked about him a lot during the chat in different episodes. But it's kind of a long story. Maybe during the intermission, I'll explain the origins of DJ Nightbot. That would be a great plan. And speaking of which, let me mention the intermission. So, plan for tonight is we've got days 18 and 19, right? Yes, 18 and 19. The plan for tonight is between days 18 and 19, I have an intermission planned. And during the intermission, we will do a number of things. We will talk about the questions that I've asked previously, such as, why was he pausing on the railroad for a minute? Thoughts on Maggie, like why Maggie? And we will also do the Redbeard deep dive. I'm really excited for that. Y'all who are visual learners are going to love that. It's not going to take a long time, but it's really, the visuals are great. I did a lot of deep diving into the wilderness, it felt like, with that one on Google Maps, and then a lot of documents you guys will see. And then again, also, we can talk about the origin story for DJ Nightbot. He goes back this goes back months and months. And actually there's DJ Nightbot the musical, which I already have like 2 songs half written for it. And that is in my mind, along the style of the Dayman, the Nightman Cometh from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Those of you who know that show, there's Dayman, that one. Shout out to the Republic of Ireland and my friend Black Widower. I love you so much. Thank you for letting us know what you're drinking. I love all you guys that are here. Thank you so much. Ice water. Can't go wrong with ice water. It's my favorite beverage of all time, as y'all know. And Jen is tuning in from Ontario, Canada. Awesome. Jen, I don't know if you watch Runkle, but he's Canadian, and I also love him, and I love Canada, and I love you. And thank you for being here. And Super Planner Girl, you are all good. The DJ Nightbot thing was like, this is kind of from months ago. And I will say also, YouTube sometimes puts it in like top chat and not live chat. Something like that would be enough where you could miss something like the origin stories of DJ Nightbot. Pollen covered Georgia. Love it. Not really. Hate pollen. Oh, wow. I'm sorry that you don't have electricity, Black Widow. What happened? Is it a storm? And also, how are you watching us? And yes, happy St. Patrick's Day. I think that was yesterday. But okay, Jen says she does watch Runkle. Yeah, that's just, of course, my first thing when I think of Canada. And then I also think of the all-dressed chips, which I've never had, but apparently they're really good. Also, Canada, I'm really, I always talk about this, but I much prefer their laws when it comes to interrogations or interviews. And the right to counsel. I much prefer that. So, okay, I wanted to make sure I touch on a couple things here real quick. So, for those of you who are new or will be new in the future, this that I'm showing you right now, this ticker at the bottom. So this ticker, banner, what have you, is cumulative over the course of this entire trial with what we're covering. So for each of these categories, I'm keeping track manually of anytime these different themes come up in the trial or quotes. There's different categories here, obviously, but that's what that's for. It's cumulative. And the other thing, as I hide that, is that we will have a lot of evidence coming up in this episode, just as we did last episode. So whenever there's going to be like important visuals that either I've created or are happening from the trial, the ticker will not be there, and neither will the label at the top with like the day and who's testifying, just so that you guys can see better. But I'm still updating the ticker. No matter if you see it or not, I'm still updating it manually in the background, even if it's not shine. So there's that. I also wanted to mention that I'm trying to remember to go through and put the playlist. So there's a Murdaugh Murder Series. Hold on. Murdaugh Murders Trial Series. There we go. Playlist. And I'm trying to remember to put the playlist in the description for each of the live streams, just in case somebody's just tuning in and they're like, what the heck's happening? If you go to the description, there you can find the link for the playlist. And in the playlist, all the videos are in order from, like, it starts with the first episode and goes in order from first episode up to where we are now. The other thing is that the episodes should all have timestamps. Now, YouTube, because it's YouTube, doesn't always have the timestamps in the scrolly bar. Don't know why. That's just how it is. But they're always in the description. So if you don't see them in the scrolly bar, they might appear someday. Who knows? Sometimes they show up and then go away. But they are in the description. So, and I try to make sure that if there's like large tangents or whatever, I try to mark those at the timestamps as well, in case some people want to jump to that or skip it. Choice is yours, right? So, okay, timestamps. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is, if you haven't heard of or joined the Discord is a really great way to keep in touch keep the conversation going between episodes, share photos, documents, and also to stay, to keep in touch and to get notifications, because sometimes YouTube notifications don't go through. So I have it set up on Discord to where it should notify y'all when I have a video coming out. So, and from what I've heard, it's pretty reliable or always reliable, whereas YouTube is hit or miss. So, Nightbot, my dear friend Nightbot, will you please post the link for Discord in the chat for those who are interested? He says he will. Okay, let's see. So, Nightbot should be putting that in the chat for y'all. In case you haven't already joined the Discord, you are more than welcome to do so. So, without further ado, let's jump right into part 9. And you know what? I'm going to roll that new intro just one more time because I love Nightbot so much. And then we'll do part 9. So just in case you missed it or want to see it again.
Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Okay, so as part of this family timeline, we have the history of the 14th Circuit solicitors as well. So in September 14th, 1920, O.G. Randolph, this is Alex's great-grandfather, is elected solicitor for the 14th Circuit. He dies in 1940 after he's struck by that train, as we talked about before. September 3rd, 1940, O.G.'s son, Randolph Buster Murdaugh Jr., this is Alex's grandfather, wins the election to his father's old seat by a landslide. This same Murdaugh, Buster, O.G. Buster, filed that wrongful death suit, as we talked about, to the railroad company, Charleston and Western Carolina Rail Company. The first payout of many to come would have been worth over $2 million today. 1956, O.G. Buster is indicted by a federal grand jury as part of an alleged whiskey conspiracy and resigns from office while awaiting trial. He's acquitted of all charges, and lo and behold, he's reelected in 1956. November 1st, 1986, O.G. Buster retires. January 1987, Randolph Murdaugh III, or Handsome for our purposes, that's Alex's dad, is sworn in as the new 14th Circuit solicitor. Okay. Then, here's the next part that's important here. January 2006, Handsome / Alex's dad steps down as solicitor, marking the family's 87-year reign over the solicitor's office, the longest run by one family in the history of the U.S. So what I had forgot to mention last time, I didn't put it on the timeline, I was going to mention it and I forgot to mention it, is that that's 2006, right? Alex's dad, Handsome, steps down. So you might be wondering, well, okay, so this family had this 87-year reign. He steps down in 2006, so what happened after that? Well, it's a name you might be familiar with. In 2006, none other than Duffy Stone was elected. And you might say, wait, hold on, where have I heard that name from? We see it on the body cam footage. We hear them talking about there's this conflict of interest, right? Remember the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, and they keep mentioning Duffy Stone? That's because Duffy Stone is still, to this current day, he is still in this position, which prior to him was only held by Murdaughs, one after another. So in 2006, Duffy Stone was elected to the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, and he is still there. And the reason there was that conflict of interest is because we know that not only was Alex's family serving that role up until 2006, but Alex himself, remember there's that joke about the 2 cases or whatever that he was a quote-unquote assistant prosecutor on. He was never a prosecutor, right? It was just because he helped his dad as an assistant prosecutor, and apparently he didn't do much at all. It was more like a title, and I think in my opinion it was so that he could, by doing so, he got that badge, right? That's how he got that badge that we saw in the last video. That looks like a law enforcement badge. He got that because he served as an assistant prosecutor for these 2 cases for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, assisting, quote unquote, his dad. And so because of that, there's this conflict of interest with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office. That is the reason why SLED is called in, is because normally this would have been investigated by this 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office. And so again, just to tie that all together, Duffy Stone is still the solicitor there in that same role that prior to him was only done by Murdaughs.
There's a piece of property that I owned with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it, and he did some work up there digging some ditches.
When did he do that?
He started within the last couple of months.
And that property, where's it at in Eugene? Just
It's off of United Road, United Drive.
okay.
I think it's called Redbeard and 0 United Drive.
Okay. I have an X there. Again, that blue arrow is the rail trains. Again, that X is where it crosses with the driveway. The data point he's talking about is Alex leaving Alameda, and he pauses for about a minute right there on the railroad tracks. Okay. So as you can see, I have to back up so we can see it. So I'm facing the other direction. This is heading back to Moselle from Alameda. You can see the driveway there. He would take a right out of there. But I wanted to put it into perspective. And I don't have an answer for this. I have a question for you guys. He's leaving Alameda. You can see the driveway. He's coming out and he stops on those train tracks for a minute. Why? Why? And I'm putting this into the context of we've seen the themes of history repeating itself in this family, in this case, over and over and over again. Between the generations, but especially with Alex, there's all these themes that keep repeating. And with the history, you know, that's why I started this entire thing with the railroad. And it's also why I had the title, you know, just follow the railroad. The railroad takes us to Alameda, all the way there. And it crosses with the driveway where he grew up, where he went the night of the murders right afterwards and used as his alibi to visit his mom. After which the weapons were never recovered, clothes were never recovered, and the property wasn't searched.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
According to that GPS location data.
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
What's that time again?
It's going to be 10:05:57.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
20 seconds?
That's correct.
Do you recall the defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after the crime? That he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the
Y'all,
defendant
this
say
part's
about
epic.
what he did when he arrived at the scene?
This part's super epic.
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
And from the moment the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
Yes. Y'all, look at his face. Look at how mad he is. He's so mad, dude. Wow. What a reaction from him.
Cross-examination, Mr. Barber.
Please, the court.
All right, guys. So this is getting into today's video. So Super Planner Girl was asking if she can go ahead and lodge her theories on the railroad tracks. And like I was saying, I have a planned intermission in this video. Like I guess I don't know if it's exactly halfway through time wise, but in terms of the end of today, what is it, day 18 in the trial, between days, just so that way it'll be kind of easier to follow, because I wanted to go ahead and jump right into this cross. So we'll have a discussion about that, and we'll also do like the Redbeard deep dive. And if y'all want the DJ Nightbot backstory, we can do that too. But things I wanted to mention as we go into this cross. So Barber is, you know, considered by many, including myself, to be the strongest attorney on the defense team. And he does a phenomenal job on this cross examination. So what I want y'all to think about is, why is it a successful cross? Do you think it's a successful cross, or is it not? But if you feel like it's successful, if you feel like it's doing what cross should do as you're watching it, let's talk about why it's successful, what makes it successful. And I also think what will be helpful is to think about the differences as we watch this, the differences between how Barber goes through this cross with the timeline and with this witness versus direct. Of course, cross and direct role is different, but here in this case, we're dealing with a timeline, right? And we were dealing with a presentation of the timeline, essentially, right? Like, this isn't really so much about the witness as much as the information in the timeline, what he's presenting, right? And then let me see if there's anything else I wanted to mention. I think that was it for now. Also, I'll try to remember to point out, we have some fun people peering in and out of the gallery. And I'll try to remember to point those out as it kind of shows them. But let's go ahead and start this cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Agent Rudofski. Did I say that right?
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Let's start first with the GM data that recently came in. I think that may have made things a little more clear, right? We don't really need to look at a lot of those cell phone tower plots now that we have the exact position of the car, do we?
I agree, yeah. The GM data is pretty clear.
Don't really. At first, you did an analysis of driving to and from the office in Hampton in the middle of the day. Not too interested in that, but let's skip to the drive from Moselle to Alameda.
Okay.
How long was that drive? How long did it take him from start to
So I'd
finish?
have to look back. So you're referring to the 9:06 time?
Yes, sir.
So it looks like 9:07 to 9:22, so about 15 minutes.
Okay, and do you need? Is it more like 16 minutes? Do you
16
need a
minutes,
pen and
yeah.
paper? 16 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll go there.
Okay. And coming back, how long was it?
18 minutes.
18 minutes?
Mhm.
Okay. So the top speed on the way back we saw was a little faster, but it actually took a little longer to make the return trip. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Are you aware that Senior Special Agent David Owen did a test drive from Alameda to Moselle on January 3rd of this year?
That's correct. I was in the passenger seat of that.
And how long did that take?
I would have to see the data. I don't remember.
You don't have that? You don't know if it was 17 minutes and 35 seconds?
If I was presented with something, it could be, but I do not have that number in front of me.
If it were that, it would be right in between those two times that we just saw for Mr. Murdaugh going back and forth, would it not?
It could, but there was different variables at the time.
It was during the day, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
So on this way back, there's that little 80-mile-an-hour spurt. How long did that go on?
I am unsure of that. It's just the data point is plotted. It doesn't give a. It just gives you a timestamp. It doesn't say for how long.
In your experience, I think you talked earlier that you would respond to calls in a marked car with blue lights.
Not a marked car, but an unmarked car with blue lights. Yep.
Is it extremely unusual for someone who's on a straightaway in a rural road at night to give it some gas on a little burst?
A little bit of gas, but when it's 55 and you have deer and other environmental factors that.
Bear in mind, y'all, that the road at the time was unpaved. It's now paved. So like when we see like the Google Maps and stuff of it that I've done, it's paved, but it was not paved at the time. So there's that.
Yes, but it's not that unusual, is it, for someone to give it a little gas on a straightaway in a rural road?
It depends on what a little gas is.
Yeah, a little gas, quote unquote.
But the overall speed that he went to get from where he was going, coming from to where he's going to, as far as you know, is.
I'm like, oh no, this could derail things. But I was just thinking about how like where I live in Greensboro, like I've mentioned it before, my backyard is kind of like an animal. It's like a Disney movie. It's like all the animals, all the animal friends. There's every woodland creature you could think of. But what's really interesting is that even though this is like a city, with some number of people, I don't know the number of people, but there's people, lots of people. But just, let's see, when was this? Maybe not quite a year ago. I think it was last summer. I saw, okay, hold on. I was listening to what trial, how can I remember? Okay, I'm thinking what trial was happening. I believe it was during no, hold on. It was when stuff was coming out about Miss Becky. So last summerish, August, September, maybe, I think. Pretty sure. So, because I was driving and like listening to, actually, I was listening to STS Nation, Joel. And they had people, I think, they had like Eric Bland and like the Amy's on or whatever, and they were talking about Murdaugh stuff, right? And I was driving. Anyway, that's the only reason that's relevant is because it's helping me remember exactly what month or maybe approximately what month this happened. But anyway, I was driving and it was like 7 o'clock-ish or something, like maybe sunset type deal. And this was like on a main road. But anyway, I was driving and like there's 2 lanes of traffic on each side. So like 2 lanes going one way, 2 lanes the other way. And then there's like the greeny, grassy part in the middle, whatever, median thing. And anyway, there was fire trucks in the other lane going towards me. And there was really no cars around me. But anyway, I was like listening to the show and like thinking about Murdaugh and like, you know, I was trying to figure stuff out, right? So I'm like kind of like not, I don't want to say I'm not paying attention. It's not that. It's just that I'm really listening intently. But then I hear horn like slam, like from the fire trucks, or like slamming on their horns, honk, honk, honk. And I'm like, what? You know? And I something, it happened so fast, and something was running out and had just run out in front of them and was crossing all the traffic and crossed the median and was running literally in front of my car. And it was a black bear. You guys, the thing was huge. I'll never, this was a moment. This is just like one of those things that like, you'll never forget for your life. Like my life is set. Like if you have a list and like on your list of things, bucket list is like see a bear in person, like check. Okay. And this was not a bear in captivity, right? This is a wild bear, but in downtown, or not downtown Greensboro, but in Greensboro. So this bear, I mean, you guys, I drive a Prius, a black Prius. This bear was, I would say, the size of my Prius. Like, and it's the type of thing where because your brain isn't expecting it, you just see something kind of like move in front of you. And it's like, you're thinking deer, you know, but this is what I was going to say. This is what made me think of it, is the deer, right? Because they're talking about driving fast down this road. Yeah, that would be incredibly dangerous. I will just say. My point was that even in Greensboro, not at night, where there's traffic and it's not in the middle of nowhere, there's still plenty of wildlife. This was going to be my point, right? Including bears. But yes, so this, you know, I'm thinking in my mind, it's like, oh, deer, right? Something moves. But then it was like, it took a second to register that this was a bear. It was huge. I will tell you, had it not been for the honking from the fire trucks, I slammed on my brakes. I was 1 second away from hitting that bear, which would have been really sad. And I don't know how I would ever recover from that if I hit that bear. But I mean, it literally, and it was like at a fast clip and everything, like galloping, you know, running across all the traffic, huge. And it really, I mean, the way that I didn't hit it is miraculous. I don't even know. And of course, and I was like thinking, did anyone else see this? Because there were no other cars headed in my direction. It was just the fire trucks in the other lanes. So there was no other car that I had to worry about hitting the bear, but it was just me at this time for whatever reason. But I watched this bear complete his little run across all the lanes and then go right into this neighborhood. And so it took a second to process this. I kept driving, and then I was like, okay, you know, and then I'm like, okay, yep, that was a bear. That was a bear. So then I was like, well, I want to know where he went. So then I like turned around and then I drove into the neighborhood because I was looking for this bear. And then I was like, holy crap, because there were like people out like, oh, hi, Mom. My mom is here, you guys. She's listening to my bear story. She's like, this is my life, listening to these stories that go on forever. Galloping, exactly, a galloping bear. So I went into this neighborhood because I'm like, A, I want to make sure the bear is okay, but B, what do I do? And I want to make sure everyone's okay. So I go into this neighborhood and there's people out there walking their dogs, you know, there's kids playing in the front yard. And this is a neighborhood where they have these big backyards, big front yards, lots of trees, lots of space between houses. And I watched this bear, and I know for a fact that bear is in somebody's yard right now. And I'm looking at, you know, I remember for a fact there were like specifically, there's a dude walking like a little, like a Yorkshire Terrier, like a Yorkie. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, the number of problems that could happen here, right, are so many of them. And I don't want the bear getting hurt. I don't want people getting hurt. I don't want dogs getting hurt. I don't want anyone getting hurt. So I'm driving around looking for this bear. And I kind of thought about saying something, but I didn't want to cause an alarm. So I didn't say anything. I just kind of looking around. I didn't see the bear. Then I was like, what do I do? So like pulled over, like Googled it. Like, what do you do if you see a bear? And so it was like, call your state people. And so I called the state people. Actually, I called 911 because I was like, I couldn't find the number they gave for the wildlife people. They were closed. And so I called 911. It's the first time I've ever called 911. And I felt like, it was like, oh my gosh, you know, because you see it on the 911 calls all the time from, Mom makes a good point. They're vegetarians. Yeah, I guess I was thinking more like if they feel threatened, but that's true. They are vegetarians. That's a good point about the black bears. Thank you, Mom, for reminding us that. Yeah, I guess I was thinking more like if they feel threatened, you know, that type of thing, like a defensive move. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but yes. So it was great because it was like, you know, I see it all the time on you know, documentaries and on the, you know, people dialing 911, right? We see it all the time. And I'm like, oh, no, 911, you know. But I dialed 911 and I'm like, I don't know if I'm talking to the right people, but I didn't know who to call. And like, I just saw a bear, blah, blah, blah. And so like, you know, I don't remember what they did. They forwarded me to somebody and I left a message and got, you know, I reported the bear. The bear was reported, but I wanted to make sure that no harm came to the bear and whatnot. So, but basically from what I understand, they're just like, well, we can't really do anything. Like, you know, like I got the impression that if they sent people out, they wouldn't be able to find the bear, which is, yep, that's fair. Like I couldn't find the bear, but anyway, bear, shout out. Let me do a little banner here. Because he got a whole story all to himself. I'll have to make sure I put this in the timestamps. So let's see. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear, wherever you are, I hope you are safe. I hope you're happy. I hope you're eating lots of nice vegetarian food. I'm a vegan. We have that in common. I love you. You were very cute. Thank you for running at a fast enough clip that I didn't hit you with my car. And I hope you're having a happy life. And I hope that also you have a husband or a wife and you can have cute little bear cubs because it is springtime and baby bears are really cute. Okay, bear story, check. That is complete. And let's continue on with the cross-examination.
In line with the test drive that you were in the passenger seat for?
If that is correct, what you mentioned, yes.
So like right in between those two, actually.
Like I said, I don't have that test drive data in front of me, but
Well, let's move on then to when he drove past that point where Maggie's cell phone was later recovered. And I think that may start on slide 23.
23?
Interesting. So my mom is here with Google at helping us out, I would imagine. She says they're omnivores. Okay. You know, it's funny because we always hear that they're vegetarians, right? I feel like we always hear that, but they're omnivores. Okay. Yeah. Then is anyone else confused as to why we always hear that, you know, black bears are vegetarians? You know, we know grizzly bears, whatever, they'll eat meat and fish, whatever. But yeah, I do feel like we always heard that they were vegetarians, but omnivores. Yeah. So, you know, I just hope everyone was safe. But also, has anyone seen that documentary Grizzly Man? Okay, let's continue on before we go. I go into another tangent with foxes, so I'll just stop right there.
So he's going 37.2 miles an hour here?
That's correct.
And next slide. Now he's still approaching it at 42, so he's accelerating gently. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Next slide. Looks like he is just past it, going slightly faster than he was on the previous slide. Is that correct?
So,
next slide.
So what's notable here is that, and I know some of you guys are probably like, why are we talking about bears, foxes, whatever, but we're back on the cross. So what's notable here is all this talk about Maggie's phone. Let's just remind ourselves what's happening in time and space. So, you know, Maggie's phone is found on the side of the road, right? And remember last episode, we looked at a lot of aerial views, a lot of maps of Moselle. And remember that you have the two ways you can enter or exit the property. You've got the kennel entrance, and then you've got the main entrance, which has like the brick gatey thing. Either way, you take a right onto Moselle Road to go to basically anywhere, to go to the law firm, to go to Almeida, to go to Edista, anywhere that they went. From what I understand, they took a right. That was how you got places. You took a right. So either entrance, if you're headed towards town or anywhere, right, you would take a right. And the phone is found, not to no surprise, it's found, you know, that direction, right? But it's found on, if you're leaving Moselle, right, it would be on the right-hand side of the road. So if you're headed towards Moselle, it would be on the left. So part of this whole thing is, oh, hi, Candace. Thank you for joining us. You haven't missed much yet, except for a long bear story. So, oh, and a new intro. If you'd like to see it, let me know. But part of the whole thing was, what was the deal with the phone, right? Why was it there? Why would he have Why would he have carried it with him? Why would he have thrown it out? How did he throw it out? And then mostly when, right? And so this has been a huge subject for debate between the prosecution and the defense. We're going to hear more about this phone in this episode, and I think even they continue and the next episode, probably all the episodes. This phone thing, right? Was it on the way to Alameda? Was it on the way from Alameda? Was it maybe perhaps two children with guns that happened to have the phone? Ha ha ha. That's a little foreshadowing. There. So that's why he's trying to go through this part here with the phone and, whatever, create doubt.
He's continuing to, now he's a good bit down the road there at 45, but is it fair to say he's continuing a fairly gentle acceleration?
I would say so, yes.
So what we saw as he passed it, he did not slow down and speed up as he went past that point. He continued his same gentle acceleration?
Per the data, yes.
Yeah,
And, we won't go
gentle
through it.
acceleration, right? So he's allowed to do that, right? I wouldn't say it's objectionable because it's not quite argumentative, right? But that's, like, think about this, right? Why would he use the word gentle acceleration instead of a slight acceleration? Think about that, right? Technically, you could use either one. It's a slight acceleration. Like, if you're trying to minimize it, right? You could say it's a slight acceleration, a small acceleration. He uses the word gentle. So y'all think about that. What's the significance of that, right? Because that's a word. He's now said that word twice. Barbara has. He's said that word twice, right?
But if we went down later to when it goes down to the bottom of the screen, it would show that he slowed down slightly, corresponding when he sent that text, "Go to see him, be right back." Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. The direction he is driving as he comes right up, right before he parks, would he be illuminating the bodies of Maggie and Paul?
Per the aerial that I'm looking, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen so we can show, but per the aerial, it would be coming around that curve and it would illuminate at least Maggie's body.
Yeah. So
Would
there's a lot, we don't hear that many objections in general in this trial, not nearly as many compared to what we would usually hear. There's times where there's quite enough, there's witnesses where there's kind of a lot of objections and others where there's like none. I'm going to point out all the things that I think are objectionable. I've probably already missed some, but here's one. Objection speculation. He can't, and I'm sure I'll bring this up again with other witnesses in this episode, but he can't say what someone's eyeballs would have seen, okay? So the only person who can testify to that is someone who was there, or like, for example, if you want to be able to say for certainty what someone would have seen and have it be objection proof, you would need like a number of experts to lay that foundation. Like, you would need someone who can prove, like, okay, in this situation, right? You're in the vehicle, you're in the Suburban. You would need someone to know exactly how high his eyes were from the ground. So you have to look at his height. You would have to be able to say, like, think about all the details. You'd have to be able to say, here's exactly how much he had his seat adjusted, right? Because otherwise they could say, well, we don't know what was his seat. How did he have a seat positioned in the car? How was he sitting? Then you'd have to go, how did he normally sit in the car, right? All this stuff. So you'd have to figure out exactly where his eyes were, what height were his eyes from the ground, right? Then you'd have to be like, well, what's his vision, right? You'd have to have someone come in and talk about vision, and then ambient light. And we still don't know for sure if the lights were on at the kennels or not when he got there. Presumably they would have been. That's another matter for debate with all this that they talk about, I think, in this episode as well. But anyway, you can't say what someone would have seen. You just can't, like, without laying a lot of foundation. So I would be objecting to speculation here.
Would the illumination, is it going back towards that space between the barn?
Now,
and
what
the,
you can
kennel?
say, right, technically, is you can say something like, how far would the beams shine light, for example, right? Looking at the Suburban, what type of headlights did it have? If it was humid, if it was foggy, how far would those beams have gone? That's a distance. That's something that's knowable, that's measurable. You could say that. But what you cannot say is what somebody would have seen. Big difference.
Paul's body was out.
Like I said, this is just a data plot.
And beyond any of that, sorry, I'm just playing lawyer in my head. Beyond any of that, even if you do have all the other stuff, like I was saying, like, let's say in this situation, we're working through, like, okay, yeah, we're going to get all this information. We're going to have the vision, blah, blah. you would have to prove that the person had their eyes open, right? Think about that. You would have to prove that the person had their eyes open. And to think about it, like, of course, common sense would be like, well, we know he wasn't asleep, but that doesn't matter. If you're really trying to prove that somebody saw something, you would have to prove they had their eyes open. And then you have to take into account, well, blinking, right? I mean, anyway, there's just a number of problems with trying to prove what somebody saw. So in a situation where nobody saw them seeing it, especially.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointed.
It doesn't say the vehicle's pointed that direction, it just says that's
But
where
if
the
it moved
vehicle's
from
at.
point A to point B, being a car, it would have to be
Yeah,
in
but
that
where
direction.
it final rests, I don't know which direction it's
But as
pointing.
it's moving,
As it's moving, yes, you would think it would go
right,
that
so,
direction.
so the headlights certainly on Maggie, it would appear from the plot maybe on Paul as well. And does he park
Hi, Janie.
near Maggie's body?
I hope you're doing okay.
I do not know where he
You?
parked the first time, because all we have is when the deputies arrived the second time. So
On your plot,
on the plot here,
when he comes the first time before the 911 call, where does his
Black
vehicle
Witter, I
stop
hope your
in
chores
relation
are
to
going
Maggie's
well. I hope you're
it
getting your
stops
power back
before it.
in Ireland. Shout out to Ireland.
body? Is it, how close is it?
I do not have a.
Descriptive, is it very close? Is it pretty much right there?
I wouldn't say it's right on top of it, but it's
Very
in
close.
the area.
So as he's pulling up to the
Again,
scene,
remember,
he
I was
can certainly see
asking
one
y'all,
up.
why is this effective? If you think it's effective, I can say right here, he's asking questions that he knows the witness can't have answers to. It's impossible for this witness to know the answers to these questions. But that's what is his goal, right? We know the goal, like the title says, right? Create nonsense out of sense, right? We know that. We know that in general, the defense, their goal is to create doubt, to create confusion, to poke holes, right? I would say in this case, we've worked so hard to make some sense out of stuff. Right now, they're trying to create nonsense. So his goal, Barber's goal, is to either A, get this witness to agree with him. You know how they'll start these questions, quote unquote, with, would you agree with me that? Or would you agree that, right? They're trying to hear yeses in that situation. So that then when they ask a certain question that they want a yes to, that witness is prompted to say yes. The other thing, which is what we're seeing now, is that he would want to do is to get a lot of this answer. I don't know. So ask a question. I don't know. Ask a question. I don't know. Why? Well, because then the jury is hearing this witness doesn't know stuff, right? It's trying to go towards his credibility. So he's asking questions. And that brings me to another strategy of his, right? And we've seen Barber do this with other witnesses. So asking, and you'll see this, y'all will see this, asking witnesses things that a different witness was the witness to have that information. For example, asking this witness, Rudofski, stuff that the cell phone expert would have known. Asking the cell phone expert things that somebody else would have known, and so on and so forth. So asking the wrong witness the different information, knowing that they can't answer it, right? Because why? They want, I don't knows. I don't know. I don't have the answer. But they can't speak to what isn't their job, right? They do their job. So they can't, even if they know the answer, if they weren't the person who was dealing with that evidence, they can't answer the question. And Barber knows this. So there's that. And then there was another thing. Also keep in mind as we go through this, keep in mind the difference with the timeline, right? What is he not doing? He's not going in order. Like when we saw direct, right? They go through the timeline in order, chronologically. Here, and what do? They show you the timeline. So you see the timeline, and we go through it in order. What we're going to see is there's not going to be a lot of exhibits. He's not going to show anybody what he's talking about for the most part, and it's going to jump around, right? So what do you do if you're trying to create doubt in a timeline? You go out of order, like among other things, right? So keep in mind, these are just things you can kind of see going forward. Again, we're trying to think about, and in my opinion, I think this is a successful cross in that it does what a cross is supposed to do. I think Barber does a great job. Is it frustrating? Is it annoying? Sure. But is it confusing to listen to? Yeah, that's the goal, right? So that's why I would say it could be considered to be effective. But let me know what y'all think in the chat, if you think it's effective or not, and why.
Both bodies on the ground, and he stops right next to Maggie. Is that fair?
I'm just looking at the data provided. I was not there on scene. I
Well, the
don't know
data
what he- I
provided
don't
is
know
the
what he
location of
saw.
the car and the location of the body.
But I don't know
correct?
what he would have saw or what the car would have saw.
Objection,
at that time.
speculation. Like I said,
You don't
it's
know what
not.
would be directly in front of his car as it was moving
can't
from
say,
point to point.
I was not out there.
You don't know which direction the car would be pointing as it moved
We know
from
which direction
point
the
to
car would
point
be
to point?
pointing, but what he saw or what the
Well,
Again-
photos
forget
placed
what
in
he
the
saw.
car.
No, this is objectionable. I mean, why are they objecting? Who knows? This is just, again, there's very few objections, relatively speaking, in this trial. But what's the other goal? He's trying to get Rudofski agitated, right? This is frustrating and agitating to listen to because he cannot answer this question. But Barbara's goal, another one of them, is to get him frustrated and agitated, right? On the stand. We see this all the time with people in trials, on cross-examination. It's just a common strategy. Again, I don't know why they're not objecting. Maybe that's the question I should be trying to, like, why aren't they objecting? Maybe there's a reason. Maybe I've missed that. Let's see.
Is the car's headlights pointing at the bodies as he's pulling up?
I can't.
Objection, speculation,
because I was not
objection,
there.
lack of
and the
foundation,
data I
objection,
have-
beyond
I'm
the
asking
scope.
from the data.
The
Obviously,
data
you
does
weren't
not
there.
say.
Now to finish his answer.
You must give the witness an opportunity to respond fully. You may proceed.
There is no data that says that the headlights were pointing in a specific direction or at a specific object, so I cannot answer that.
When you say there's no data saying the headlights are pointing in a specific direction, were they not pointed along the line that would connect the last two data points before the car stops and goes in the park?
For the drive, but
Yeah, I
it
know,
does
I
not
agree.
show.
I agree with you,
It could
super
be at an
planner
angle.
girl.
It's such a little dot, but does not show a vehicle in exact position of it, so I cannot answer that.
Right, and we're not talking about the dot, we're talking about a line connecting two dots.
Okay, but
And
you
a
were
car
asking about
moving
the
along
dot.
that line, the headlines would be pointed down the line, correct?
Finally.
Objections overruled.
Dang it.
Ask the question again.
We're talking
That-
not about a
yeah,
point,
right?
but about a
Yes,
line.
I agree.
And a car moving down a line. As it moves down that line between 2 points, would its headlights not be pointed?
Oh my God, listening to this, it's funny because when I put these together, I put them together in order. And now as I'm hearing this, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's some foreshadowing. I'm going to mention this now because I want y'all to appreciate this when we get there. But in this same episode, the foreshadowing that is happening right now is insane. And I don't know if Barbara's doing this on purpose. If he is, this is kind of genius. But what he's saying is that the headlights are following 2 points and you would connect them on a line. Okay. Let me rewind that just a second because this is insane. The foreshadowing here is really on another level. Wait, that's too far. Hold on. Okay.
It's a little dot, but does not show a vehicle in exact position of it, so I cannot answer that.
Right, and we're not talking about the dot, we're talking about a line connecting
Here.
two dots.
Okay.
A line
And a car
connecting two
moving
dots.
along that line.
Moving along the
headlines would
line.
be pointed down the line, correct?
Y'all.
Objections overruled.
Ask your question again.
We're talking not about a point, but about a line, and a car moving down a line. As it moves down that line between 2 points, would its headlights not be pointed in the same direction down that line?
I would assume.
Think about that. What he just said about
So-
2 points, the line, things following a line. That is some
He arrives
crazy
at the
foreshadowing.
scene, gets out, presumably, he goes in the park, and then 20 seconds later, first dials 911. Is that your testimony?
Yep.
So pulling up on the scene, body's in his headlight, presumably knows something's horribly wrong, gets out 20 seconds to the first call to 911. Is that correct?
Oh, that's right.
Which was actually misdialed 9111, and he had to redial it a second time, which was at 18 seconds, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So he had 20 seconds, and I think there's maybe an implication, or that's not enough time.
Objection is sustained to the comment of counsel.
Yeah. All right. This part.
Is this timer set for 20 seconds?
You guys remember
It is.
this part in trial? This is a big moment. This was very smart of Barber. However, as he does this, I want you to keep in mind that technically it wasn't 20 seconds, it was 17 seconds. And that is going to make a big difference with what he's about to do in the context of what he's about to do. The 17 seconds is different than 20 seconds, so keep that in mind.
Okay. When I say so, would you please press the start button?
Okay.
Very effective, though.
That was 20 seconds. Would you agree?
Per your phone, yes.
Okay, couple things. Again, this was a very smart. This was a smart thing to do, right? To show the jury 20 seconds. Again, it was 17 seconds, not 20 seconds. But I would be terrible. Like, I feel like I wouldn't get picked for a jury because it's like they'd be like, "Get out of here." You know what I mean? Like, I just know too much about this stuff. Like, like in my mind, I'm thinking if I were a juror, I understand why he did this, and I think it was smart. But if I were a juror, this would not be effective to me. And here's why. Because I would know that, and maybe this actually comes from my performing experience and has nothing to do with my experience with trials, but I would know that 20 seconds, again, it was 17, not 20, but let's say it was 20, whatever time it is, it's going to feel different in this context, right? When you're sitting there in dead silence waiting for it than in any other context. And I know that. And I'll give you a great example. There's a piece of music, I say music, we use that, this is a loose term here, but technically called 4 minutes. Oh, what is it? I almost said 4 minutes and 20 seconds. It's 4 minutes and something. My mom, if she's still here, will probably remember exactly. It's by John Cage. And literally, I remember people would do this in college and in high school. Like, you know, people have recitals, performances. It's a piece of quote unquote music where literally whatever the person is, they could be a vocalist, they could be an instrumentalist, doesn't matter. They walk on stage like with their instrument or not an instrument if they're a vocalist, and like a clock, and they like literally set it for like the amount of time, whatever. It's 4 minutes and something, right? And that's the name of the piece, is 4 minutes and something seconds, right? And they set it for that amount of time, and you sit there in silence in the audience, and then the time is up, and then that's the end of the piece of music, and then they take a bow. And if anyone can explain to me how that is a viable option, because, you know, if you're a music major, you're graded on your performances. So I don't quite understand how it's allowed in an academic setting where you just stand there. I mean, good for you. You remembered the clock. I don't quite understand how that's the same as like working for like 2 years on like a concerto or solo Bach or whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway. But my point is that I still think it's a brilliant idea, but, you know, perhaps I'm not alone in the sense, and maybe the jury picked up on it too. Maybe the jury was like, yeah, of course, that's going to feel like a long time, right? In this context, when you're just standing there in silence. So anyway.
You don't dispute the phone
I do not.
accuracy, do you? If the person getting out of the car had seen the bodies already and already knew something is horribly wrong, do you believe that that is an unreasonably short period of time to inspect and call 911?
I'm here to testify on this data.
Objection,
not hypothetical.
speculation.
I think you're asking the wrong person on that.
That answer, though, was
Fair
awesome.
enough. We'll move on.
I was talking over it, kind of. So let me rewind that real quick. His answer, and so this might be, remember when I was like, why aren't they objecting? Why aren't they objecting? Maybe that's why. Maybe they trust their witness, because in this case, they could have objected to speculation, but his answer was brilliant, and it makes me glad they did not object. So maybe that is why. Let's hear his answer again without me talking.
That was 20 seconds. Would you agree?
Per your phone, yes.
You don't dispute the phone
I do not.
accuracy, do you? If the person getting out of the car had seen the bodies already and already knew something is horribly wrong, do you believe that that is an unreasonably short period of time to inspect and call 911?
I'm here to testify on this data, not the hypothetical. I think you're asking the wrong person on that.
Fair enough. We'll move on.
Yeah, well done.
Ask you to turn to page 21.
That's who you should be asking, right?
Okay.
That's the point.
And towards the
Shrimp
bottom,
boy.
9:06 and 20 seconds, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone sideways orientation,
That is correct.
and meaning that her phone at that time went to a sideways orientation?
So between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, from the phone experts,
Barbara
that
really wants to make
it
this
started at
confusing
9:06:12 and it ended
about
at
the orientation. Yeah, he goes. I mean, he really wants to make this orientation thing as confusing and complicated as possible. He does a good job of muddying the waters and all that.
9:06:20.
Okay,
Those two orientations.
I'll ask it this way. A second later, what would be the orientation of her phone?
From a second from what? The 20?
After that, yes, at 9:06:21.
I do not know.
Well, then what does this entry mean?
Remember,
It
that's what
doesn't
answer
mean
he
that
wants. He wants I
There's
don't
nothing
know,
that says
right?
9:06:21 on here.
Right, so what happened at 9:06 and 20 seconds?
It finished its orientation change to sideways.
What does that mean?
So it went from a portrait. So let me get the phone. So it went from portrait to sideways.
Oh, I wonder what his
And
back. What,
until-
did y'all see what his background
Between the-
was?
yeah,
What did he
sorry.
have on his
Between
phone?
9:06:12 and
Hold on, we'll see.
9:06:20.
Agent
Is that is
Rudofski.
a second from what? The 20?
After that, yes.
What's
At
he got?
9
Is it a
9:06:21.
SLED logo?
I do not know.
Well,
Shout out
then
to
what
SLED.
does this entry mean? If it doesn't mean that it,
There's nothing that says 9:06:21 on here.
right, so what happened at 9:06 and 20 seconds?
It finished its orientation change to sideways.
What does that mean?
So it went from a portrait. So let me get the phone. So it went from portrait to side.
Oh, I did a good job of pausing it right on the right spot. Look at that. Okay, you can see the time. It's 2:45. And it does look like a law enforcement badge. Can y'all see that on his phone? It does look like a law enforcement badge. And maybe some caution tape or something. That's interesting. What do y'all think? Huh. Interesting. While I have it paused, shout out to Nightbot, always coming in with the appropriate comments. Love you, Nightbot. He says, SLED. Also, Super Planner Girl is saying, a good cross-examiner makes the previously confident, intelligent-looking witness seem unsure of themselves, and this is happening here. Absolutely. Absolutely. And a good way to do it, again, get the I don't knows, get them frustrated, 100%. Yep. This is a very effective cross, like I said.
Sideways.
But yes, I think it's important
until-
to,
In those.
we want to be able to, we see a lot of not good defense attorneys, or well, let me rephrase that. As we watch trials, we get better and better at assessing why things work and why things don't work. And so, we saw things like the defense attorney, let's take an example in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial, that defense attorney, or the defense attorney in the Michelle Draconis trial, right? Just two recent examples of defense attorneys that I think took a lot of criticism, in general by pretty much everybody. So it is every type of attorney, every side is important, when it comes to criminal trials, right? You need good defense attorneys. Barbara does a stellar job always, I feel like. Again, he was kind of underrated and, underutilized, in my opinion, for the defense. He does a really phenomenal job here. So I think it's we want to be able to assess that, right? We want to be able to spot it and see why it works. And I think it's also important because it can help us understand, like for ourselves too, right? Like if we have a witness that's really credible, like Super Planner Girl was saying, who was really confident and intelligent. Like when we saw Peter Rudofski on direct, it's like, okay, he seems bulletproof, right? Like, but it helps us to remember that it doesn't mean that Peter Rudofski, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is not credible. It doesn't necessarily mean that the information isn't reliable, right? We just know this is all about the abilities of the defense attorney. Like, in other words, what I'm saying is with the strategies of Barber, like the way he's doing this, you could put anybody on that stand and he'll make it muddy, right? Is my point. I would say, I don't know. He'll find a way to muddy it, right? And that's his job. So, but it helps us remember that, you know, for the witness, when we have a witness that we like, that does a really good job, that it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, that the witness's information was bogus or whatever, right? So anyway, just all topics for discussion as we go along.
Between the,
Go ahead, sorry.
between 906.12 and 906.20, is that is what it's showing? That's why we have
He
the little
does.
purple.
He does make one mistake, and we'll get there. I think it's pretty soon. I have it so that it'll be kind of obvious in the video because I do like a replay of it. He does make one mistake, and it's a mistake that is really unexpected. And I didn't hear anyone catch it at the time. I only caught it after listening to this and editing it and putting it together, you know, and really, you know, again, one of those little details, right? There's been a lot of them that I've caught, these little details that I'm like, I don't know if anyone's mentioned this. This is one of those. There's a good one coming up here.
On the right-hand side to show that it's connected. It's all one big sequence. Per our phone experts that had previously testified.
So it would remain in portrait until remain in the landscape orientation until the next change?
He's confusing the
I am
words
unsure
there.
that I'm not a phone expert, so I am unsure of that. I was given
There we
this
go,
data, and this
unsure.
is how it was relayed to me, and this is how I have put it in this timeline.
Essentially,
Okay.
y'all, he did his job, right? He did his job. He made the most amazing timeline of all time. He did his job. He did his job. So what do? You ask him questions he can't possibly answer because they belong to other experts or other law enforcement agencies or what have you. Ask him questions he can't answer, and then you get I don't knows.
So if you were to go to page 19, please.
Okay.
And the very last entry there, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone vertical orientation.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
So this was all given to me from different, data sources. So how I read this is that the phone has turned to a vertical orientation. So I guess
Has turned to a vertical orientation. And
because we have a sideways orientation and then we have a vertical orientation.
just keep scanning down until you get to the next orientation change for Maggie Murdaugh's phone, please.
From page 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're just looking for the next orientation change.
I believe it's going to be that 906.12.
And what does that say?
Implements an orientation change to portrait.
But the previous change was to portrait, was it not?
It says vertical orientation.
So there's no intervening orientation change. It just goes to portrait and then changes to portrait again?
As I read the data, yes, that's correct. Like I said, I'm not a phone expert. I was given these different pieces to plot, and this is how they've been plotted.
When you're giving these pieces to
I
plot,
also
do
like
you ever
his
notice if things
Rudofski.
don't seem to
I
make
like
sense or
his,
don't match with other data? Do
his
you
suit
alert
coat,
anyone?
jacket, whatever you call it.
So we have phone experts that review that.
I
So
feel like,
they have reviewed
you know,
the data.
the SLED guys, they all wear navy, but I don't know that it's I don't know that it's issued to them. I feel like his, let me know what y'all think. I feel like his is a more crisper blue than some of the other SLED agents. Like it's, it looks like maybe it's I don't know. It looks like it just looks like a nicer jacket, like maybe higher quality fabric, or if it's the brand or the cut, it's a very nice jacket. I just have to say.
And I do not know if that's something that they came across.
Let me ask this before we kind of move on from this.
Okay.
It's been stated a few times in testimony, and I think you did as well, that you don't get an orientation change recorded when the screen is off. Is that correct?
That is my understanding from previous testimony.
Okay. So my screen is off. If I turn it, like to get an orientation change, and it's off, if I just stand here for a while, however long, an hour, and without moving the phone, turn the screen on, will there be an orientation change?
That is a
Yeah.
technical question for an expert that we had up here yesterday.
There we go. That's a technical question for an expert that we had up here yesterday. Super Planner Girl saying it's a silky. It does look like silky kind of, right? Versus like matte. It has a little bit of a sheen to it. Very crisp and nice. Another thing I wanted to point out is underneath the duck in the right-hand corner, I got rid of the scroll because I realized it was kind of blocking certain things. I need to make it not block things, but right where the M is in StreamYard, that's David Owen. We will, and actually there we go, right? He's SLED. Look, he's got like a kind of a much duller, lighter colored navy jacket on. Yeah, so you can compare it as we play it. You'll see him better at certain times. But I wanted to mention he's there, and he has this day he has a lime green water bottle instead of the one from last time that matches the one I have. It's I think it might be the same brand, but it's like a lime green. Also love the lime green. I love that he stays hydrated. So shout out to David Owen for that. Also wanted to mention that Alan Wilson is in the center of the screen there. You can see he's right beside Metters. So that's the Attorney General. He's still the Attorney General. I remember, here's what I remember from the trial. I remember that when he took a witness towards the end, I think it was on the prosecution's rebuttal case, he took a witness and everyone kind of made a big deal about it, like he was showboating. And I remember everybody being like, oh, he just showed up for the last day and then does this witness and then blah, blah, blah. Again, it goes to show how memory is really funny, because I think what actually happened was no one was paying attention to if he was there or not. And then they see him take a witness and then they assume he just got there. I will tell you, we've watched every day of this trial. I've put together all these. He has been in that seat where he's sitting right there in the middle. Every video without fail, because I'm always looking at the gallery, because I like to point out to you guys who's in the gallery, right? He's right there in the middle. He has been there every day. So anyone that was saying that he just wanted to show up at the end and take a witness and look like a hero is completely wrong. He is there day in, day out and that says a lot, because you never see that. You never see that. This was a really, I just really appreciate that. You know what? A good example of this for an analogy would be if y'all ever think about like a restaurant and you think about a restaurant owner, usually it's someone who has some money and they just buy the restaurant or they invest in it or whatever. Typically, they maybe have never even worked in a restaurant. But whether they have or haven't, you never see them at the restaurant, right? Like, you never see the restaurant. I mean, in my experience, you would never see the restaurant owner in the restaurant, talking to customers, clearing tables, preparing food, running food, doing restaurant jobs, right? But if you saw that, that would be very, that would stick with you, right? Because that would be like, holy crap, like this is a restaurant owner that is like that just shows like this, how supportive they are of their staff, and they actually care about it and they're actually involved and involved. It's like that, right? Alan Wilson being there, the AG for this trial day in, day out. Usually the AGs they don't come to a trial. It just doesn't happen. They have their lead prosecutors on the case. It's just really kind of unheard of from what I understand and in my experience. And that also explains why people thought he wasn't there. That would be reasonable to think he wasn't there and showed up at the end, but that's just not what happened. It just says a lot that he's there day in, day out. And I just wanted to point that out. Shout out to Alan Wilson for being there. And slogging through them. I mean, he's got his computer open. He's doing the work, right? That's my point. He's doing the work and not just taking the credit. That's what I'm trying. That's what I was getting to. He's not just trying to take the credit. He's doing the work. He's putting the time in. He's there with all the support staff, the paralegals, taking notes, and he's working with his laptop open. So shout out to Alan Wilson for that. Good for you, man.
Today, that I am not an expert, and I am not a phone expert. So
where I'm going with that is simply, you don't know yourself in preparing this timeline whether the orientation changes that you're putting on here correspond with movement of the phone at that moment.
I do not. I'm going off of data I was given from phone experts that gave me the data and has been put on this timeline.
And then she has steps that begin at 8:53:15. Is that correct?
Per this document, yes.
When you were looking at the step data, did you look at the corresponding distance data that goes to the step data?
I was just provided the timestamp and then the steps.
Are you aware that the phone in the same database keeps distance data with the step data?
I have been made aware of that.
But you have not looked at any of that distance data?
Mm-hmm. I was told that it's not accurate, it's not reliable, the distance, so I did not focus in on that.
So, would you think that it is
Technically, that would have been a question for
possibly,
redirect, but I'm glad you
just
got
as
the
an
answer to that.
investigator, on your spreadsheet, I won't bother to put it up, but you had a bunch of time periods where
Did you hear that,
Alec
guys?
had steps.
On your spreadsheet, I won't bother to put it up. Remember what I said, one of my points? What's he not doing? He's not showing the timeline. He's not showing, right? He's taking things out of order and he's referring to exhibits without showing them because it's more confusing. But he's doing a really good job of presenting it like the way he's presenting it is like, this information is so not credible. I'm not going to bother. I'm not like, he's presenting it to the jury. Like, I'm not going to waste your time. Like, dear jury, I'm not going to waste your time by even bothering to get the Elmo, shout out to the Elmo, and putting up this useless information that is inaccurate, right? It's clever.
Different times. Do you think there would be any relevance to whether the number of feet per step and all those different increments was extremely consistent?
Is there any relevance to it?
Would it maybe suggest the same person was walking?
Objections overruled.
I would have to. I didn't do the feet per step, so I'd have to see the data.
I understand that. And the
Yeah.
question is, would there be any relevance to an investigation to seeing that the feet per step were extremely consistent for disparate time periods?
And I will say this real quick on this matter. Technology, as we know, comes a long way quickly. I wonder what it's like now, because at the time, like when this was going on, right? Well, so the trial was 2023. Yes. But of course, at the time when they were investigating at the murders, it was 2021. And as we know, what they're saying is like, what we had at the time was we had step data, right, from the iPhone or whatever phone. In this case, it was iPhones, but that it can't give you distance, right? We know that's the case here, that it's counting steps, but it's not doing distance. So I'm trying to think because, like, for example, on my phone I have a running app. And what I will say about the running app, I'm wondering if this is newer technology, but essentially the running app that I have, I know for a fact, like I used to think that it was tracking your distance by GPS because you can map out, like it'll map out like where you're going and then it'll tell you how far you've run and then it'll calculate all your stuff, right? Your distance, whatever. But it has an outdoor mode and a treadmill mode. And so the idea is like, for example, if you're running on a treadmill, so you're not going anywhere, obviously, it'll still track your distance. So it's tracking it not by your actual GPS movement, right? It's tracking it, which is what I initially thought and what would make sense. It's tracking it based off of your steps. So, but what I've also noticed to that end, like when he's saying it's not accurate, this is actually really important because if they can, my point is if they can improve this technology, this could be really helpful in the future because was someone running, right? What was essentially what we're getting at here is, there's bumps, right? The phone is recording when they say steps, the phone is sensing a jolt, right? It's like a vibration. So it's this, that's why they say if you're driving, it's not going to do it. But if you're walking, running, right? And then it's just counting how many times and then it's giving a set period of time. So it could be that in 5 minutes, somebody's going quickly and then slowing down, right? That type of thing. And then it's going to give you an average. So is it still helpful? Yes. But what would be more helpful is if it could give you the distance per step and that type of thing, right? So what I will say is with this running app, I've noticed, because like when it's warm, I'll go running regularly. I don't go when it's cold because I go outside. But what I've noticed is that I would do the same route because I have it like mapped out and it's in my neighborhood. Like I can do the same route. And what I've noticed is that at the end of the run, what gives you all your information, there's times where the distance is quite different. But what I mean by that is like, if I know, I'll just make it up as an example. I know something is, for example, like exactly 6.2 miles, let's say, right? because I've driven it in the car and I've used the odometer and I've like used the GPS, whatever. I know exactly the distance, right? But then I go on a run and I run the same route, and sometimes it might be a little bit more, sometimes it might be a little bit less. That's because it's calculating the distance based on the steps. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but my point is that I can see how what he's saying is it's not really all that reliable. But if they can continue to perfect that technology, that could be really helpful, right? Because how many cases have we, the cell phone information has been invaluable, right? And the step data has been really important, not just in this case, but in others. But the more information they can get from that, right? Like it could really tell us a lot more about certain crime scenes and events leading up to them. So yeah.
Phone.
Like I said, this was just a tool that we used. It could be, it just was not explored.
And if this time period, 8:53 with Maggie Murdaugh's steps to 8:55:32, if the distance covered in that time were short, meaning she was moving particularly slowly, could that have any relevance?
It depends,
it would.
but that
It
distance
would.
is,
It
we're told,
would.
is highly inaccurate.
Yeah. I mean, they're both
And
right.
everything isn't,
They're both right. It's inaccurate. We don't have, essentially, we don't have the technology. Barbara's right. It would be relevant. It would be great to know how fast was she moving and when, right? But we don't have that technology yet, is essentially the point.
an estimate. So even the
It
steps,
reminds me of an Office reference for anyone who watches The Office with Michael Scott. There's an episode where he, I'm going to paraphrase the quote, but it's something like, we don't know what goes on. Sorry, I'm already laughing. We don't know what goes on inside the tiger's mind. We don't have the technology yet. Love it.
we're told by the phone expert that's an estimate. That's not an exact number. The same, I would assume, for the distance.
So you don't think, you did not check to see if the speed at which Maggie Murdaugh was moving on that very last increment, the last time the phone says she was ever walking, there was no, how fast is she going? Is she running? Is she creeping? No one looked at that.
Well, yeah, they can't. Facts on evidence is right, Creighton. Good job.
Objections overruled.
I did not look at that. No, I cannot say for anyone else.
And the same question for Alex Murdaugh. Did anyone look for, I think you have, over 8 of these increments listed out, whether he was going particularly fast, unusually fast for him, unusually slow for him, the same speed he always goes. Did anyone look at that?
The answer is
All
he
we
already
have here
knows.
is the
Maybe
data
no,
that
because they can't
is on
say.
the
He already
sheet.
knows.
And you do have these steps per minute, but do you have any data suggesting that within, and I'll pick one just to make the question simpler, Alex Murdaugh's first.
Right. I'll just pick one to make it simpler. Yeah, right. You're making it
I'll pick an even
complicated.
easier one. Entry number 30,
Okay.
which is when he's at Alameda and then part of when he's leaving Alameda. Is that correct?
That is correct, based by the time.
And it says 60 steps over almost just a little short of 10 minutes.
I believe so. Yep.
So, of course, it's slightly more than 6 steps per minute, which would be a step
correct.
every 10 seconds. So this time period is not saying that he's going that many steps per minute, right? It's saying he walked and then he didn't walk and he walked. Is that fair?
It's just giving us an analysis, a general overview of
Poor guy.
know,
Poor
our
Rudofski. I mean, he's like, dude,
steps that it
I've
gives
answered
us,
this
and then
like a million
estimated
times.
steps per minute. That's all it is. It's just a general.
Well, I'll just ask open-ended.
It's-
Why is this last column steps per minute here? Why are you presenting this?
It is what it is, man.
It's just another way
Data.
to present the data.
So turning back to, I think we were on page 19.
Okay.
And Maggie Murdaugh's phone is walking.
Okay. We're coming up on his mistake.
Now, we had from previous
Okay.
testimony an activation of the Siri user interface with the side button. Did you recall that from previous testimony?
I do not, but it could have been.
The Siri interface can be activated by squeezing and holding the right button on the phone. Do you know that?
I believe so. If you have it, activated to do that.
After that, there's some orientation changes, and then finally, the screen goes off, I believe, for an more extended period of time at
Oh,
8:55:36.
cross-examination.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, does that fact that we aren't seeing anything after 8:55:36, does that mean that she was dead at 8:55:36?
Like I said, this is just data that I plotted.
So the answer is no?
I don't
It
know
does
that
not
answer.
mean that?
I have to go by the data here, and there's no activity.
Right.
You can take that however you want, but there's no activity.
I mean, is it fair, and this isn't trying to be tricky, if use of the phone ceases as time goes on, it's more and more likely there's something amiss, right? The first second no
assume
one's
so,
using
yeah.
the phone is normal. I mean, someone might easily go, even Paul might go 5 minutes without using his phone, but as you keep
Yeah,
on, it
I
gets a
would
little
say
more likely
that's not
something's
really
wrong.
all that correct.
Is that fair?
I would say so.
Okay.
But
So
you have
it's not an immediate thing that, well, the last
Witness be able to finish the answer he started?
I apologize, Your Honor. I honestly thought he had finished.
Okay, hang on, guys. We're getting to the part.
So it wouldn't be fair to say that if the last usage was at some particular second that the person was dead that second, right? It would create an inference that would increase in strength over time that no one's using the phone, something's wrong, right?
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't have the knowledge on that.
So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the
Here.
house, right, from 8. It got left at the house. So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right, from 8. It got left at the house. It's not going anywhere.
Did you guys catch that? This is what I was referring to earlier, the mistake he makes that I don't know that anyone has noticed it or mentioned it. I didn't notice it until I was putting all this together. It's easy to miss it because he's saying something that as a listener, as a listener is like common knowledge. But the fact that he says it, I'm gonna rewind it one more time. I want y'all to see if you notice this is a big, in my opinion, this is like interesting, right? It's like a slip of the tongue type of thing. Here, let's see. Let's hear it one more time.
The last usage was at some particular second that the person was dead that second, right? It would create an inference that would increase in strength over time that no one's using the phone, something's wrong, right?
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't have the knowledge on that.
So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right, from 8. It got left at the house. So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right, from 8. It got left at the house. It's not
Do y'all
going
see what
anywhere.
I'm saying there? Initially, he was fine. If he had just said Alex's phone is at the house, think about the difference here. If he had just said it, so Alex's phone is at the house, that wouldn't necessarily be anything significant. But when he says it got left at the house, Alex's phone, we know he says, we know Alex's phone is at the house, and then he clarifies his own statement by saying it got left at the house. When he says that, what he's saying is Alex was not there taking a nap. Like, this is a mistake. This is, in my opinion, it's almost him conceding the fact that he knows Alex was doing the murders in a way, right? Like, that's a huge one. Because remember, Alex hasn't taken the stand yet, right? The jury has not heard from his own mouth him admitting that he was there. They know that he was there, but they haven't heard him say he was there and that he wasn't napping and all that, right? But for the defense attorney to say it before that's been coming out from Alex himself, like that, in other words, they haven't conceded that yet, right? Because they need Alex. Alex has to concede that fact before they can carry on. So let me show you one more time because I think this is really, really interesting.
The last usage was at some particular second that the person was dead that second, right? It would create
like he's admitting
an inference
that
would
Alex's
increase in
phone was
strength
at the
over
house
time
and
that
Alex
no
was
one's
not
using
at the
phone,
house.
Something's wrong, right?
Because he was at the kennels.
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't have the knowledge on
That's
that.
Barber saying
So,
that like
and we
it's
know
common
that
knowledge, right? Which it is.
Alex's phone is at the house, right? From
Exactly,
8, it got
super
left at
planner
the
girl.
house.
Exactly. He was supposed to be asleep at the house, right? That was his
So,
whole-
and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right? From 8, it got left at the house. That's
It got left at, not only
It's not-
that,
it's-
to add to it more, it got left at the house shows on Alex's part an intentional, right? That Alex left the house and intentionally left the home, left the phone behind. He says it got left at the house. But now listen to how he tries to fix it. He tries to fix it. He tries to fix it. He catches it. That, and if anything, that just shows that he knows that was a slip up, right? Because he realizes what he just said. Now he tries to fix it.
It's not going anywhere since it was up the house with the family.
I just show no activity on it.
Right.
You can assume it is at the house.
But it started showing activity again at 9:02 and 18 seconds. That's when the steps start.
That is correct. 283 steps.
So from that 8:55:36 to 9:02 with a minute and some seconds to get up to the house, it would have like 5 minutes if it were him to do everything and get back to the house in his house to the phone. 5 minutes.
I think you're missing that the phone was actually locked at 8:49 for Maggie's phone. So the 8:55:36 is just when the backlight is off, but her
I
phone
appreciate
locks.
this when Rudofski's like able to kind of see through the BS and like correct him. Like he kind of gains a little bit more, takes a little bit of the reins back again.
Forever at 8:49.
But it's moving around, right, at 8:53. You didn't look at the speed at which it's moving, but that could tell us something. There's a Siri activation.
Yeah, counsel
That's
testifying.
my question, Your Honor.
He's
What's the
testifying.
question?
Her phone is moving around, starting at 8:53,
Not a question.
comma. There's
Comment.
a Siri activation near the start of that time, comma, and then there's a camera activation during this time, and some orientation changes, and then it goes off. Is that all correct?
That's
It's
correct.
so funny.
Okay.
Attorneys have such a loose
And you don't
definition
know
of
how fast the phone was
word-
moving during that
of what a
period that
question
is
is,
known,
right?
as no one has looked. Is that correct?
So everything is estimation with the phone. It does not track your exact, speed or distance.
Poor guy. I mean,
or
he's like,
steps.
I've
It's
said this
all
a trillion
estimated.
times.
So an exact numbers is unknown.
And you have, I assume from your testimony, you don't know why someone would take Maggie's phone but not Paul's phone?
I would not know. I mean, I'm not there.
I mean,
I would not
given
know.
your job as a SLED agent, I mean, would the fact that
But
the camera was, the phone was in someone's hand and it was attempted to take a picture, would that be an inference you could draw? as
He
to
never
why
said
that
it
phone was
attempted to
taken?
take a picture, from what I heard, but you'd have to ask a technical expert on exactly what that camera function was for.
Well, you see, the thing is that the technical experts, they're not going to say either, are they? It's some investigator is going to have to make some inferences from the data, and the question is it a fair inference that if the camera's in somebody's hand and they're trying to take a picture, that might be why the killers take that phone and not the phone that's in somebody's pocket?
So the way I,
Your Honor.
What's the basis for the objection?
Argumentative.
What's the response by the defense? Any response?
Your Honor, I'm asking the investigator whether,
What you're asking is the response to the objection is argumentative.
Your Honor, I do not believe it's argumentative. I'm asking if an inference would be fair.
I overrule the objection.
so the inference I'm looking at it is that the
Barbara's doing a great. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him. I was thinking about the phone thing, and I was thinking about like if you wanted to try to be smart, like let's say you're Alex, and like how could you have done better besides not being Alex, not being a murderer, and all the other things. Like what I was thinking is that, well, it wouldn't be 100% because the car is still a problem. But like the best thing he could have done would have been like perhaps go over to Alameda earlier in the day to his mom's house and like, leave his phone there. Like you can even leave it on, right? It doesn't matter if it's off or on. Like leave it at the house somewhere, right? And then go and do all the murders. What I was trying to think is like, the phones, you could use the phone ostensibly, especially okay, if they have no, if you don't have a vehicle, let's say, because he's got the car. Let's say you're on foot and you don't have a vehicle. How is it that people can track your whereabouts? Well, you have eyewitnesses, right? Security cameras, stuff like that. But the phone is the main thing. So, ostensibly, I'm not trying to give anyone advice on how to be a criminal because don't do that. But I'm just trying to think it through. The phone, you could Super Planning Girl says, if Chelsea comes up on charges one day, we know how she got away with it. Phone tomfoolery. Y'all, I have a really great story to tell you guys. Maybe I'll save this for intermission about when if my mom is still listening, it's the knife wielder story. I thought it was yield. Now I know it's wield, knife wielder story. But from when I was in high school auditioning for music conservatories I had a knife at the airport. It's a really good story. It's not long. I'll tell it at the intermission. But yes, phone tomfoolery is exactly right. But if you could use the phone, you could if you were smart. Okay, take Brian Koberger, for example, right? Where are they going wrong? Let me get to the point. Where are they going wrong? Perhaps where they're going wrong is just turning it off or putting it in there. Here, sorry, I totally just scared of it. God. Okay. Where are they going wrong? They're turning the phone off or they're putting it in airplane mode when what they could be doing is trying to put it somewhere strategically, right? What I mean is leave the phone on and put it somewhere else and be that's where I was, right? If you, Wifey says that noise was my favorite. Wifey, you missed a story about a bear. Also, I need to, you have to see my new intro thing. I'll have to show you guys that, show Wifey that. But yeah, so essentially if you can use the phone to your advantage, instead of just turning it off, because then it looks sus, right? Why is it off? Why is it in airplane mode, right? I was napping. I was driving around at night in the white Elantra, whatever. What if you take the phone and you just put it somewhere else entirely and leave it on and try to make it anyway, I don't know if that's making sense, but of course, there's other ways that they can prove where someone is or isn't. But my point, I guess, is if you're going to bother with the phone to be I'm going to turn it off or put it in airplane mode so they can't track me, take it a step further and be yeah, I'm going to leave the phone on and go and put it in the next city over or at the house and I'll meet her ahead of time, right? Anyway, T-Pain, you got to see my new little intro thing here real quick because there's a friend that we know and love. Some people here are going to be I've seen this a million times. And I apologize, but hopefully you're not getting sick of it. It's short and it's cute.
Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
I have to do it one more time. When I play that, it mutes my mic, so you guys can't hear me laughing. But every time it plays, just so you know, when you hear it and you're I've seen this a million times, every time it plays, I'm dying laughing, but it mutes my microphone automatically. Because it's Nightbot to the rescue to help EDB. DJ Nightbot, rather. Let me just be specific. DJ Nightbot to the rescue to help EDB make sense. Let's just one more time. Just one more time.
Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Y'all, I love it so much. I wish you could hear me laughing. I love DJ Nightbot so much, and I love that so much. It's my favorite thing. That's why I keep playing it. Yes, DJ Nightbot. And so because she says, someone make it make sense. And that's the theme. It's so funny because it's so relevant. That's what I've been saying, right? In other words, I heard her say that by happenstance after I had already named the last episode and this episode, and that was the theme. Because the last one was making sense out of nonsense, and this one is making nonsense out of sense. And then literally And that when she's saying that, it's actually from this day in trial, right? And she says, someone make it make sense. And I'm like, wait, but that's what I'm trying to do. Oh my God. Yes, Nightbot. Yes. No, I think that is essential. Yeah. So, and the only thing I feel like I need to do a version of DJ Nightbot where he has like superhero cape on, because that's kind of what I'm picturing in that intro. I'm glad you guys like it. Thank you so much for your support. And Wifey says that's our husband. Yeah. So there's also another backstory with this DJ. I know I said it. I'll tell you all the intermission. I will. I promise I will. But DJ Nightbot has a lot of roles and a lot of jobs besides starring in the musical DJ Nightbot the musical. He's also our husband, as in me and Wifey. It's just a long story. And that's, and Wifey says that's what she pictures too. Yeah. And he can speak Russian. He can, and that's part of, it's one of the perks. Oh my God. I love it so much. Okay. So yes. All right. I don't even remember what was happening because now so many fun things, but I'm going to make a note to remember to tell y'all the knife wielder story at intermission. I hope my mom hears that part because she's going to die laughing. Yeah.
Camera was trying to identify a face to unlock, which it did not. So that is the inference that I would look at that instead of taking a photo from a layperson perspective.
Right, except that's not an inference an investigator would make, correct? A technical expert would go and see what triggered the camera activation and tell that to an investigator, correct?
I was not, but I am not the technical person.
And I think we covered in some previous questioning that the testimony has been that that's knowable, but no one has checked. I kind of switch over to...
I love that he just doesn't even answer it. I love that. Good for you, Rudofski.
And just to sort of summarize everything up, there doesn't seem to be any missed activity until the unread text message from Rogan at 8:49:35. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it correct that his screen does not ever come on again until after the 911 call?
Okay.
His screen
Where
coming
we
on?
are now
Yes, sir.
in space and time, we're wrapping up cross here now. So just so y'all know what we have coming up, we'll have a little bit of the redirect and I think there's like a brief recross. But just to put it into perspective, after that, the prosecution rests. So this was their last witness for their case in chief. And remember from the last episode, we saw they had an epic finale, right? They had freaking David Owen with the third interview. They had freaking Ryan Kelly with the side of the road and the phone call interview thing and all that. The Redbeard, Wifey's probably missed, if she's missed that, you might have missed quite a bit, T-Pain, of bombshell kind of moments here, I think. But because that was one that no one had kind of caught. So, but yeah, so during that, and then so we had Ryan Kelly with all that, and then we had Rudofski with and we had Kenny Kinsey, right? And then we had Rudofski with this epic timeline going through it all with the GM data. And so here he is on cross, right? And the reason I'm mentioning this is because as we come up into the end of this with the prosecution resting, we have to keep that in mind of where we came from, this epic finale, because it's going to make us appreciate even more when here shortly the defense brings their first witness. And if you haven't seen it, it is something special. I'll say that much.
I believe it dies shortly after at like 10:30, so I think 10:36.
And I'm aware of the screen
Okay.
coming on after the 911 call, but I'm asking, did it come on at any time between this text from Rogan and those after 10 o'clock times?
Let me just double check. I show a display screen on at 10:20:08.
Okay, so the answer is no?
It does turn on. That's what you asked, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was asking if it turns on before the 911 call.
Before the 911 call. I'm not seeing a screen on before the 911 call. And that 9 to.
So
10
incoming
o'clock time
text
frame.
messages or calls, if they were received, did not cause the screen to come on.
That is correct.
Now, I think the previous testimony was that whoever, if anyone saw his lock screen before the phone went dead, after the 911 call, would have seen the yo text. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
They would have also seen this 849 text, right?
The 849.
35. Or at least a notification that there were multiple texts, correct?
I would assume so, that's correct.
And there were at least 4 incoming calls from Rogan between 9:10 and 10:08. Is that correct?
I'm going to go off of your account.
9:10 and 20.
Look at Barbara trying to confuse everything. I was going to say, wifey, just remember with Kenny Kinsey that remember how well he handles Poot being like, what do I call you? Do I call you this? Do I call you that? Do I da da da? And then he's like, you can call me whatever you like. And then Poot makes some sort of stupid joke and like, you don't want me to do that or whatever. And how he handles it just with like, doesn't even faze him. That's why I was just saying like, anyway, he's like, I don't think he has like a bone in his body that could get frustrated or agitated really. So, and what I will do too, also when we have our little intermission, which happens after the defense first witness that I was just mentioning, I'll replay that Redbeard clip and we're going to do that Redbeard deep dive as well. So
8 seconds, 9:42 and 17 seconds. I think there's one at 9:57,
Okay.
one at 10:08.
Correct.
The
sure
one at
you say
10:08,
so.
that would be during the 911 call, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be during the 911 call, before Alex Murdaugh leaves the scene to go up to the house and come back.
Based on the data, that's correct.
We don't actually know why the screen came on those 2 times.
No one knows, Barbara. Yeah, I'm like,
9:18,
move on.
and then
Right.
10:18, and then 10:20.
So good.
We do not.
You know how long the screen stayed on those times?
I do not have that.
You don't know if it was 12 seconds? Okay.
He wants those I don't know.
At
That's
the
what you
second
want.
one of those, the 10:20:08 screen on.
Give Barbara what he wants. Say
doesn't
I don't know.
Alex Murdaugh's phone indicate he's walking at that time?
So it, we have a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean he's walking during the whole time, but that is.
Right, and it's like,
that
we've
is what
covered this already.
I'm sorry, let me just ask, is this the start? Your Honor, this is a clarification.
Did you?
Let him finish his
the
answer.
witness starts talking, then you start talking?
Yeah.
Who's
Judge
talking?
Newman, I feel you.
Were you talking?
Who was talking?
So the phone parses the data. It gives you a start time and an end time.
Oh my
Doesn't
God.
mean they're walking during that whole time.
My mom, if she's still listening, I don't know if she's still listening because I have said this and I haven't seen her respond. But whenever I was growing up, my mom would always I just was thinking she would have this thing where like if she was doing something around the house or whatever, and then she would just like completely forget what she was doing. She would sing. We in my family we sang everything. Like we didn't talk, we sang pretty much. So there were songs for everything. But like she had this thing, so she would go, what am I doing and why am I doing it? Exactly like that with that interval, which is a tritone at the end. So yeah, what am I doing and why am I doing it? Really dramatic like that every time. Anyway, yep.
It just takes a start time and end time and gives you that data.
Sure.
So to say that someone's walking during the whole time would be, unreasonable.
After the 911 call, was Rogan the first person Alex Murdaugh called?
After the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
Calls at 10:06:14. That you said Alex called?
Yes, the first person he called after hanging up with 911. Was it Rogan?
I have at 10:17:46, he calls Randy Murdaugh.
And that's his brother, correct?
That is correct.
Who was the second person he called?
He iMessages Randy, and then...
I mean, if we know nothing
calls
else,
Randy
it's that we know
Murdaugh.
Alex
Yeah.
called
And
freaking
then John
everybody
Marvin.
and tried to get them to come over,
John
right?
Marvin is
You know
another
that.
brother,
That's
correct.
been
At
established.
10:19.
I don't know why, I wouldn't,
And then the third time
Focus on
person he
that,
calls
you
is
know,
Rogan, is that
defense.
correct?
At that time, yes.
And is that about 2 minutes and 30 seconds after that first screen on time?
That's correct.
Okay. So not immediate, not the first person.
I think you're referring to that question that was previously during the 911 call. This is all after the 911 call.
Right. The question is, it's about 2.5 minutes after Paul's phone screen comes on that there's a call to Rogan, and it's the third person that Alex Murdaugh calls. Is that correct?
That was at 9:08, wasn't the screen on?
No, 10:18 and 53 seconds.
That'd be correct.
Okay. So I think we went over that anyone who was looking at could see what was on Paul's screen, would see multiple missed messages, calls from Rogan right on the screen.
I would assume.
Even a call coming in during the 911 call.
I would assume, but
Okay, so as an investigator, do you think it would be terribly unreasonable that after calling other family members, someone would call the person who is the best friend of the dead son, who had multiple missed messages and calls, and even a call coming in during the 911 call? Is calling that person to ask what happened, what's going on, is that, to you as an investigator, an unreasonable thing to do after calling other family members?
this is danger, y'all. Okay,
as an investigator, I think that would be.
okay. Yay. Okay, we're coming to the end of this cross. And also, I think this is another kind of a slip up from Barbara, right? Yeah. We see this, we're going to see this with Jim as well. Actually, it's going to be what I'm thinking of will be happening in the next episode, the one that I've been editing now. But, sometimes with these defense attorneys, and I don't know, I won't say that we see this in every trial, but in this trial, there's a lot of unique circumstances. But sometimes it's like, whether it's an expert or a law enforcement agent or a lay witness, right? Like a family member or a friend, they always say, don't ask a question you don't know the answer to, right? That's always the rule of thumb. But every now and again, they feel like they're getting on a roll, right? And then they feel like they're getting the answers they want, and then they push it, and then they slip up. Like, because once if you're the defense, right, and you're on cross, like, and you ask a question and you don't like what they're saying, you can't just cut them. Like, we see people try to do it, right? But you can't object. So, and then you're stuck with that answer. So it's like right now, what I'm hearing is he is asking Rudofski to pretty much speculate here about what he would do in this situation. And to me, I'm like, danger, because you don't want to keep letting him answer these questions, right? So let's see what happens.
Very odd, given the scene and the whole situation, that you're on the phone constantly.
T-Pain. Wifey
That
says
you're
you should be a
standing there
lawyer,
next
Charles.
to your dead son, his phone is ringing with
Yes,
someone, and you call that person after calling other people.
Wifey, I've thought about it many times going to law school. I really have, many times. And I think my dad went to law school also, even though he had a PhD in music. I hear this a lot, though. There's a lot of similarities for sure.
Yes,
That would be
because I am
Music.
standing over
Wow.
my son and wife, and it's just witnessing that for the first time. I would
This.
think that would be, to have someone on their phone constantly like that, right after, given the scene and the situation, yes, as an investigator, I would
See?
think that is very,
It wouldn't be someone trying to find
pushed
out
it too far.
what happened.
at that moment, that would be the last thing that would probably come through my mind as an investigator, looking at the scene, is trying to figure out what happened minutes after I discover it. I'd be in a state of shock if that was me personally.
And speaking of a state of shock,
Ready to try and fix it. Speaking of a state
I
of
think
shock.
you have in the timeline later on.
I mean, he does
read
Barbara's
some
doing a great
spam
job. Like,
text
what can you
message
do, right?
about-
Yeah.
I think there's a picture of a woman in a bikini,
I wouldn't call it a spam text message. It's from Michael Gunn, who would be one of his
a
friends.
group text.
A group text, yeah.
And
That
then he
is so
Googles
funny.
the name of a
Well,
restaurant.
that's so funny how he tries to categorize that as spam from Michael Gunn. Like we all heard from AKA Forge Daddy. He's trying to categorize that as spam. Psh. Wifey, thank you for your comments. You're so sweet. I love you so much. Yeah, that let me rewind that real quick so y'all can hear, because I mean that's hilarious. But Rudofski's not having any of this shit from him.
And it's just witnessing that for the first time. I would think that would be to have someone on their phone constantly like that right after, given the scene and the situation. Yes, as an investigator, I would think that is very.
It wouldn't be someone trying to find out what happened.
At that moment, that would be the last thing that would probably come through my mind as an investigator, looking at the scene, is trying to figure out what happened minutes after I discover it. I'd be in a state of shock if that was me personally.
And speaking of a state of shock, I think you have in the timeline later on, he reads some spam text message about, I think there's a picture of a woman in a bikini.
I wouldn't call it a spam text message. It's from Michael Gunn, who would be one of his
A
friends.
group text.
A group text, yeah.
And then he Googles the name of a restaurant,
Barbara.
Resto Beach. Is that correct?
That is what comes up on his phone extraction.
And doesn't he also call a videographer he hadn't spoken to in years?
Can you give me a page number to refer to?
Yes. Page 42, Brian White, last entry.
That's what the data shows.
So he would seem to be in a state of shock. None of that makes any sense, does it?
I know.
You're not gonna
I'm so
Google the
happy.
name
I
of a
love
restaurant
you
after you
guys.
find your son murdered.
I'm not Alex Murdaugh. I don't know what he was thinking at
Yes.
that moment. Probably wouldn't be on my phone.
Really, you wouldn't be calling family?
Here we go. Another
I might be calling
Danger.
family, but I wouldn't be.
Danger.
The testimony
Danger.
was that Rogan
Danger.
was family.
don't.
If you ask a
Barbara
question, if
speaking
you want him to
again.
answer, you have to give him an opportunity to answer.
See?
Proceed.
See,
I would not be Googling and doing other things with my phone, no.
danger.
You think he was, do you believe he was Googling a restaurant, or do you think he was fat fingering the phone because he was in shock?
I have to go off of the data, and that's what the data shows.
And you believe that calling family and calling someone that the prior testimony was like another son is unreasonable in the circumstances?
I would say so, yes. Given
See, he
the
did-
fact that you just arrived to the scene, yes.
And had just arrived to the scene, had actually been there at that point, 15, 20, 25 minutes, correct?
That's correct. I'd be doing anything I could to help my loved ones.
This, now, kind of turning back to Maggie's phone, her screen
Barbara.
was on at 9:06 and 12 seconds, right? That last orientation change?
Let me flip back to it. You said her screen was on?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Yeah, her phone was locked, but her screen, yeah, for the orientation from previous testimony, the screen had to be on for it to log the orientation changes.
So there was some movement of the phone.
Oh, y'all, there's
between
some really
9:06
good.
and
That's
12
what she
seconds
says
and
in
9:06
this one
and
as
20
well
seconds.
coming up.
That'd be my understanding given previous testimony, correct?
Who sets it up?
And in
Really
this
good.
period,
With,
9:02
his expert witness.
to 9:06 and 47 seconds,
It's like it's honestly it's
Alex
like
Murdaugh is
I don't
walking,
know
I
how
think,
the
283
gallery
steps in
will
that
hold it together. with some of this stuff coming up.
time period.
In that timestamp period, correct?
Yeah. But her phone is not.
Like I would have been kicked out for laughing.
No one's walking. with
I
her
would have
phone.
fallen out of the pew
The
laughing.
phone is not logging any kind of steps. I don't know if someone's walking with it, but it's not logging steps at that time.
But at that time, Alex Murdaugh's phone is logging steps.
His phone's logging from 9:02:18 to 9:06:47. I believe her last log was in the 8 o'clock, the 8:53 to 8:55.
And at 9:06 and 14 or 15 seconds, Alex Murdaugh calls her phone, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, ring a ding ding.
Calls her phone while walking.
Ring a ding ding.
Or in a period in which his steps are being recorded by the phone, to be specific.
There's a begin time and an end time.
And we're
because
going to
not
talk
walking-
about. I have big plans. I know it seems like there's been a lot of interruptions that I've done myself. Like it all started with the bear, but I do have plans. And when we take that little intermission and we're going to talk about the 1 minute on the railroad tracks, and we're going to do the little red beard deep dive, we're going to talk about what they're discussing, which is this phone call to Maggie and the timing of that. Because, and this is especially for you, Super Planner Girl, because I know you've put a lot of thought into this as well. And Kit Smits, who I don't think is here right now, but she was also talking about, we were talking about this last episode and looking at Maggie's phone calls, like Alex calling Maggie and where that lines up with things. I went back and I looked at this again, and I will talk about how that lines up with him spending the 1 minute on the train tracks when he's leaving Almeda and he pauses for a minute. We'll get there.
A couple seconds, couple minutes into it, it doesn't give us that precise data from these phone distractions.
Yeah, and Wifey's saying not Pawpaw and Mags. Interestingly, too, what we learned from going over that timeline is we see all their text messages and we see how people have contacts saved. His nickname for her that he had in his phone was Maggie May, as an MAE. He called her Maggie May. That was the contact in the phone also. I know. Black Widow, you're 100% right. I know. She and I have been in communication about this on Discord. I love her so much. She's been taking notes. We've been talking about this, but I wanted to, I wanted to have it's a good point when I have this intermission. I know you guys like what is happening. Y'all will see. I put this intermission on purpose where it is because I feel like it is a good place for the intermission. So I'm trying to stick to my plan.
And that time period that he stops walking is 9:06 and 47 seconds, correct? And the car, the Chevy Suburban, starts a second later after that, right?
From the data, correct.
So it's a fair inference that he ends that by walking to the car, getting in and turning it on.
Your
I'm not
mom
sure
was
when
walking to
exactly
the
he
car,
got in the
Barbara.
car
That's how
or
I feel
how long he
right
was
now.
in the car before, but this is what the timestamps show, and this is what the vehicle start time shows, and the end time for the steps.
So his phone is walking, while he calls Maggie's phone, which is moving, but not stepping with him. Is that what the data shows?
That's your inference on the data, but
Well, I mean, breaking it down, his phone is in a period of steps, correct?
unknown when there is steps
Just
during that period.
his phone is in this time period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone is not in any period of steps, correct?
Correct.
I should have added a ticker for
Her
steps.
phone in this
Too late now.
time period when phone calls coming in, 9:06, 12 seconds, 20 seconds, there's some motion because there's an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And he's calling the phone during this period that his phone's in steps, right, at that moment, right?
I cannot say that he's actually in steps at 9:06:12.
Yes, and you said it, but his phone says there's this period that he's walking, and in that period, between the start and end times, he's calling her phone.
The gallery's looking antsy.
That is
if you
correct.
watch
Well, you can
their-
see during
watch-
911 call,
They look
too,
like they're
that
done with this in a way.
I mean, there's
I don't blame
times
them.
where
I'm done with
someone
it.
could be stopped, someone
Like,
could be
okay,
walking,
Barbara,
so
okay, we get
we
it,
don't know
phone,
if
steps,
he
blah, blah,
stopped
blah.
at 9:05:15. And
But again,
the
it is a good
orientation changes and
cross-examination.
he's
That's
right
why
at the
I
car.
wanted
I
to
don't
play
know that.
so much of
Do
this.
we know,
Because he does
we'll
to
put
look
this,
at
do we have
he does a
any
good job,
evidence
except for his couple mistakes.
that her phone and his phone ever moved together?
Now that's a
Not
good
speculation,
question.
but evidence showing that
That's a
they're
good
moving
question.
together. Same person moving at the same time with both phones.
It's a good question.
Moving together, like physically moving, or functioning in like,
Yes, that they're both moving, the same
This is a
person
problem,
is
right? 'Cause
carrying
we
both
don't
phones, they're
have
moving
that.
at the same time.
It's really not a problem. Ends up
I
not
would
being a
argue
problem,
that between
but-
9:06:12 and 9:20, that the same person has both phones.
Because there's an
Rudofski's
orientation change and
holding
no
his
steps on this
ground.
phone.
You have an
and steps on this
He's
phone.
like,
you have an
"You're
orientation
not
change
tricking me,
starting
Barber.
while someone's
No,
calling
sirree, not today.
looking at the
Today's not
phone.
the day, Barber.
during that time period.
And would it perhaps be reasonable that someone has that phone and an incoming call comes in, the screen says Alex Murdaugh, and he gets tossed out a window? Is that another
comment.
fair,
Comment from
possible
me.
explanation?
There's a problem with that, and no one catches it. There's a problem with that. No one catches it. Remember what I was just saying about the phones, the contacts? There's a problem. No one catches it. Maggie had Alex saved in her phone as Paw, P-A, Paw, not Alex Murdaugh. So let me rewind that real quick so you can hear again. Now, when I say this is a mistake, like this is not a mistake that Barbara makes. This is, if anything, intentional. But no one caught it in terms of the witness or the prosecution or whatever. Like no one was like, well, hang on, this doesn't make any sense. Because what he's saying is if let's say it's a 5'2" child, for example, okay, or whoever alternative, right, did the murders and they have the phone. What he's suggesting is perhaps they saw that Alex was calling and so they ditched the phone. But yes, wifey, that's correct. PA, Paw. That was how she had Alex in her phone. Also, that's what Paul had in his phone. Both Maggie and Paul had Alex in their phone as Paw. So it seems like that was what they called him. Maybe Buster as well did. They all called him Paw. Yep. And he had Maggie as Maggie May, and he had Paul as Paul, by the way, not Paw. He had it spelled out Paul. That was how he had Paul in his phone. But yes, so do y'all see what I'm saying though? This argument, if you're paying if the jury, let's say, anyone who's like really paying attention and remembers that is going to be like, well, this is a moot point here about someone else seeing Alex Murdaugh calling. What would happen is they would see Paw and they would not know who it is. So you see what I mean? Let me rewind that real quick so y'all can hear it. And just remember that he was not Alex Murdaugh in the phone. He was Paw, and no one would know who that is unless it was a family member.
Starting while someone's calling, looking at the phone during that time period.
And would it perhaps be reasonable that someone has that phone and an incoming call comes in, the screen says Alex Murdaugh, and he gets tossed out a window? Is that another fair, possible explanation?
That could be your explanation.
Why would that explanation be less fair than what you just said, based on the data?
So how you interpret the data.
So this was Mr. Murdaugh's response to being confronted about the pills that you previously read.
I can only assume this is from Alex to Maggie. The text message I read was from Paul to Alex.
So his family was aware of his drug issues, correct? I mean, from the texts.
I would assume from the text.
And he was aware that they were aware, correct?
Correct.
And they appear to be loving and supporting.
Well, this is Alex to Maggie. If you read other text messages, she never responds to this that day, from what I saw.
I left this for a reason.
So I don't know unless you have what she sent
There's a
back.
reason I left this part in.
Or if you can't ask them. I don't know if they were loving and supporting of it. This is from Alex to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to see further text messages. I beg the court's bill.
So, okay. Super Planner Girl asked a great question. Why is he being asked to speculate on this? This is trying to show, like, yeah, it's really kind of silly. He's trying to use this text message from, or whatever, Alex, or voicemail from Alex to Maggie. And you can see there it says Maggie May, right? Him saying, I'm sorry to do this to all of you. I love you. He was trying to argue that this shows that Maggie was supportive of his drug issues, but it doesn't, because all it shows, we don't have Maggie's response. But the reason I've left this part in is because of Barbara, and I've pointed this out before at other times in this trial, where Barbara says, I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to see other text messages. They always do this when they don't have it. Like, we've seen it before. was Jim, I think, the last time I pointed it out. I don't remember who it was with, but it was something similar where they're like, well, we'll get to that, right? We hear this in other trials as well. We'll get to that. But then they never get to it. It's a common thing when it's like they don't have the thing to back it up what they're saying, but they're trying to act like they do and to make the jury think that they had the upper hand on that exchange, right? So let me rewind it again so you can just see. And Sewer Planner Girl asked a great question here. It doesn't. It literally doesn't. And it was objectionable, but like many things, they didn't object. And again, it's my take on it would be the trust in their witness, right? Because he handles it really well. Because if they had objected, he wouldn't have had a chance to answer, but his answer is good. He's like, we don't know how. His answer is, Maggie did not respond to this. That's a good answer. That Maggie didn't respond. So let's hear it again so we can hear this. Let me see if I backed it up enough. New
Questions,
version.
Your Honor.
Let me go back a little bit.
If you read other
Here we go.
text messages, she never responds to this.
There you
that
go.
day, from what I saw. So I don't know, unless you have what she sent back, or if you can't ask them, I don't know if they were loving and supporting of it. This is from Alex to Maggie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm sure
Hold
we'll
on.
have an opportunity to see further text messages.
We don't. He says that. You see what I mean? He's trying to make it seem like
Questions,
he
Your
had the win on that.
Indirect.
He lost on that one. I
May it
think.
please the court. Special Agent Rudofski,
Okay, this will be brief with the redirect and the recross, and then we're getting right on to, again, in real time on this day in trial. They're getting towards the end of the day. They close out this day with the defense's first witness. They follow this epic timeline. They follow the epic, like I said, testimony from Ryan Kelly, Peter. They follow all this epicness with their first witness, who we will see here very shortly. And it's a sight to behold. Also, question for you, wifey, if you're still here. I'm wondering what your, she was wondering about the heights, and she was mentioning the heights of Paul and Alex. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are. Do you have, what are you working on? Do you have a theory? I'm just curious what you're thinking about with those heights, if you want to put that in the chat.
a couple matters I have up on the screen. This is from your cast slides from the defendant's trip coming back from Alameda. Is that right?
That's correct.
And going to this next slide, and this is the trip, what was the max speed the defendant hit on this trip back from Alameda back to Moselle, approximately?
I believe it was around 70. I'm sorry, the trip back to Moselle, that would have been around 80.
80?
Yep, the previous
And
one was around 70.
Did the data...
We get to hear from Buster as well, you guys, on this episode. This is a really good one.
That the vehicle paused for a period of time in the driveway before continuing.
It did.
The
And
pause.
would that pause affect that average speed that you calculated
It would.
in that time?
It would.
And up at the top, tell the jury what time period the data reflects that Maggie Murdaugh's backlight was off.
It shows from 9:07 p.m. to 9:31:44 p.m.
And during the entirety of that time period, does the data reflect that her phone was also locked?
It does.
From 8:53 to 8:55, what does the data reflect? Any steps logged on Maggie's phone?
The data reflects Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone shows 59 steps logged.
Can the data tell who was holding that phone during that time period?
It does not, no.
Can the data bake you a birthday cake? Sure can.
10:20:08.
And the
what
data?
happens, if anything, on Paul's
In
phone?
your house. Nope, sure can't.
Paul's iPhone, it shows display on, screen auto lock.
Can the
Screen
data
auto-lock?
drive your kids to
That's
school? Nope.
What is your understanding again of auto lock?
My understanding of auto lock, so the phone is already locked, but it's just an automatic feature that when the screen turns on, it just auto locks. It just logs it as auto locks even though it's already locked.
Could that be from not recognizing a face?
Either a face or, pushing the button on the side, but yeah.
What's the next
He answers
entry on
that
the
fairly.
timeline after that screen on auto lock on Paul's phone at 10:20:08?
After-
Very next entry at 10/21/25.
Alex calls Rogan. So at 10:20:08, we have that screen on, an auto lock, and at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan Gibson.
In preparing this timeline here today for the jury and for this investigation, what was your specific job with that timeline?
The specific job was just to take all the data that we collected throughout this whole investigation and put it in one concise document.
Synthesize it together in one timeline
That is correct.
from multiple sources.
Yep,
From multiple
there you
sources.
go. He did it.
Provided to
He
you
did the
by
thing.
experts.
Well
That is
done to
correct.
you.
Thank you, Special Agent Rudofski.
Excellent. Excellent. Briefly, I think it is pretty brief.
I think there was some, a question was asked about peak speeds to and from Moselle. Did you look to see if he passed anyone on the way there or back?
How would he know?
What do you mean past anyone?
Ugh.
Like a vehicle?
Yes,
Objection,
that his car
nonsensical.
passed another vehicle
What is it
on
that
2-1
Neil
road.
says?
I don't know how I'd be able to tell that with this data.
Oh my God, how have I forgotten this?
So you don't know if a
Unintelligible.
very fast peak speed was simply gunning it past another car?
I do not. But at that late night hour, I would think that'd be, with, the area, not a lot of
Again,
people out.
He asked him to speculate.
That's
That's
just
what you're
total
going to get.
speculation. You don't know if there's another car.
Don't
Just
ask
like yours
questions
is
you don't
total
know the answer to.
speculation that he
Right.
passed someone.
You don't know.
Correct. Yep, I do not know.
They're
You don't
both
know if there were
speculating
other
now.
cars out there to
Great.
pass. You don't know if he was
Excellent.
passing another car. You just don't know, do
Let's
you?
have a
I do
speculation
not,
party.
just like with your first question.
You also don't know why Paul's phone, the screen came on those
He's
two
getting,
times.
he's like
at 10,
done.
18,
I want to
10,
get off
20.
the stand. I want to go.
I do not
Oh,
physically know.
actually, I think you probably just watched the rest of
That
the trial.
second time
That's
that the
what they'll
phone
do.
came on was, at that moment, Alec was actually on the phone with John Marvin, correct?
At what time?
The second time that the
I like
phone
Barbara's
came
tie
on,
though.
10:20.
Nice color. Periwinkle
and
or
it was
lilac.
8 seconds.
Maybe more of a lilac.
So at 10:20 and 8
it's
seconds,
lilac
that's
or
when we have the
periwinkle?
display on. And at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan
And
Gibson.
at 10, when the display comes on, at that very second,
But I like
Alec Murdaugh was on the phone,
Rudofski's
his phone, with
jacket
John
better.
Marvin, correct?
but I like Barbara's.
If you do the math, I believe so, correct.
Can't we pick out their outfits?
And this was also during a period in which, according to his phone, he's walking around, though again, we don't know if he was walking that exact second. But it's during a period of steps,
It's during a
correct?
period, correct.
Walking around on the phone with John Marvin. No further questions, Your Honor.
Excellent.
Step down.
Done.
As Your Honor
All
knows,
right.
after the evidence is
I forgot we have
closed, if there's a failure of competent evidence tending to prove the charge in the
Right.
indictment.
Okay. All right. We're almost to their case in chief. So this is still the same day. Still the same day. Jury's not present. They're going to make their motion for the directed verdict, which is standard. Everybody does it in criminal trials. And then after that, then we get to their first witness for their case in chief. And I can't wait for that part. I'm so super excited.
The defendant is entitled to a directed verdict. The court should consider only the existence or non-existence of the evidence and not its weight. In this case, Your Honor, the evidence is exclusively circumstantial, and in State v. Dent, the South Carolina Court of Appeals in 2021 explained that the standard to be applied when the state relies upon circumstantial evidence is that all of the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If their circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. And also another legal doctrine that we would point out is
Y'all,
the
Alex
mere presence
taking
of a
notes
scene
during
of a
this, like
crime
an attorney.
without more
I
is
can't.
insufficient to constitute
It's-
guilt.
it's-
The reason I say that legal doctrine, Your Honor, is at most what the state has proven and offered of proof is that the defendant was at the kennels at 8:44. He misstated that he was there, or he lied about he was being down there. And that raises a level of
Also in the
suspicion.
gallery, you can see Joe McCullough there directly behind Alex's head, but on the other side of the aisle thing. That's Jersey's attorney, right? And then not sitting beside him, but beside him, like in back a row, that's Gigi McKelvey.
And that they have concocted a cell phone timeline to come up with a time of death without any actual evidence of time of death. And there is no direct
Foreshadowing
and frankly,
there with that
circumstantial
one.
evidence that
For the time of
prevented
death,
that
we're getting to that.
the defendant shot and killed his wife Maggie or son Paul.
There
As
he
the
is.
evidence
Look, you
established,
guys,
the
there.
murderer would have had blood and biological material
Hold
on
on.
him or her.
Hold on.
The murderer
There
would
he
have
is.
had
I
blood
didn't even notice that.
on his or
Hold
her
on.
clothing. The defendant shot
Here he
and
comes.
killed
Here he comes.
his wife
Here he
Maggie
comes,
or
guys.
son Paul.
I'll pause
As
it.
the evidence is
Right behind Poot. There he is. Do you guys remember him? Oh my God. I just remember this. Like I keep mentioning, I remember watching this trial in real time and the same thing I keep saying. I kept thinking, I couldn't wait to see what they were going to do, right? Like, this was my thought was like, you know, they have such a reputation, right? They've been talking such a big game. I remember when the prosecution rested and I'm like, couldn't wait. Like, what are they going to do? Or, you know, like, I just figured it was going to be like something in my mind, it would have to match, right, the epicness in some way of the way we just finished out with Rudofski, right? Again, it's sort of like, because you don't want to bring in like, you know, you're going to look, how to explain it, you know, because of the fact that they were back to back, they didn't even take a break between. As you'll see here, after this directed verdict, the jury comes in and then it's like they go right into it. You don't want to be underwhelming. Let them put it that way, right? I would think, because the jury's just heard from all this epic information, right? And they've just rested. And then the last thing you would want to do in my mind, if you're the defense, is come in and be underwhelming by comparison. So I was really expecting like fireworks, right? Or something. Like, I was just expecting something crazy. Well, we got something crazy, I'll say that much, but it was not what I was expecting. And that's why it's so incredible what happens with their first witness, who is right there behind Dick Harpootlian, preparing to testify here very shortly.
established the murderer would have had blood and biological material on him or her. The murderer would have had blood on his or her clothing. The murderer would have murder weapons. The murderer or murderers would have evidence of disposing of murder weapons on.
Got rid of all that shit,
and
Jim.
there's no evidence that Alex Murdaugh had any of this. He had no blood from the brutal murder of his son Paul. He had no DNA from Paul on his clothing in an area where you would expect to find it if he had shot his son, which he did not. There's no GSR on his clothing or clothes that is inconsistent with Alec holding a shotgun for protection. The state has proven at most that he was at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. The state does not have proof of time of death.
He has to do this, right? This is
The state has only have proof of when the last time Paul and Maggie used their phones. Most importantly, and as I mentioned earlier, the law is clear. Mere presence at the scene of a crime is insufficient to establish guilt. Although, to be equally clear, Alex Murdaugh was not at the scene of the crime at the time his wife and son were murdered, and there's no evidence that he was. And for that reason, we move for a directed verdict.
Yes, sir. By the state.
Your Honor, looking at the evidence that's been presented by the state, first of all, without detailing every bit of evidence, there's been ample evidence of motive evidence presented in this particular case. The years of embezzlement and theft and the exposure, very significant exposure that the defendant was facing as June the 7th approached, would include the loss of a job, the loss of a career, the loss of his bar license, the loss of years of wealth, the potential to lose everything, in his own words. You've heard evidence about a confrontation June 7th on those matters that very day, as well as the boat hearing that was upcoming. And the effects that would have. Also heard extensive evidence of the defendant's financial condition on that day as it moved forward. Also evidence, Your Honor, of his ongoing narcotics addiction and how those particular things were relevant to what was going on as it related to the victims. There's been evidence, and again, as Your Honor is aware, the evidence must be taken in the light most favorable to the state, that family weapons were used to murder Maggie and Paul. You've heard evidence from the defendant's own mouth about a missing shotgun, and of course we have extensive evidence about the missing blackout, that being the replacement gun. Of course, you've heard evidence that the defendant claimed.
I will say real quick too that directed verdicts aren't just in criminal trials; they happen in civil trials also, and they will always be taken, like Creighton just said, in the light most favorable to, in this case, it's the prosecution, but if it was a or a civil trial, it would be in the light most favorable to the plaintiff. In a criminal trial, for all intents and purposes, the prosecution is like the plaintiff, right? They're the one bringing the charges. So you can think of it that way, like plaintiffs and prosecution, right? The two P's, P and P, like that is how you can remember. Like they're the ones that are bringing the charges. They're the ones that have initiated the proceedings, right? In a civil trial, they've initiated a lawsuit. In a criminal trial, they've brought charges against a suspect, right? If y'all have any other questions about what a directed verdict is, let me know. I'm kind of operating under the assumption that y'all are familiar with it. But if you do have any questions, just let me know and I can explain it further.
That was missing at Christmas time, but there was evidence from Will Loving that gun was present and being used, including at the side of the house as late as turkey season, just a couple months prior to the murders. And that
I have to say real quick, there's so many things that I love about this trial. One of them is that in any other trial, right, they're going to give a date, a time. I love that in this trial, time is kept by the animal. I mean, I hate everything about hunting, but like the fact that turkey season, right? And then everyone knows, oh yeah, right. That's how you know what time of year it is. I just love that. Is it turkey season? Is it quail season? Is it deer season? Is it hogs? Depending on the season. And that's how they measure time. It's just so specific to this. And I love it so much.
Expert that the cases found around Maggie's body were cycled through the same weapon. The murder weapon cycled the same cases as weather cases that were found at the side of the house, consistent with what Will Loving testified, as well as at the shooting range across the street. You've additionally heard that the same exact
unfortunately, yes, Blackwater, it is
that was used to kill Maggie was found throughout the property, as well as the same buckshot and birdshot ammo as well. There's been evidence presented by the state as to the defendant's trip to Alameda and his interaction with Shelley Smith after the murders.
And I've said it before, to that, and I've said it before, I'll just mention it again because I think it was a number of episodes ago. For anyone who says that Alex is a family annihilator, as in the category of what's the right word? Offender of homicide. When you categorize it like from a psychological level or a profiling level. In fact, Creighton actually asks him that, and when Alex is on the stand, Creighton says, "Are you a family annihilator?" And a lot of people were like, "What the heck's he talking about?" I think that was because Creighton was trying to kind of get. I know he talks to Eric Bland like every day and others. I think he was kind of trying to dive into a little bit of like the profiling and the psychology, and it's like he was close, but I don't blame him for not having the ability or the time to fully learn what that means. But what I'm saying is that, and there's other cases where people make that mistake as well, and they call. Here's a great example. Oh my God, Scott Peterson and Chris Watts. They're not technically family annihilators by definition. Here's why. And what they all have in common with Alex Murdaugh. They all have three things in common, or all three of them have something in common. All of them had dogs, or they maybe had cats, other pets, but they all had dogs because the dogs are important in all those. We know about the dogs in all three. A family annihilator by definition has to kill the pets as well. They kill the entire family, including the pets. Exactly, super planner girl. So I am happy to say, because there are cases where there are true family annihilators, and they maybe this answers your question from earlier too, T-Pain. When there's a killing of pets involved, you will not hear me covering that or following that trial. Probably without exception. I can't do it. Anytime there's an animal, yeah. Or like, even if it's not a whole family, like I just remember even recently there was something about somebody, I saw it on like Long Crime Network, like, killed the wife and the dog, or a girlfriend and a dog. I go past that. I won't. But I'm happy to say that in those cases, again, Scott Peterson, just is as examples, Scott Peterson, oh my God, Chris Watts and Alex Murdaugh, 3 examples of times where you might hear them say they're family annihilators, and by definition, they're not, because thank God they left the dogs alone. Thankful for that, if there's one thing we can say.
Bringing the raincoat in. Additionally, that he left and moved his dad's truck in the four-wheeler, and that the raincoat contained high levels of GSR. There's been evidence presented in this particular case inconsistent with the defendant's statements to law enforcement, multiple changes of clothes that particular day, as well as evidence from Blanca that the clothes that he was wearing in the Snapchat video were never seen again, as well as the fact that the earlier clothes that he was wearing were not seen either. You have evidence that the defendant claimed that he was unaware that Maggie was coming to Moselle, or he did not ask for that, but you've heard evidence from multiple sources, including a text message that he specifically asked the victim to be present on that day.
I asked,
he was found in possession of a
Lord?
shotgun that cannot be excluded as a murder weapon that also had Maggie's blood on it. And then, of course, Your Honor, we have extensive phone and other digital evidence, and I don't need to reiterate the last witness, but that's been presented from multiple witnesses and multiple sources of a timeline. The defendant, of course, claimed that he was never at the scene, and the evidence shows, pursuant to the state's theory and reasonable inferences therefrom, that he was at the scene, contrary to what he told everyone who would listen. Just minutes, he's at the scene with the 2 victims, just minutes before, under the state's theory and a reasonable inference from the evidence.
I'm sorry, Blackwater, I missed your question. What about when they don't have any pets? That's a good question. So it's interesting because in these cases where people would call them a family annihilator, like where you've got a husband that kills the wife and the kids, you know, like in those cases that I mentioned, like, you know, of course, the notorious, right? Scott Peterson, Chris Watts. And in a lot of these cases, they have pets. And maybe that's just because there's like a family, you know, it's like maybe that's part of it, right? But I can answer this question, and it's this. By definition, it kills everyone in the family, including pets. So the idea is that a family annihilator is wiping the family unit clean. So if the family unit is, you know, a goldfish and one kid or whatever the case may be. I mean, I think by definition, it has to have kids involved. Like it can't just be a spouse, right? There needs to be children, you know, or at least one, I would think. But if there's no pets, the idea is that they kill everyone that lives in the household, essentially, right? So that there's no other signs of life. And there's even some cases, which one was it, where they actually burn the house down after. To me, that, like, if I think of like a textbook example of a family annihilator, I'm trying to remember who it was, but there's the one where they kill the whole family, including all the pets. Again, that's probably why I can't remember, right? Because I'm not gonna follow that like I do other cases, but I just know of it. But you know, kill the whole family, including the pets, and then they set the house on fire. That's a great example of just the mindset of a family annihilator, is to just obliterate all of it and be like, you know, what, it's almost like deleting. Think of it like that. Like they're just deleting everything that is familiar in their life. Is a really interesting concept, right? So when you think of people that, like, you know, even just the idea of like keeping the house, right? Or keeping anything the same, you can see that there's a difference in the mindset. Because the family annihilator mindset is almost kind of delusional in a way, right? It's like that they can just almost, it's like they're almost trying to rewrite their identity as well, right? Like clean slate, like all I have is the clothes on my back. You know, it's really interesting. So I'm glad you asked that question, Blackwater, because, you know, that is, I wouldn't have even thought to elaborate on that otherwise. So thank you.
victims were killed. Additionally, his conduct in the timeline after that, there's a number of reasonable inferences about that that are consistent with the defendant's guilt. And to summarize a month's worth of evidence, that is the summary. But happy to address the timeline more, but I know that Your Honor just heard it in great detail.
There's a motion for directed verdict that's made at the end of the state's case. The court is concerned with whether there is any evidence, either direct or circumstantial, which reasonably tends to prove the guilt of the accused, or from which the guilt of the accused may be fairly and logically deduced. In this case, we have had, is it day 20 now? I guess 18 days of direct and circumstantial evidence. And the law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence, nor is a greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. Cases can be proven by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of the two. At this stage of the proceedings, there is evidence to support a guilty verdict if it is believed by the jury. I therefore deny the motion for a directed verdict. Ready to roll with the defense?
Rock and roll, Your Honor.
Rock and roll. All right, well, let's take a 30-second stretch and bring the jury out and press on. How's the jury doing?
All right.
Doing good.
State is resting, guys.
You have heard the state's case. It is now the defense's turn. And you may call your first witness.
Here we go.
Coroner Richard Harvey, please.
Okay, so this is again, like, remember at this point in time, it's like, all right, what are we gonna see? Like, what are they gonna bring? You know, like, bring your A game, right? All right, buckle up.
Yeah, go.
You guys ready?
The testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth.
I don't think you're ready.
For this
jelly.
Sir, be seated. State your full name for the record.
I don't think you're ready for this jelly.
Before we begin testimony, I think Mr. Waters, you're going to formally rest.
May it please the court, Your Honor.
With him
In the matter
standing
of the
there.
indictments of the defendant Alex Murdaugh for the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, the state of South Carolina rests.
The state is rested, and now it's the defense's turn.
I love Creighton's.
State your full name for the record, please.
Here we go.
My name is Richard Harvey.
Harvey, you
I'm
are
sorry.
elected official here
sorry.
in Colleton County.
Yes, sir. I am the coroner of Colleton County.
Okay, and briefly describe your duties to the jury so they understand what a coroner does.
We basically investigate any death that occurs outside a hospital, any death that dies within 24 hours.
I have to say that this is so he's briefly described what a coroner does. This was beyond all there's the significance. Okay. The significance here is that after this moment, I, for one, never ever will forget or get confused, like, the difference between a coroner and a medical examiner. Like, I don't think I'm alone in that a lot of people will have used those terms interchangeably. We learned a lot in this trial. One of the many things that we learned was we really learned what a coroner is, what a coroner does, what they don't do, and never more will we get it confused with a medical examiner. Yes. Yes. This guy. It's time. It is time.
Admission to a hospital. Any emergency room death is reported to the coroner's office as well. And primarily our responsibility
was bringing them in
is to
during
do
the
investigation
directed verdict
as to
when Jim was
the cause
talking.
of their
Yep.
death, including medical records, autopsies, and that's basically my responsibility is to determine what the cause of death and the manner of death is.
Yeah.
So, you don't have a medical degree, though?
No, sir.
Okay.
But I was one of the first medically trained coroners in the state of South Carolina.
Okay.
All right, so first thing that we've learned about what a coroner is and what they aren't. First thing, item number one, they don't have a medical degree.
How long have you been coroner?
This is my 30th year.
30th
Dear
year?
Lord, 30 years he's been doing this. That's insane.
So let me
That's
talk a little
insane
bit about in
for so many
general.
reasons.
Well, no, let me just go ahead and cut to the chase here. You have a file with you, and I believe it's a file concerning the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
I do.
And how did you get notified of their deaths?
I was actually notified by one of my deputies who was on call that evening.
This part is really funny because I don't know why this is just weird because it was like he gives all this detail. It almost sounds like he didn't want to do it or something. I don't know. It's funny. Let's see what y'all think.
And any time there's a homicide along that lines, in most cases, I attend those. And
Abby's
he was on
here.
call,
I'm so happy you're here, Abby.
and basically he told me
Yay, just in
he
time
also
for
has
this.
another job because he's only part-time. And he told me, he says, look, I can't stay. He says, I've
so
got to
much.
work tomorrow morning. And he says, I
Why are
hate
we
to dump
here?
this
Why?
on you, but he says, but
What is
you know,
happening?
this is
I'm
gonna be
already
yours.
confused, right? If I'm watching this
So,
in person, what's going on?
You took, well, first, let me back up for just a second.
Love
Did
it.
you
Drive safe,
respond, and
Abby.
if so, what time did you get to the scene? And I'm going to lead you and say in Moselle.
I was notified at 23:04, which is 11:04 in the evening.
Okay.
And I arrived on the scene. Let me back up there. I arrived on the scene at 23:04. I was actually
Great.
notified
Excellent.
about 22:30 by
Okay.
my deputy who was on call.
So 22:30 would be
Don't
10:30?
just
Yes, sir.
So you got notified at 10:30, you got on the scene at,
At 11:04.
and were you by yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to jump ahead a little bit.
Go for it.
Did you process this scene? Did you have somebody did you take photographs or something?
Yes, sir, I did.
So the photographs in your file
Yes,
are
sir.
your photographs?
Yes, sir.
And in taking those photographs, did you, for instance, go into the feed room and take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had that crime scene been processed by SLED at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything to, and I'll be frank with you, there's some footprints that have been identified as law enforcement or perhaps your folks that were in the feed room, perhaps in blood, before SLED had finished processing. Are those your folks or
Two more
SLED or
for
who
SLED.
do you know?
I'm
three more.
unaware of those.
Okay. So when you took those photographs, did you take precautions how do you not disturb evidence?
We've always kind of followed a pattern of we follow the same path in and the same path out.
Congratulations to
Therefore,
SLED for
we
reaching
don't
59.
cross over into any possible
Yeah, I'm with you here.
assailants.
Okay. And again, you're preserving evidence. It's a homicide, so this is your
Correct.
case, right?
Yeah.
And you do that pursuant to state law.
Yes, sir.
And we've received your photographs. Thank you for those. And I think you gave them to SLED also, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you perform a function also. I've looked at the death certificates of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, and
Guys,
you
it
have
just-
a time of death of 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through when you begin to examine the body to determine
Here we
the time of death.
go.
Tell me how you do that.
Well, initially that evening, when I initially got there, I was told that SLED was coming, which I knew, depending on where SLED was coming from,
More SLED.
it depends.
Playing
It
catch
could
up.
be an hour, it could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing
Here we go.
was that I went and checked both bodies. And I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm
You
they
heard
were.
it right.
This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm?
And
And one of
it's
the
like
other
at this point, what I'm thinking when this was happening was like, oh, okay, like that's the first thing you do. Like that's what I'm thinking. Like that, that's okay. That's the first thing you do. Fine. While your like assistant is getting other equipment or something, right? Like, okay, that's okay. Then that's what I was thinking.
The things we check for is what they call Riger, and Riger is
Yeah,
basically
and then I'm like,
when a person dies.
This threw everybody. This is exactly Super Planner Girl says. This is their first witness. Shaking my head. I mean, is this real life? Like, what is happening? Riger. And like, he says it a couple more times. And at this point, I'm like, is this on purpose? Did they plan this? Is he a prop? Is he like just some rando that they hired to come in and pretend to play being like? Did Poot tell him to say rigor mortis wrong and call it Riger? And I'm thinking that, but then Poot corrects him in a way and pronounces it and says it correctly, and then you're like, holy shit! Like, nope, this was not on purpose. It's what universe are we in?
The body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up. And when I initially got there, that was all I did initially because I knew SLED was coming.
So it was Riger or Rigger? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so Al, if you allow me, was there rigor or Riger?
There was not.
Okay, so these folks had been dead less
like
than
even Poot is like,
hours.
what's happening?
1 to 3 hours typically is what they say that Riger should start developing.
It sounds so
In
wrong.
terms of trying to estimate or get it a little bit closer than 1 to 3 hours, you took your hand. Show me what you did.
And it's like,
you did it both for Paul.
I tell you what, we've seen it enough with this at this point too. I'm just remembering like with all the different people and the demonstrations and Creighton crawling out on the floor, which is like my favorite thing, that I knew where this was going. When Poot, it's like this dude has nothing to offer, but Poot's going to try to get him to elaborate on any of it. It's like, you know where this is going. You know they're going to do a demonstration and yeah.
Yes.
How about, let me see how we can get this. See it. Could you step down here, please?
Sure.
And you're like, it's like, you know what it's like? It's like one of those things where it's like, in like a movie or I don't know, like you don't want to look, but you have to, it's like literally in real time, what I'm doing is like in my mind, and I think also probably literally is like covering my face, but like peeking with one eye through like the thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like where you have your hand, you're like, you don't want to look, but like you have to look. And so you have like one eye open, but the other, you're covering your face and you're like hiding, but you're like, that's what's happening out. It's like, I can't look, like I can't watch, but I can't look away. Like that's me.
And they were laying on the ground.
It's a disaster.
And did you move them?
No.
Okay,
Like,
so
you know what's
They
coming.
were covered with a sheet
what's
initially
coming.
when I got there.
You know
Right,
what's
so-
coming. You can't
and
stop it.
stand over.
You can't. There's nothing we
Here,
can do to
so
stop
Jerry
this
can
from
see
happening
me.
right now.
And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Which way Paul was.
Right, left to
Okay.
right.
Basically what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here and I stick my hand up into the armpit.
And this, I paused it. I think literally this is, if you guys looked at the thumbnail, literally at the bottom left-hand corner, I took this picture and I like removed the background. And so I don't know if y'all noticed it or not. But in the thumbnail, the background is what we'll be seeing from the next witness coming up here in a second. Or actually it's this, we have Buster and then that guy. But anyway, it's the children, right? The 5'2" children. But then in the bottom left corner, it's it's Poot and Mr. Riger with the armpits.
And that's one of the central areas
Thank
of
you,
your
Blackwater.
body without using the only other
Facts.
choice is a rectal thermometer.
Facts.
And in most cases, when you have that many people around, I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down to utilize a rectal thermometer. So I stick my hands in their armpit.
It's just
and like
not
I say, I
anyone.
can get an idea, I mean, how warm they are.
Okay, and you did the same thing to Maggie?
I did the same thing
Go
to
ahead,
Maggie.
Dick.
My favorite part, though, is coming up when it gets. It is if it couldn't get
On
more
your death
insane, and then
certificate,
it
9
does.
o'clock.
It's strictly an estimation.
That's a guess.
It's a guess.
Okay, could have been 8:30,
Could have been 8:30.
could have been 10 o'clock.
There were no witnesses there to tell me exactly what time this happened.
Do you carry a rectal thermometer to do specific measurements?
Well, usually what I'll do is I'll get it from fire rescue, the ambulance,
Uh-huh,
and I'll borrow theirs. And
What?
yes, I do rectal temps.
but you didn't do it on that.
But we didn't do it that night, no.
Why?
And that's the
What?
reason the death certificate says 9 o'clock.
Right. That was an estimation from what I found as far as the warmth of the body.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence.
All right. Oh, beg the court's indulgence. So the redirect is probably my favorite part, or not?
We
Sorry,
understand each other. Your
cross. Sorry,
statement of
Cross
9
coming up.
o'clock, it could have been 8 o'clock.
is my
It
favorite.
could have been 8 o'clock.
It could, their death could have been the result of being shot at 8 o'clock.
I basically looked at 2.5 hours from the time that the call came in to the time I actually got there.
So they could have been shot at 10 o'clock
Could have been.
or any time in
Could have
between.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Here we go. This is the part. This is my favorite part.
By the
So-
state.
A new character. Who is this guy? Literally, who are you? Who are you? Like
Mr. Harvey.
this conversation between these two. It's like they walked into. It's like Creighton and Pooh walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless, and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up, and literally bring them in. I mean, this oh God.
You did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
I don't blame
Yes,
you,
sir.
Blackwater.
And the temperature decreases roughly at a rate of 1.5 degrees every hour,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
And it's also affected by the ambient temperature in the area.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Abby, appreciate you using
Yeah,
the word
as I
wackadoodle
understand your
in this
testimony,
context. Thank
correct me
you.
if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to
Y'all,
when that
this is the best part. Seriously.
incident actually
This is
occurred,
cross-examination
That's right. Yes, sir,
with
that's
some
true.
new character.
because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always
This part.
accurate either.
This.
So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the,
Thermometers aren't accurate.
I can't think, ultraviolet light.
Okay,
the
hang on,
light
hang
that
on.
shoots
Okay,
for the forehead.
I have to pause this because y'all aren't going to be able to hear it with me laughing / dying. So I'm going to rewind it and I'm going to mute myself to try to get through this because I want you guys to appreciate this. This is the best. This is the best part. The poop part, is hilarious, but it gets. This is the best part. Is that's coming up here.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Y'all,
Age,
I'm sorry.
elderly
We have to hear
versus
this
youth,
again.
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes, yes,
If they were covered, take the temperature.
Okay,
sir.
muting
Yes, sir.
me.
And the temperature decreases roughly at a rate of 1.5 degrees every hour,
right,
correct?
correct,
And it's also affected by the ambient temperature in the area.
correct. Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred,
That's right. Yes, sir, that's true.
because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right, and thermometers are not always accurate either, so, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually, we now have the, I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which they
would,
were at that time when I initially got,
that could maintain something?
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could
Mhm.
affect it?
that could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had
drop.
rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point.
Not hard.
Both of their hairs were, heads of hair were dry.
Okay. And all those are factors which reflect what the actual time of death is.
Yes, sir.
Yet temperature is key.
Yes, sir.
And the only information you have is that the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
yeah, and that usually begins to occur within 1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
correct?
hours. So that's the time frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walked around the area, got close to them at that particular time.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Brilliant.
Two questions.
Guys, I'm sorry. Brilliant cross-examination. Wow. Let's just hear the end of that right there. A big finish on that cross. Boy, he really got him. He really got him good on that cross, you guys. I just
That the bodies were warm,
I can't.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
yeah, and that usually begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
Right.
hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that,
frame that
Riger.
I was looking at.
Okay. And you
doesn't
walked
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like,
at
yeah,
that
Riger's
particular
fine with me.
time.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that
I
correct?
can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we established that.
No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mic drop, you guys.
Sure.
He's like, no further. Hold on. Wait,
No further questions.
I didn't go back quite far enough. Hold on.
Heads of hair were dry.
Okay. And all those are factors which reflect what the actual time of death is.
Yes, sir.
Yet temperature is key.
Yes, sir.
And the only information you have is that the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
yeah, and that usually begins to occur within
He's like,
1 to 3
that's
hours.
fine by me. Riger, cool,
So
no
that's the
problem
time
there.
frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walked around the area, got close to them at that particular time.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
So his last thing, and you're walking in the scene. Yes, sir. No further questions. Mic drop. I can't. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Two questions.
Sure.
Do you remember when SLED showed up?
I do have probably the times for that.
Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all, If you only knew how much.
I do not see SLED
Okay.
on here, though.
I'm pausing.
Let me,
this.
perhaps.
This is it. Just each one gets more insane. We're back on redirect. Abby, I know you're probably listening and not watching. Poot asks him, "Do you know what time SLED showed up? I need to add another counter for SLED. Do you know what time SLED shows up?" I'm not joking when I tell you the amount of dead silence that I had cut from this was unbelievable. To answer this, and the funniest thing is, like, sometimes there's silence, but there's like background noise, or people are talking, or like there's papers shuffling, or there's something happening. Literally, the whole courtroom is not even. It was what you see. I have it cut down, but what you see is exactly how it was. No one's moving. They're all just watching him very slowly. You don't even hear paper shuffling. He's just flipping slowly, one page at a time, to answer this question: what time did SLED get there? Or do you know what time SLED got there? And I bridged it, and it was like, I mean, it was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. And the other thing is that's funny is usually when that happens, the attorneys will just get antsy and try to just answer the question themselves or whatever. It's like everyone takes a nap. It's everyone's quiet. Who doesn't say a word? It's like they all take a nap. And they have time. I'm not even joking. There's time for a power nap. You could take a power nap in the amount of time. And then what happens is he finally says something, and it's like that wakes Poot up. And then Poot's like, oh God, you were still trying to answer that question. And then he like jumps ahead. Let me rewind this. This is amazing. It's a miracle. It's a miracle that this exists. It's amazing.
That the bodies were warm. Correct?
We're back.
Yes, sir.
on this guy
And
again.
Riger had not started.
Oh my God. Okay, let me go forward a little bit.
That
Yep.
the bodies were warm.
Okay, here we go.
No further questions.
Sir.
All right,
Two
you guys.
questions.
Oh,
Do you remember when SLED showed up?
I do.
That's the question. Do you remember when SLED showed up? All right. 1 hour later. Yeah, I can't. Literally, everyone's taking a nap. Everyone's taking a nap right now. This is, guys, y'all could only see how much time I cut.
I do not see SLED on here, though.
I mean, perhaps.
And then that woke Poot up. I swear to God.
Okay.
Was Colleton County already there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there Colleton County detectives there?
It's the only
Yes,
explanation
yeah.
is that he was.
Did any of them talk to you
Not even kidding.
about time of death?
No.
Did any of them ask you what your examination revealed?
No.
Did any of them ask you how you came to your decision of the time of death?
No, sir.
Brilliant. Can't. Y'all.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Like, who are you? What is happening right now? Oh, okay. Now we have an alternate view. That's right. Y'all,
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
we've got lots going on in this. I did some zooming in. I did some slow-mo, so you can really experience this. That's why I took down the banner and the ticker. Look, okay. There he is leaving. He's leaving. He's going back to where he came from. Have his Jello. Here's the slow-mo. Can y'all see? There he is. His big day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for the weekend.
Y'all, we made it to the intermission. You guys have been so patient. I know I've really talked this intermission up a lot, haven't I? Like, what's going to be happening in this intermission? We've got big plans. For those who want to hear the knife wielding story or the origins of DJ Nightbot, we can do that. So yeah, Black Widow saying that their coroner has to be like an actual person that does medical things, and that makes all kinds of sense. Yeah. So coroner, we learned from this trial that they are an elected official, and they don't have to have any medical training or medical background. They're an elected official, and that makes sense because, as with every elected official in Colleton County, he's been there for 30 years in the same position. Because why would it be anything else, right? So. Yeah, I know. Well, yeah. You're going to have another challenge coming up later if you're still here when we get to the defense expert on cross. My face already hurts from laughing. So, okay, first things first. Do y'all want to do the Redbeard deep dive first, or do you want to talk about the railroad tracks first? That question is really for you, Super Planning Girl, especially because I know you wanted to talk about I want to discuss with y'all, but she and I have been talking in Discord because I know she's been thinking about it. So she's thinking, the suspense is killing me. Railroad. All right, let's go. So we're going to do railroad first. Cool. I'm excited. So just to review, and I showed it in the earlier part where I was like previously on, this is reviewing the railroad. So the question, let me see, can I pull that up by itself? Just to set the stage, let me see if I can pull that up. Let me write down where this is. Hold on. Because that way you guys can have the visual as we talk about this, and I'll pause it and this will set the scene. This will be, hold on, let me find this real quick. Oh my God, look at that. That was a guess. I went right to it. I just moved the thing and it went right to it. Just so y'all know, when you're doing this on StreamYard, like it's like you don't have any idea what's happening. Like when you have the video file, like you can't timestamp it. Just so y'all know, there's no way to mark it. So it's literally just a guess on the scrolly bar. And so that's why it's amazing. Yeah, because it knew. That's why it's amazing when I'm get anywhere near close. Let's see what's happening. Let me press play here.
Why?
Okay, so let me go back a teensy bit.
Again,
Okay.
that blue arrow is
Here we
the
go.
railway.
Blue arrow is the railroad.
Trains. Again, that X is where it crosses with the driveway. The data point he's talking about is Alex leaving Alameda, and he pauses for about a minute right there on the railroad tracks. Okay. So as you can see, I have to back up so we can see it. So I'm facing the other direction. This is heading back to Moselle from Alameda. You can see the driveway there. He would take a right out of there. But I wanted to put it into perspective. And I don't have an answer for this. I have a question for you guys. He's leaving Alameda. You can see the driveway. He's coming out and he stops on those train tracks for a minute. Why? Why? And I'm putting this into the context of we've seen the themes of history repeating itself in this family, in this case, over and over and over again. Between the generations, but especially with Alex, there's all these themes that keep repeating. And with the history, that's why I started this entire thing with the railroad. And it's also why I had the title, just follow the railroad. The railroad takes us to Alameda, all the way there. And it crosses with the driveway where he grew up, where he went the night of the murders right afterwards and used as his alibi to visit his mom. After which the weapons were never recovered, clothes were never recovered, and the property wasn't searched.
Okay, so let me go back and so it can pause on that image. All right, so let's talk about it. So what I want to say, just right off the bat before I forget, in terms of where does this fit with the Maggie cell phone shenanigans where he's calling her and her phone's lighting up and whatever. So remember, the prosecution mentions this whenever they bring something up numerous times, it means it's important, right? So they bring up this pausing. I think it's important. I definitely do. Now, what I can't really say is what I think the prosecution's theory is as to why this is important or what they think happened here. I don't have a clear idea on that. Maybe it becomes clearer later, but so there's two questions. There's what do we think? What do we think? What do I think? What do you think? And also, why do we think what do we think the prosecution thinks? Or what do we think they're trying to say happened? Because those could be two different things. We could be like, well, maybe the prosecution's theory is blah, blah, but here's what I think is the significance, right? So it's really kind of a two-pronged question. But it would, the thing is that if there was activity on the cell phones or something while he was stopped there, that would be one thing. Or let's say maybe he didn't park by that tree line at the back of the house, which we're going to see a lot more of that in detail with Buster. I've got some images and maps and all kinds of stuff. If he didn't do that, maybe again. So essentially, here's the part that's important, is that we were talking in the last episode when we were going over the timeline about the potential that he was maybe stopped on those tracks. And that's when he was calling Maggie's phone, you know, trying to establish his alibi and whatever, right? Like he still had the phone. Ostensibly, he still had the phone, right? Because he calls it. And we see that the phone lights up. And then, you know, I think there's another orientation change or whatever. And its final orientation change was later when he chucks it, right? So, but here's the thing. I went back at the timeline and I had to, because when they talk about the significance of the railroad tracks is not at the same time when they go over the phone times. So they happen, and again, I don't know if that's on purpose because the prosecution doesn't have a clear theory on what they think happened here, or if they, I don't really know, but it was unclear. And I had to go back and find it at separate points to try to put it together. So here's the thing. So Alex is stopped on those railroad tracks at 9. Oh, hold on. I wrote only the minutes. It's 9:44. It has to be 9:44. 9:44 to 9:45. So that's the 1 minute. So 44 to 45 was the part that was important, right? Because we're thinking that's the minutes of the hour. So 9:44 to 9:45 is when he stopped on those tracks. Maggie's phone doesn't light up. He doesn't call her until 9:45. So, and the way that Peter Rudofski explains it at that point when they do this in the timeline, the way he explains it is this. He says that he stopped on the railroad tracks for a minute. And then the way that he says it is he says, then he pulls out and he takes a right onto the highway. And as he's leaving Alameda, that's when Maggie's phone lights up. So the way I understand it is this. He's leaving, he's going down his mom's driveway, doodly-doo, towards the railroad tracks. Picture the Suburban, doodly-doo, moseying on home, whatever, right? He's leaving Alameda. The house he grew up in. He gets to those railroad tracks. He stops for a minute. He goes forward. Because look at the distance. There's a distance between the railroad tracks and then the main road. He goes to the main road. And as he's going to turn onto that main road, he calls Maggie's phone. All right. So, Super Planner Girl and everyone else who's here, what do you guys got? Yes. So the irony, and I already know some of her thoughts, but this is for her, you know, she can kind of explain that how she wants to for you guys. So the phone call at that time. So let me start with this. I did a lot of research here. What I wanted to find out was a couple of things. I wanted to find out, and I tell you guys, I did everything I could. I wanted to find out what the hours were of the railroad. Sorry, I just got goosebumps. Of the railroad. Okay, let me back up. Those railroad tracks right there. This is the same railroad tracks that are the ones that the original OG Murdaugh staged that suicide at in 1940. And we learned about that last time. Back then, that freight train system was called what was it? Carolina, Charleston, and West. I don't know. I have it written down somewhere. But that was what it was called. And, the family then sued after that and, for millions and millions and millions of dollars, right? And that's how they got all their money. That's how they became, besides being attorneys and everything, that's how they started with the generational wealth, was from this insurance payout with the lawsuit. Yes, I said insurance. All right. So there's that word again. And because it was an insurance payout, the railroad company, I was wondering, did that put them out of business or anything like that? It didn't. It didn't affect them at all. I couldn't even find anything about it online even affecting them. I think it was just they were able to, like we hear about, right? A lot of times it just goes through insurance. The insurance paid it out, whatever. Didn't seem to affect the railroad at all. What I did find out was that the company merged in the 80s. I believe it was in the 80s. They merged with some other company, which is called CSX, which is who currently operates that train railroad. CSX. Keep those letters in your brain because you will hear more of them later. I believe it's in the next episode, the one that I'm currently working on. And it's going to just be another thing where it's like, the fuck? Because, again, it's another thing that no one picked up on because it happens really quickly. And I don't think you could even appreciate it or understand that it means anything. Had you not done a deep dive into insanity like I did, because I'm insane, into the history of the freaking railroads and all this that I did. But I tell you what, boy, it gives you an appreciation for this that you wouldn't have otherwise. So keep that in your mind. CSX bought out the original company, Charleston and West Carolina, I think it was called. So, and let me see what Super Planner Girl is saying here. So, he was having a moment. She says at that moment in time, Randolph Sr. dies and starts the dominoes falling chaos. Buster goes after the train. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yes. Because there's all those connections, right? Because then, of course, the law that the litigation they end up doing as a family, right, for generations is exactly the same thing. Right. Correct. Yes, exactly. Yes. You can tell she's reading. She's got her notes. Bravo. Yes. There's a lot. So yes, I agree with all of this. Where I kind of came to it was, I don't think he was trying to destroy evidence. That was, but that's one thought that could maybe make sense, but I really don't. I think that the parking by the tree line, I think I have planned, we've kind of talked about it. We're going to get there more, but of what happened with the evidence, we're going to get there, but, the guns and whatnot, but I think so where I'm at with the train tracks was one of two things potentially. Or a reflection, it was either just the first thing or it's going to be the first thing and the second thing. I think regardless of any of it, it's definitely all this, like what Super Planner Girl is saying. Realizing this, connecting all this with the history of the family, all that. Seeing in his mind history repeat itself, maybe. I think that the second thing, if it is, it's in addition, and it would be potentially intending to get hit by a train. Maybe. I agree with this. I don't think he planned at all to die then. I think if he planned to die at all, it would have been here. That's my personal opinion. Abby. As far as this goes with Eddie, it's really a mess, but I'm kind of in the camp that Alex's whole plan was to kill Eddie Smith. I I don't think he had any intentions of, Eddie actually shooting him. And from what we know, he seemed the best guess is that he took a rock or something and hit himself in the back of the head. They never found an actual bullet or anything like that. They took him at his word, initially went with gunshot, but there was actually no evidence that he was actually shot as well. So yeah. So being that we know this is the same train system, and being that we know this is the house Alex grew up in, what I wanted to know, so there's all these family secrets, right? There's all this information. What I wanted to know, because potentially, like, this could have been the same exact place, right? Like, we don't know where. I tried to find it, I couldn't find it, the exact place where OG Randolph got hit with the train. But what I wanted to know was this the house that ran OG Randolph? So, because we know that it's generational property, right? This house has no address. This house in Alameda has no address. I wanted to find the deeds for the property. What I was wondering was this OG Randolph's house? Is this where he was? Like, I'm thinking, is this where OG Randolph was living, in this house? And then we know this is the same train, right? Like, I'm trying to think, is Alex like almost like, is it history literally repeating itself? Like, and so I was also trying to find the train schedule of when this train hits here crossing, because I was thinking Alex would know that. Like, if you found an address, Super Planner Girl, it might be, well, I don't know that it's, the addresses that I've seen are actually not correct. Some of them link to the quarry down the road. And others link just to like the highway. But let me know if you do think you found it. Because like the closest thing I have, it locates to this point on the highway, but it's actually not the address of the house, because it should be, if it was, you can find it, because housing, like deeds, that's like public records. Okay. So like, for example, the address that I found that might be what you found, I searched all the public deed records from Hampton, Colleton. I went through all of it. They have no record of it. So, because it's not a house address. Right. It brought up a railroad crossing. So but that's not the house address. See, that's why it's tricky. Because this house has deeds, and just like every house, and it has records of who bought it and when. It's public information. But to get that, you need the right address. So, or are you saying you have the address of where he got hit? She's doing research. Oh, and the gun, they never did find the gun. You're right. So, and remember, actually, I think it was you, Super Planner Girl, who mentioned it, that they kept bringing up the gun when they were talking about this with Ryan Kelly. And you're like, yeah, they keep mentioning the gun. And they keep asking about the gun, because it's significant that they never found the gun. They never found the gun. They found the knife, right? And Alex says in the phone interview that he chucked the gun with the knife, but they never found the gun. Go figure, right? But they found the knife. Yeah, there was no gun, I don't think. I mean, he maybe had one in his car, but I don't think it was involved. Okay, so if you can find the actual address of the actual house, then we should be able to find the actual deeds. So, because again, what I'm wondering is this where OG Randolph was also living? We know that this is where his parents, Alex's parents were living. But anyway, I also did a lot of research about CSX, and I found all their train crossings and all that, but they do not have times for this. I even went and looked at all the nearby crossings with bigger roads, main roads, blah, blah. I downloaded all their PDFs. It doesn't have times, but someone who lived there would know, right? This is my point. Anyone who lives in that house or visits that house or whatever, if you would know the times, because you'd have to know it if you're going to leave your house, right? Some of these trains, because we have trains coming through Greensboro, some of these trains are like go on forever, where if you're stopped at a crossing, it might be solid 15 minutes or something, maybe longer. So you would, if this is a regular part of your life, you would know, because you would make sure that you're not caught behind that train trying to come home or leave. So Alex would know that train schedule. Yeah, the address that Super Planner Girl is showing, that's the same one that I had been using on Google Maps. That is the crossing. That's not the actual house, because that address has no property deeds anywhere. There are no property deeds because there's no property. So that's as close as we can get for looking at it on Google Maps. But I think I saw exactly what you saw. Yes, it does. But there's no deeds for it. So yes, I saw all of this. Trust me. Yes. So, and I found it on other places as well. But when I went into the Colleton County and Hampton County, I think this is actually Hampton County. When I went into their government website where you can pull up all the deeds for property, and you can view it, you type in the address, there is nothing. Also, his mom is currently still alive. I thought she had passed away, because when this happened, when the trial was going on, they said she was like on her deathbed. She's still alive and she's still living in that house. She knows the address. Can we get her on the phone? I mean, or Miss Libby, so, did you send that to me on Discord? I didn't see that, but I looked at all the train crossings. I download, and I'm not sure if you're referring to, I'm not quite sure what your context you're referring to. Are you trying to say for finding the times? Yeah, I haven't seen that. So is this for referring to the times of the possible crossings? I pulled up all the data from CSX, and I had all the, I think I still have it on my computer, all the crossings. But it does not show times. Oh, to find where he died. Okay, I haven't seen that. Okay. I don't know. Am I capable of reading this and keeping the live stream going? I don't know if I'm capable of that. Let me see. Okay, so I think it's very interesting. I'm glad that I'm not alone in terms of thinking this is really interesting. I think it matters because everything in this is also convoluted and related, and like the history of this family, there's like a mythology to it. Okay, we can talk more later. Okay, that because this will continue, right? So I'll it at least has to be very nearby. 100%. Everything that I have read, yes, exactly that. Exactly that. So I agree. We'll talk more later. And maybe we can find the exact place, but that's what I had found as well when I did look into it, was it had to be very nearby. And check it out, if he was living in this house in Alameda, OG Randolph, the odds of it being this exact spot are very good, right? Because we know he was leaving a poker game or something, and he'd been like maybe drinking, right? But if he was coming home, right, he would have crossed that. So my thought was Alex would know when this train was coming and going at this house, because we do know Alex grew up here. And so that 1 minute on the tracks, at the very least, I think was where he was reflecting on all this. But I think potentially also maybe he knew there was going to be a train coming, and he thought about it. And he thought about going out the way that his great grandfather did. And then I think it's so interesting because the timing of that phone call to Maggie right after, as he's leaving, is very interesting to me, because it's almost like he had two choices, right? Wait for the train to come and hit him, or keep going with his story, right? And if he chooses that second option, what does he have to do? He has to keep going on with his alibi, The way he'd been, you know, it's almost like that phone call to Maggie was like the decision of like affirmative of like, all right, we're gonna, like everything he's been doing has been to further this whole story, except for that one moment where he was paused. That's the only time where nothing else happens. There's no activity on anybody's phones. There's no background light. There's no orientation changes. There's no steps. There's no movement. It's just stopped for a moment with nothing happening anywhere. And then once that minute is over, then the activity commences. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think it's very possible that he knew a train would come there, you know, come through there. We know it was in the evening, right? When the OG Randolph died. I think they said it was late at night. So that means a train would go through there late at night. And a minute is a long time. 100% a minute is a long time. The other thing too, from the timeline, he was driving really slowly. When he left the house, it took him a long time to get to those train tracks. Like he was moving at like 2 miles an hour, but it was like a minute and a half or something on the timeline to get from the house to the railroad tracks. And we'll see more of this coming up here. We'll have more with the house, with Buster's testimony. I have lots of good pictures and stuff, like I said. But when you see the distance, you'll see that that seems weird. Like he was driving incredibly slowly and then he stopped on those tracks. So that's interesting as well. It wasn't like he was going like normal speed and then stopped. It was going really slowly and it took a long time to get there. And all the while, what we see is this. We see him, he leaves the house in Alameda. He gets in his car, and what we see is the GM data. The phone connects, as in the phone's connected to Bluetooth in the car. That means he got in the car. But there's no activity on the phone. So like I was saying, when I was saying like nothing happens, like he gets in the car, the phone connects Bluetooth to the car, just that he's in it. Nothing happens for like the minute and a half he's driving to the railroad. The minute he stopped on the railroad, nothing happens until he leaves and pulls onto that highway, and it's the activity of calling Maggie. I'm shaking. I know you guys can't see. I'm shaking my head because it's just, yeah. So when you add that up, it's really like 2.5 minutes, maybe even a little bit more of the thought process and then being stopped there. But okay, let's switch gears. It's time for Redbeard. So, all right, let's see. Are you guys excited? I'm excited. It is so chilling. I agree. It is so chilling. I think this is the greatest like mystery of all time in my opinion. It really is, and it's so, there's so much to it, and it's like so deep rooted, and it's like, and we're going to see a lot more of this. Y'all just wait till when we get to Buster's testimony. I'll tell you what. I you know, when I made the little intro with the squirrel and I was like, we're gonna go through it and put it into context. Yeah, that was the plan. I'll tell you what, I had no idea what I was even getting myself into, even though I already knew what I was getting myself into. It's like this trial and this information in this case still surprises me. It never ceases to surprise me. It's always full of surprises. No matter how much time I've spent learning it, it's always full of surprises. And what I will say is that when I, again, having already seen his testimony and all that, this time going through this video after having done all this other research, Buster's testimony sat completely differently with me. And so I'm excited to see what y'all think. But it was like a completely different thing. It was a completely different thing. And this is amazing. Yes, let's all meet up there with our shovels. 100%. Let's do this. Let's do this thing. All right, here we go. All right, here we go, guys. All right, part 1. What did I do first? I am walking you guys through. Let me just explain this. So this little video that I made here that is like a presentation, literally me sharing my screen. Most of this is actually as I was doing it. So like I'm wormholing, right? Rabbit holing, and I'm sharing my screen and just recording. That's what most of this is some of it, you know, I cut longer parts out, but in terms of the steps, so that you guys can see and so that I can have it, but you know, exactly step by step, what did I do? So the first thing I had to do was figure out where these things are, because again, nothing has an address. So we're talking Redbeard and 0 United Drive. So I found a court document here. This is from the boat crash case. So this is Tinsley wrote this up, actually. Thank you, Tinsley. Shout out to Mark Tinsley. And this was the first step. So I highlighted it here, TMS numbers. So, okay, there we go, the TMS numbers. So I'm like, all right, we got there. And I noticed like they're all exactly the same except for the last 3 digits. So we have 058, 064, or rather, I guess I'll say the last 2 digits rather. So 58, 64, 62, 55. Okay, there we go. The Berkeley property. So that tracks with what we know. We know that they were kind of grouped together, right? So Alex Murdaugh is a member of 0 United Drive LLC and Redbird LLC, collectively the companies. Interesting also, right? What does that make you think of? The companies? The companies owned several parcels of real estate located in Berkeley County, including parcels identified by the TMS numbers. And that's what I was just saying. So the TMS numbers. All right, let's continue forth to the next thing. Okay, next thing. Again, public information. All this is publicly available, right? You just have to find it. So I found the county, I don't even remember what it was called, the TMS. It's all it is TMS. I don't even know what TMS stands for, literally. I have no idea, but all it does is this government page does what you're looking at. It does this. It shows you parcels of land, tracts of land. It's not property, houses, it's just land. As you can see, there's no houses. So that's a whole different thing. But this is the tracts of land. Look at all your parcels here. So you'll see, I've got this set up for you guys so it'll be really clear. You'll have this whole thing memorized the way I do, like layout wise here shortly. And you'll see what we're looking at. So where it's green, that's one of the ones. Okay, there we go. I'm pausing it. All right. So look where the green is. So that's 6-2. So 6-2, next to it, you have 6-4, and then 5-5 behind it. Those three, well, I have it highlighted here in a second, but that's 0 United Drive. And then the other one, the big ass one here, 5-8, that's Redbeard. Over at the bottom, you guys can't see my mouse, but over in the corner, if y'all can see 6-3, it'll be zoomed in a second. You'll see that's the stables. That's not part of their group. So here, let me keep playing the video so y'all will see. And one of the things I do is I go back and forth between this TMS thing and Google Maps. So see, so we can, because what I was doing in real time is I was trying to figure out exactly where these properties were on Google Maps. That was the point of this. So I can, as you'll see, I go back and forth between Google Maps and the TMS because I'm trying to really make sure that I've got the lines exactly right as to where the properties are. Okay, so there's the Google Maps. Hopefully this is all making sense. Okay, so there I've outlined in red that outline, and it's going to go back to the TMS. So I want it so that you guys can spot it, and it's going to make sense, right? This is the point, because we're going to be going and showing all this. So, and you can see the stables there; they're left out of the red part. That's the stables. There's horse stables. So that it looks almost like a fish, kind of that red fish. So that's the whole property. So that's combo 0 United Drive and Redbeard, owned by quote unquote companies. We have that nice lakey thing, pond, whatever. All right, back to the TMS. Okay, again, we're going to go back and forth so we can really see. So now I added those. You guys like it? Is this helpful? I tried to, again, go step by step so you guys could see. I didn't want to just be like, here's the result, right? I wanted to show you because I'm not a professional and I didn't measure it, right? But I wanted visually to show you so that this would make sense. Questions, go for it, Super Planner Girl. She says she has a question. But I wanted you guys to visually be able to recognize it as we go through. So as you can see, I tried to make it match just like the TMS thingies. Don't even know what they're officially called. It's going to go back to the TMS. Okay, right. Where it's highlighted red, that's Redbeard. So Super Planner Girl's question. When Alex talked about it, he said the address and Redbeard, like they were the same thing. Yes. So let me go back to the document. Hang on. I got you. So that's at 55. All right. So, all right, here. So they are basically the same thing. So again, so if you look at this part here, it says collectively the companies. So in other words, and this is part of the whole wormhole. I'm not done with this whole wormhole yet. I still have a little bit more work to do to learn the history of these companies. But basically, what's interesting about it is that there's two different LLCs, right? So from what I understand, it's the same people. This is why it's interesting. It's the same people from what I understand. And you'll see these documents here at the end of this video I've got the documents for the sale. It's the same people. It's Alex and a bunch of other people, the same people for both of these. But why do they have two companies? That's the thing I don't know. Why is it not one name? I don't know. But it's all the same people, and they refer to this as all one thing, essentially. It's as if the tract of land is all one area, but for whatever reason, they formed two LLCs. And all these do is own this land, by the way. They formed, let me just break this down. Alex and these other fellows, they formed, and to form an LLC, you have to get it's like a government thing, right? You become an official company and all this. They formed two LLCs, one called Zero United Drive and another called Redbeard, and only to own this land. And that's all it does. It's just the name on the land. They don't do anything else. That's it. That's fucking it. We're going to get to this part. I'm glad you want to know. I think this is awesome. We're going to get to, it's going to take more research to get to why he was cool footing the bill, but you'll see who else was there, who owned it, because I've got the documents. So why was it two companies and not one? I don't know that. But all they did was own this land. So, and you'll see what happens here when we get to the end of the video. But yeah, so I mean, even here you can see kind of like a little bit, it's going to tell us the co-receivers in conjunction with the companies have retained a real estate agent and have received an all cash offer to purchase the Berkeley properties, which is what they're calling them, right? Collectively for what? 1.695 million. Remember, all this is assets too that would have been an issue in the boat case, okay? Because again, that's where this even came from. This is the Tinsley document. All right, so let me go back to where I was. What did I say I was at? Was I here? Okay, this is almost where we were. So, because I know I paused it when it was Redbeard. So, all right, here's where we were. So, where it's red, that's Redbeard. Where it's highlighted red. Okay, now where it's white, that's your Zero United Drive. And again, the Zero United Drive, it's just that tract of land has been broken up into 3 parcels. So, but you can see why this was so much, you can see why, hopefully you can see how many steps it took for me to even understand this, to try to make sense of it. Because I had all these same questions. I'm like, wait, so there's 3 different parcels, but they're all one tract, and then the companies and who owns what. So that's why I'm trying to make it simple for you guys. So these 3 that are highlighted white, it's just the way the land is organized. It's the 3 parcels of land here. Those 3 all make up, are all what is owned by the LLC Zero United Drive. And then the other big ass one that was red, that's Redbeard. And so the land was broken up before they owned it, right? By whoever owned it previously, which for whatever reason, I haven't found that part yet, because it should be available also. Who did they buy it from? That's another thing. I need to make a note to remember to follow. Yeah, I wanted to figure out who did Alex and them buy it from. I really want to know that. Could have been inherited, but I think he bought it. And so I do want to know that. But anyway, initially, long before that, the land was divided the way the land is divided. That's just how it goes. So that land that's highlighted white was divided up with a little tiny dude up there, and then a medium dude, and then a big dude with the lake. And then for whatever reason, the Redbeard area was never divided up. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Let me know if you guys have questions about that. Because that's one thing I can't answer. I can explain this land a bit, right? So there it is again, without anything highlighted. So you can see, again, the 3 parcels on the left that make up the land owned by Zero United Drive. Again, all the same people. And then on the right is your Redbeard. Or bottom, I guess you could call it. All right, now here we are. So hopefully, what my hope was that by the time I get to something like this, you guys can imagine all those lines and you know what you're looking at, right? So that you understand, okay, I know where and I try to make it really clear, but that's just, the goal is so that it's visually recognizable, right? And again, this is what I was actually doing as I was doing all this. I had to make it visual for me, or recognizable for myself as well, right? So that I could continue with Google Maps. So now I'm going back and forth again, right? This is how I did it in real life to try to make sure I could have it memorized of exactly where those lines were, right? For the property. Because why? We're going to go explore. And we're going to bring our shell. Okay, that's okay. So now I used my mouse. Let me rewind it just a second. I'm showing you where we're going here ahead of time with my mouse. So there we go. I just circled it. That's the stables. I circled that so that y'all can recognize that's where the stables are. They don't own the stables. That stables. So to me, I'm like, this is interesting because the stables butts up to all this land, but it's owned by somebody else. All right. Now I'm showing y'all that the outline with my mouse. If you can see that, I'm outlining it again so y'all can see. All right. Now I'm showing you guys all where we're going to go. So there's the big road. That, what I just showed you with my mouse. So it looks like a road, right? So that would be an access point to the property that also is the outermost line of the property of Zero United Drive, right? So that's, in other words, I'm like, how can you access the land, right? So that's showing that one. Okay, now I'm showing you the second one. All right, I'm pausing it. Where my mouse is, so that you can see there's that line there in the land. So I'm showing you the next access point because we're going to visit all of these, all right? That's the one that you've already seen with the tractor. It's that one. Goes all the way down to that little pond, all right? Next. All right, next access point is right there. I just showed you with my mouse. Where that that's Redbeard, right? Because we saw that where the property is divided, it's in between those 2 access points. So you've got the 2 lines that are visible there, but the actual dividing line of the properties, again, they're all owned by the same people, but the actual dividing line is in between those 2. So that second entrance that I just showed y'all, that's on Redbeard. Okay, moving down. Now I'm showing you guys the entrance to the stables there. And now we're almost to the back side of the property. So there, and that would be the last, where I just showed you with the mouse, that would be the last access point to getting onto this property or seeing the property, is that line I just showed you there. So hopefully that makes sense. How is it getting, a super planner girl says this is getting mathy. How is it getting mathy? Let me know. I'll try to explain it. I don't know where the math is, but yeah, let me know what you mean by that. So, okay. So now I'm showing you guys where we're going right there with my arrow. There we are. All right. We're taking another field trip. So, all right. Oh, that's not a good place. All right. So where we're headed, let me just orient you guys. We're going down this road. We're headed. Remember how the same way I showed you with my mouse where we went like top to bottom? So that top is where we're at. So in other words, all those entrance points I was showing y'all will be on my right-hand side, right? Okay, yeah, line. I am also, let me pull up this comment. I'm terrible with this stuff as well. So hopefully I've explained it in a way that if it makes sense to me, I'm hoping it'll make sense for y'all. Yeah, trust me. That's why I'm terrible with maps and directions and all this. And so I spent a lot of time making sure I was oriented, because half the time I was trying to do this, I'd be facing the wrong way, and I'm like, and then I'd get lost on the map. That happened a lot. So, but I know it very well now, so hopefully I can make it make sense. So if you see where we are on the screen, we're headed down the road. What you want to know is that on your left is this little road, West Lead B Trail. I think the point of that is for the horses, which I'll show you in a second. But what you want to know is you're going down the road, and on your right-hand side is where all of those entrances onto Redbeard and Zero United Drive. That's where all of them are going to be on your right-hand side. Okay. So as you're going down the road, we're going to look for those entrances on the right-hand side, all in a row, like I was showing y'all. So, okay. So here's the Wesley B trail. All right. Pausing it. So my best guess about this, looking at that gate, is that this is where they take the horses because they have the stables down there. My guess is they ride those horses right down this road because this is a county road. So you could be allowed to do that. And they ride them right down. And also I grew up riding, by the way. So I have horsey experience. And this is what this looks like. It looks like this is where they would ride the horses. Thank you, Black Widow, for this. Yes. There you go. There you go. So, okay. So there's the trail. I think I just think that's pretty. I would love to go horseback riding. Also, just as a fleeting thought that I had, that potentially visiting that stable could be a potential way to get close to that property without getting shot is another thing. When we go with our shovel, we show up with our shovels. So, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm here for, because like, honestly, I mean, if I could own horses, I would be more than happy to go riding anywhere. But in this case, it would be for solving a mystery, right? So, all right. So we're going down the road. Remember, all of our entrances are going to be on the right. In terms of onto the property, the one in question, right? So Redbeard, Zero United Drive. All right. So as we're going along, all right, coming up, this is the first property access. So this is going to be onto what is part of Zero United Drive company. Again, it's all the same people, so it doesn't really matter. I'm in my mind, it's all Redbeard. That's how I think of it. But I wanted to kind of show you guys how far back from the road it is, and also how like it's not like accessible at all. Like it's overgrown. It's like looks like no one's been there in a million years. Okay. Yeah, look at that. See what I mean? Like no one's checked. It looks like no one's fucking been out there or checked up on it. It looks like that it's just kind of been abandoned in a way, right? Like, is anyone tending to it? Like, I think that probably says no trespassing. But like, look at that. It's like at some point in time, maybe that was a road, but like not anymore. All right. So now turning around, we're going to keep going. All right. Now we're going to be headed towards the next entrance. This is the one that we've seen before with the tractor entrance. So, and this is the one that takes us directly to that little pond thingy runoff. I guess it's not a lake. How far is this from Moselle? Good question. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm going to pause it here. Okay, there's the tractor. Good question. So let me look it up. So because I don't actually remember. I'm looking it up. I have all this stuff memorized. So 41, 47. And my phone, of course, automatically assumes I'm looking up directions here and not where I actually live, which is amazing. Thank you, phone. So it's not close. It's about 2 hours. Where this is at is much closer to the coastline than where Hampton is. And it's a little bit north. It's in an area technically called the Francis Marion National Forest. Yeah, 2 hours. About, yep. And I've also looked it up. It'd be about a 4-hour drive for me to get there as well. Oh, Charleston. Where's Charleston compared to it? Let me see. Yeah, 4 hours for me to get there. So Charleston is on the way. Well, you can go a couple different ways, Super Planner Girl, to get there. But two of the ways that it's showing me on Google Maps of getting from like Moselle to Redbeard, two of the ways would like go through Charleston. So that kind of makes sense too from what we know, because we know how much time they spent there. So, oh wow, only 2 hours. That's awesome. So, okay. So let's keep going. All right, so there's our tractor. All right, now we're back to our aerial view. Okay, so with this aerial view coming up here, I'm just going to explore. You can see I'm going to zoom in and out. I'm just kind of looking, like I'm looking, can I see any shovels? Can I see any jars, mason jars? Can I see any gold? Like, you know, half kidding. Are there any other tractors? Like, I'm just kind of peeking around right above. And now I'm going back to the TMS view. And now, and what I'm trying to do is make it go back and forth so y'all can see really clearly exactly how it looks on Google Maps. I think that pond is interesting. What do you guys think? I wonder how deep that thing is. I wish I could find that out and add that to the fucking list. Another thing I'm working on, just side note, is potential that the sheriff, who I think is still the sheriff, at least was the sheriff at the time of the murders, might be related to Becky Hill. The number of tabs I have open on my computer, not right now because I close them out to do the live stream, but normally each one's a wormhole and a wormhole of a wormhole. A reservoir, yeah, maybe. But I mean, my thought is like, you know, what's down at the bottom of that thing, right? No one's been here. I mean, no one fucking like, I've not heard anything about this. It's just so funny how it's like, you know, scrolling over here, me and my squirrely braid, you know, like, but nobody caught this bit with the ditches. I mean, you can tell by looking at it. No one's been there. Like, I have not called it in. No, I mean, I don't know if I should I? Like, I don't know. I don't know what I would even say. Like, hey, it's me scrolling. I'm scrolling around, like, you know, just squirrely detective. I don't know. I mean, I guess it would still be better, like, if they could find the murder weapons, right? Like, you still want to find as much as you can. I don't know. Okay, we're back on the road. On the road again. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Super Planner Girl. And I know your real name. I'm just not going to say it on stream. But every now and again, I almost say it and I stop myself. Yeah, I mean, yeah, use his own words against him. I mean, that's what he does best, right? Like, yeah, that's all you need. Use his own words. So we're going down the road. So now where we're at is we're coming up on the stables. So, and I had to really rein it in. Oh, pun intended, not intended. Because I said rein it in and horses, but I get horse brain. So you guys I had to really, when we get there. Okay. So there's another little, so that is the little entrance right before you get to the horse barn there. So again, this is on Redbeard. Doesn't look like you can even, I mean, like no one's fucking been there. Okay, so now we're on our way again to the horses. I love Creighton. I would love to email him, or maybe he'll be at CrimeCon again. Okay, so there you can see, look, signs of a stable. All right, we're heading up to the horses. See, again, I'm getting horse brain already in real, like right now I'm getting horse brain. So, and horse brain I'm pausing it real quick. I'm half kidding that it's a medical condition that you get when you wish you could own horses, but don't. It runs in my family. And actually some family members of mine have owned horses in the past, but I've never owned them, and my parents and stuff never did. But it's like, yeah, horse brain. That's all I can say. So I love it. I love horses. I love riding. I love it so much. Yeah. If I could ride a horse instead of drive a car, wouldn't even be a question. There they are. And you know what's so funny is when I was doing this, I was like, oh no, am I going to see horses? This could derail this entire fucking thing. If I get horse brain too bad, it could derail it. So literally, I'm like, oh no, there they are. I had to like rein myself in again with the pun. But there I'm circling the horses because love them. And then here, look, I'm doing a heart. If you can see with my mouse, I just did a little heart around the horses because I love them so much. I love you so much, horses. All right. And so now we only have one last little thing to visit over here, which is the last entrance going around the end, the bottom of it. The last access point at the very bottom of the map. So here we go. We're passing it's pretty out here though, isn't it? And there's more of the barn stables. And there's that last one. Now that one looks the most visited. But I'm really thinking that getting on one of those horses would be a good way to explore this area, if at all possible. I mean, A, it's not really accessible otherwise, but B, it's an excuse to ride a horse and explore it, right? But, oh, you've never ridden Blackwater? Oh, man. Who was I talking to? Oh, I was talking to one of my students about horseback riding. That's who it was. Okay, yeah. Okay, next part. So the next step. What am I doing here? This is where I'm getting to the deeds. So then the next step was I took, let me go back in the video. Actually, I forgot to point something out because I was thinking about horse brain, right? I warned you guys I was thinking about horse brain. Okay, so let me go back a second here. Okay, this is the part. So I need to show you all this part. This was the next step in the whole thing. So I'm on the TMS site, right? As you can see. Now, if you hover over a parcel of land, it shows you the deed book. Look at where it says the city, and then it says deed book and deed page. So that was my next step. I have deed book, I have deed page. I can find deeds. I can find the deeds. Here we go. All right, here we go. So as you can see, there I'm typing it in, 4387. There's the book. Here's the page number. As per the TMS thing, search, there's the deed right there. All right, let's go through it. Are you guys excited? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So here's the first part that's interesting. Look at where it says parties. It's on the right-hand side. There's a line that says examined and charged as follows right above that. It says direct and indirect. This is where it gets weird. So it's where it gets weird. It's already been weird, hasn't it? So direct is like who already owns it, right? And then indirect is who's now buying it. So remember, we had the two groups that were kind of all working as one entity. We had Zero United Drive LLC and Redbeard LLC. So I'm like, hold on, wait, what's happening? Look at this. So somebody bought this property in 2022. Somebody bought this property in 2022. Now, in my mind, I'm like thinking this is all under the context of all the assets, right? Because he's got to pay his attorneys, and there's the boat case and all this stuff. Well, not the boat case went away, but all the money he owes for clients, stealing money. He owes everybody money. So it didn't surprise me that things would happen, but what I don't know is because there were other people that also owned it. So, but anyway, the point is that whoever bought this is now called United Drive Holdings LLC, which is, boy, so similar to the original name, right? So there's that. Is it just the rest of the people without Alex? Could be. I don't know. I'm still working on it. So, like, is it just the same group and they just kicked him out because he's, in jail, or prison rather? So here's the next page. You can see the consideration. All right, let's learn about contracts. Every contract, guys, whether it's verbal or written, consists of 3 steps. There's an offer, a consideration, and an acceptance. An offer is, here's this thing. Consideration is basically the price, right? So that's why it says consideration. You might have been like, why does it say consideration? It's under examined and charged as follows. You can see there's a recording fee, and then it says consideration. And here it says $847,500. So that's like selling price. And why does it say consideration? Because technically this is a contract and you have to have this. The second step is consideration. So it's like, I ask you to consider it for this price, right? That's where the name comes from. Okay. So offer, consideration, acceptance are your 3 steps for any contract. So again, I'm showing you with my mouse there. See, in my mind, I had in real life, I had to open another tab and then do another wormhole trying to figure out who United Drive Holdings LLC is, because I'm like, that's who currently owns this property, guys. That's who currently owns this property. United Drive Holdings LLC. They bought all this property in 2022, October 12th, 2022. And I want to know if it's all the same people minus Alex. So here we go. I thought it was interesting that it says known all men by these. You can see that this is a standard document that they just fill in the details for the whatever the prices and shit are, address, whatever. So in my mind, I'm like, wait, so that means like where it says known all men by these presents, it must say that on every one, which I'm like, of course it says all men, right? Like they didn't even bother to make it not sexist. But so it says that Zero United Drive LLC, a South Carolina limited liability company, the grantor, that means that they own it. And for the consideration of the sum of 8, and it's spelling it out, but it's, you know, almost $1 million or almost $1 million. Presents by United Drive Holdings LLC, another LLC company. In other words, this is just explaining in written words that what's happening. Like Zero United Drive is offering to sell this property to United Drive Holdings LLC for it's almost $1 million, right? You can see also down there, there's a lot on here, right? Like there's the TMS numbers. Remember we said there were 3 parcels in this one from earlier, and then Red Beard's just one big one. So there's your TMS numbers. We already went and saw all that. We've got an address there. Who's Adam Monroe? Don't worry, we're gonna look at that. It's like every single thing. Kismet, dude. We're in the middle or towards the end of the Red Beard deep dive. So everything on this document to me is a wormhole. I'm glad you're here, Kitsmits. I'm so glad you're here. So right. So I what I did is when I made this, I tried to include reading time. So okay. All right. So now I'm scrolling. All right. Next page. All right. Check it out, guys. Dude, look at the first name. So Super Planner Girl, you were asking, who are all the people, right? You were like, who are all the people? Look, there they are. There's the answer to your question. Well, one of your questions. The first name is Richard A. Murdaugh, manager. And there's all his co-receivers. This is all the other people with him that owned the property, okay? Not surprising. Look, there's the 14th Judicial Circuit again. Fucking hell. That same fucking circuit. So, October 6th, 2022. We got you, Kitsmits. All right, cool. So, we talked right before this too, by the way, Kitsmits, about the railroad minute thing. Okay, so, but yeah, I'm sure you'll go back and watch it. I'll make sure I've got really clear timestamps as well for you. So here's this part here. It says Tract A. Remember, I was saying we have tracts and parcels. So Tract A, Tract B, those are your TMS numbers, right? Basically, this is just saying, like we've said before, all those 3 tracks with the that we've looked at on the left-hand side of the big blob are all part of that one property technically, right? And again, so what I want to know is like who owned it before. All right, it says, okay, right. I'm remembering this now as I look at it. Thomas and Hutton Engineering Company owned the land before. So this is showing how the history. So essentially this land, right, was owned by Thomas and Hutton Engineering Company, as you can see there. They sold it to Alex and Friends, aka called themselves Zero United Drive LLC and Red Beard LLC. But it was initially owned by Thomas and Hutton Engineering Company. They sold it. And I did look them up. I could not find anything interesting about them, by the way. they just seemed like a engineering company that owned land, whatever. They didn't do anything with it. It was just like an asset. All right. So now I'm pausing it to show y'all the next part. So now this is the Redbeard. So that was all the deed work for 0 United Drive and the sale of that. Now we're going to do the same thing for Redbeard. So I'm just showing you guys this whole process, going back to the Register of Deeds where I feel like I lived for a while there. Berkeley County. Fucking the way I know South Carolina now is insane. All right. Now we're here with Redbeard. Check it out. So it looks just like the other document, but look, instead, direct, Redbeard, indirect, United Drive Holdings LLC, consideration, right? Step 2 in a contract. Hopefully this is making sense to you guys, except for maybe Kit Smith, who might be a little bit confused. But so this is the document for Redbeard. So we've got all this same thing I'm showing y'all with my mouse. We're almost actually done with this video. Okay. Same thing as before, right? Like I said, it's like a fill in the blank. It starts with the no all men by these presents. And so there's Redbeard LLC. There it has the TMS number 058. Remember, it's just one. It was that big ass section. So, and anyone who's interested, of course, you can go back and pause it if you want to like make sure you like read every word or, you know, that's why, again, why I left time for that, right? So that we could read it and people could go back and read it. All right. And then there's, wait, I scrolled. Okay. I guess I scrolled past it because it's exactly the same. But with all the co-receivers, it's exactly identical as the other one with Alex and friends, right? Alex and co. And now here's this part. So it's the same thing, right? Like I said, who was owned before? It was owned by Thomas and Hutton Engineering Company. And they sold it to Alex and friends, right? Just like the other parts, the other one we looked, just like the 0 United Drive, right? They bought all the land. And then, as we know, what's happening in this document is that Alex and Co. sold it to United Drive LLC or whatever. They changed, it sounds like they changed their name. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. So next, right. So remember what I said? I was like, what's the deal with this new company, right? Remember? Because I was like, is it just Alex and Co. without Alex? Like, so there's my Google search, United Drive Holdings, LLC, South Carolina. I couldn't find anything except for this one thing that I'm clicking on. If you saw the second purple link, I clicked on it, but it was a Google mistake. It wasn't them. This is the only thing on the internet. Y'all are welcome to look and see what you find, but this is all I could find. And it's nothing. All it says is this, right? United Drive Holdings, LLC. It was formed. Look at the filing date, September 23rd, 2022. So just like I said, how those other companies were formed just to own that land, right? 0 United Drive and Redbeard were formed as LLCs just to own that land. This was formed just to buy the land from them. And it's United Drive Holdings, LLC. And it was formed, look at this, filing date, September 23rd, 2022. October 6th, 2022. What is that? 2 weeks? Not even 2 weeks? That's when they fucking bought it. Like literally, you want to, I don't know that there's anything wrong with forming an LLC just to do something. All I'm saying is that it's clear that that's what happened because they formed it like less than 2 weeks before. So, yeah, this is a major squirrel hole. Right. So I'm not saying it's illegal. I mean, obviously it's legal. It's just weird, right? To me, I don't understand. Like, anyway, they formed this business September 23rd, 2022. And lo and behold, they bought all that land on October 6th, 2022. And of course, that's only a few months before the trial. All right. We're finishing up this wormhole. Okay, so now, how did I get to Middle Street Partners? How was this? What was this one? Oh, okay. So the way I got here was there was an address on the documents that we were looking at for who brokered, I think is the word, the sale. And so I did a Google search for the address because it didn't say who it was. All it gave was the address. It gave 146 Williman Street, Suite 100. I Googled the address, and the address led me to Middle Street Partners. Are you guys like, this is my life. This is my life. This is the abridged, this is like the succinct version. Like, you know, can you imagine? All right. So that brought me to Middle Street Partners. So then, as you can see, I clicked on the link. Let's see what it is. Middle Street Partners. Okay. So they're involved. All right. What is it? There it is. It's real estate development, blah, blah. So it looks like they brokered the sale or whatever. Okay. So then, okay. Adam Monroe. Why am I here? Why am I circling him? Adam Monroe was the guy whose name was on the documents as having facilitated the sale. It said Adam Monroe, and then it gave that address, and that brought me to here. Middle Street Partners. This dude, second guy over, we have Ryan Knapp, and then Adam Monroe. That dude, that's the dude. For whatever reason, the guy beside him, Thomas Wagner, that name rings a bell, but I can't remember. I never figured that out. The name rings a bell, though. All right, so then I clicked on him. Let's see what his deal is. And shocker, he went to the University of South Carolina. Go Gamecocks, right? I don't know if y'all heard the sigh. It's just, of course he did. I don't know. It is just. Other thing that I will say is that I don't know any mascots or sports balls. The only thing I know is that the University of South, actually, I know that the college I went to has a mascot, the Mountaineers. But other than that, the only thing I know is the Gamecocks for University of South Carolina. All right. Then next wormhole. This is the last one, actually. So then I did a Google search for Adam Monroe. And then I saw this baby child. It just came up in the Google search, this baby child of Middle Street Partners, which is the same place, right? I'm like, wait, what? Why is there a baby child? What's happening? Like, what? So just to verify it, there he is. Under leadership for Middle Street Partners is this, I mean, am I crazy? Does he not look like he's 16 or 15? He's a partner. He's a freaking partner at this. What? And of course, he went to University of South Carolina, go Gamecocks. I mean, and then Clemson, of course, for second thing. I agree. So does David. Yes. I'm glad it's not just me. Let me go back and look at David again. Yes, 100%. I thought the same exact thing. So does David, but especially him. 100%. Yes. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not crazy. Or yeah, I mean, I am crazy, but I'm glad that you guys agree. So that, yeah. So that was, and that was where at that point in time, I'd been wormholing this for so long. And when I came to this baby child, I was like, all right, that's it for this day. To quote Judge Newman, we've done enough on this day. And that's where I ended that wormhole. But there are all the other branches I've talked about are still ongoing. There's a lot more to go. But that's the end of this wormhole for now. So, there's so, I mean, it's like, and I knew what I was getting myself into, but I did not know what I was getting myself into. Like I can just, but I love it. I love it. It's just so full of intrigue and so full of surprises. And it's everything. This kitchen, Super Planner Girl says this kid should invent youth serum. I know, right? It's really, I know. It's just really insane. I mean, he's a partner at the firm. And he's already got, I mean, reasonably, how old must he be? Like a solid 10 years older than he looks, at least, right? And with guys, that's especially weird, right? Because usually it's, with women, you'll see it more often where they look at, right? Am I, or do I have that backwards? I feel like it's usually with women. I feel like guys, once they get past like 20, you know, they tend to age a little bit quicker, or like, what am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying. I think hopefully you guys are reading my mind. Yeah, he says he has his master's. So, but also but then to be named a partner and be on that leadership page too, I would think he means he also has a little bit of work experience. There you go. Thank you. They mature. That's it. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. They mature. Yes. So it is especially, yes. Thank you for doing all the help for me in my brain. They're looking like men. Exactly. So it is even weirder when you see a baby child like this in this situation. Okay. We are going to resume with part 9. Now, remember,
That's why I have the title, you know, just
I rewound it back to this to show, because we were talking about it, but let's find where we were. Here we were at the intermission. So it's too far. Okay, hold on. We're almost there. Hold on. Let's
What your examination
just.
Did any of them ask you how you came
Guys
to your
want
decision?
Oh, she's like, good night, super
No,
planner girl. Thank you for being here. Watch him leave again.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay, so now we're going to have the alternate view.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Come forward. Yes, sir.
Here's the slow-mo. Very good. Back to
Ladies and
back
gentlemen,
to
we
whence
will
he came.
adjourn for
Okay.
the weekend.
So now we have our intermission, which is where we did. And I you know what? I know I promised y'all those other stories. I'll write them down. Unless there's a revolt from the chat, but the DJ Nightbot and the knife story. Wasn't there another story I was going to say? I don't know. All right. I'm sure there were. So intermission, and then on to, here we go.
Your Honor, that's fine with proceeding if that's the court's
All right.
desire to proceed on.
So we're on to the next day. So what we have here is we have this morning housekeeping. They're going to talk about some preliminary matters regarding Alex testifying, I believe. And then we will be hearing from Buster. And then we will be hearing from everyone's favorite defense expert and his theory on who really did the murders.
Certainly, I don't have any objection either.
Proceeding as opposed to what?
I mean, she's at the doctor's appointment. I don't know if
Oh, right. Okay. This morning housekeeping, that's right. This morning housekeeping is actually because there was a juror who's sick or something and they had to replace a juror. But the reason I left this in here is because they draw the names out of the box with the pumpkin spice or whatever it is on there. And it's funny.
that was something that would keep her out for a while. That would be the only thing. But obviously she's not here and not feeling well. So that's why we have the alternates.
And Your Honor, and I know you were going to tell the jury, day 21, and we'd like to not be doing day 31. And if this delays it, we sit here and wait to find out what her health condition is. It might go on for a while. So we'd rather go ahead and proceed.
So we now have, we'll need to select by lot the next juror. We have 3 alternates, right? Out of the 3, we need another juror. Any objection to the clerk randomly pulling out the number out of the box?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Let's see who we have. Tell us who it is, juror number.
Juror number 5.
All right, juror number 530 will become part of the regular panel. Secondly, I've been receiving over the past 2 to 3 days emails concerning a social media post by Mr. Griffin.
Oh yeah,
commenting
this
upon-
part is great. So this is where I forgot about this, like in the trial and stuff, and when I went back. So Jim was posting on freaking social media, and this has some echoings of Amber Heard here in a second, where Judge Newman discusses, a tweet versus a retweet and how it's all basically the same. And I was like, oh my God, that's really funny. So yeah.
Witnesses' testimony and quality of the investigation by the state. And it appeared on my Twitter feed this morning. Mr. Griffin, is this part of your defense strategy or?
Your Honor, all I did was retweet an article that was published in the Washington Post. I didn't put any comment. I didn't make any statement. I just retweeted an article that's in the newspaper. That's all I did.
He's like, but Your Honor, all I did was retweet it. Yeah, still counts.
We had an NBA player who retweeted an article, professional basketball player who retweeted an article that resulted in him being suspended from the NBA for about 10 days and cost him about $10 million in salary. So retweeting is the same as, to some, as if your tweet. It appeared, I didn't know that, well, I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours, but it just appeared on my, under Twitter. First thing up this morning was you. We had the lawyer who had a similar name to, a person with a similar name to our lawyer witness, and it was someone else by the same name. In your interest, your instance, it's your name and your picture. So,
Retweet the article, no question about it.
yeah, well, I've been reviewing Rule 3.6 regarding that, whereas the rule does not specifically state that lawyers are prohibited from criticizing witnesses during the course of the trial or commenting on a case that they're actively participating in. I think it goes against the spirit of the law, of the rule, and it doesn't pass the field test. So that's, to quote Judge Kynard, it doesn't pass the field test. So you should not post or repost anything that would give me or the general public or hopefully never land in the hand of a juror who the jurors were instructed not to discuss the case, and obviously that did not extend to the lawyers, but it's not a good practice, and it could easily lead to modification of our rules that might specifically address something like that. So I'll leave it at that.
Stand, Your Honor, I will not retweet anything or tweet anything until this trial is over.
Yes, sir. Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from state, Your Honor.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, you may bring the jury. We'll proceed now with the defense's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense will call Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Jr., also known as Buster Murdaugh.
Raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. And if you'll state your full name and spell your last name.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., Murdaugh. I go by Buster.
So it can be confusing because of all the names in this family, and there's all Randolphs, Richards. His name is identical to his dad's name. Think about that for Buster's sake. His dad is exactly the same as his dad. Oh my God. His name is exactly the same as his dad's name. Richard Alexander Murdaugh, but then he's Junior. Anytime someone Googles that name, think about if they're looking for him, for Buster, right? I mean, he's already going to be associated with this the rest of his life because it was his mom and brother that died and his dad that did it. But even if you don't know any of that and you're just, a job or whatever the case is, right? You don't know anything about the family. That name alone, he can't get away from it. Exact same name. Someone could even mistakenly think that he's the person, if they don't know how old he is, right? They might think, oh God, he's in prison, right? I mean, oh, hi, Catherine. I'm just seeing your comment here. I appreciate that. Shout out to all the lurkers also. Let me see if Nightbot can do a little greeting. I'm happy you're here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. And thank you for commenting. And I'm happy to do it. And there's Nightbot with his little shout out to all the lurkers. So yeah, I mean, if someone didn't know his age and they were trying to look him up for stuff, like again, like maybe it's something like a job, and they were to look up that name, they could even mistakenly think it's the same person and be like, he's in prison for murder. I mean, it's just, there's a lot that hit me differently going through it with his testimony as I put this together with all the context and having done a lot of research at this point about the family. And like I said, there's this family mythology that we're going to really, it's really going to be, I feel like it's quite prevalent. We'll talk about it with his testimony. And just, there's also things that were clear to me too, in terms of the position that he's put in here. And yeah, part of that is going to be extra clear too when we go through and look at some of these images of Alameda and look at the maps. It's a lot. So there's some parts in here though when I think we'll pause it and talk about it. Some especially poignant moments and sad in a way too, but it really gives us an understanding when we look at his testimony as to what we're dealing with the family and with, like I said, like it's like in a way, it's like the family mythology, the family lore, if you will. And what we're going to talk about more is the role of identity in the context of this family.
Mr. Murdaugh, is your father sitting over here at defense table?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you born, where you raised, where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years when I was a little child. We moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School. And after high school, I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Is your mother Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton, do you remember how old you were when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
Okay. And did you live in
Guys,
Hampton?
It's pain. It's tragic. Like, I'm going to rewind it a little bit. I think from a human perspective, just thinking about the position he's in and how he's lost everything, this is going to become, again, really clear with his testimony. There's some parts in here that are just so, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but we'll see. But anyway, just watching him with this microphone this entire time, watch him with the microphone, like this entire time on the stand. It's like that microphone is his lifeline to connect him with like reality or something. It's like something tangible. I don't know. I'm curious what you guys think. I know that sometimes we hear about like from body language people. Again, I love those. I love the behavior panel. I think they're hilarious. I'm not someone who does that. Like I enjoy watching them because I love their personalities for the most part. I love the banter and, the bromance and, and you learn a lot. But my point is that I'm not saying that it means he's suspicious. I'm not saying it means he's guilty. I'm not saying, obviously, right? I'm not saying when I refer to the microphone, I don't mean it in the context of maybe the way other people talk about it. I'm saying this is an observation that I made, not even in that realm. Like, you can hear it because you can even hear it. Like, you can hear it every time he moves it around. And I remember noticing that even when the trial was happening in real time. It's really like, I don't know. It's, again, it just adds to like the poignantness, or if you will, or this sense of like there's this background, like in the background of the way he's operating, there's this like overwhelming amount of tragedy and loss. But he's so stuck as like in this situation. I mean, you know what I mean? Like has to testify, right? He's testifying for his dad. His dad killed his family. There's so many layers here. And on top of all of it, he's stuck with that name. It's like if you imagine being Buster, it's like, how can you even begin to sort through all this? Like, look at all the stuff we've talked about. We don't even know half of it, right? He actually lives in the family. Like, how can you begin to sort through all this? I don't know. So it's like, I'm almost glad the microphone's there to give him something to he can't hold on to it, but I think he probably would if he could, right? But like, it's in a way, it's something to hold on to in terms of like holding on to reality. Like, I don't know. Is that making any sense? And I 100% agree. I mean, the tragedy that this has wrought on Buster's life is immeasurable. And I will say also, Brooklyn, his girlfriend, they're still together from what I understand. This was his girlfriend at the time. They'd already been together a while, I think, at this point when the murders happened. But I'm glad he has her, and she stood by him. I'm in my mind, I don't know anything about her, but I would imagine, I picture her as like his rock, and I picture her as like a rock, as in like a rock solid person who just wasn't fazed at all. I don't know. She must be really an amazing person. And I'm glad that it's making sense, Kitsmith. So yes. Okay. So let's continue on. But yeah, I was going to say, let's notice the role of the microphone for him. And again, I'm thinking of it in terms of how it's almost a lifeline. That's how I view it in this.
Is your mother Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton,
Yeah, lifeline or like a life raft or a.
do you remember how old you were
No.
when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
If you
And then
if you think of the microphone, like as we watch this, imagine that see what happens if you think of that microphone as like a lifeline, and see how that, yeah, if it does, but if that has an effect on how this testimony hits you. Oh, I'm happy you're watching it, Abby. That's awesome. I hope you had a good time with I think you said it was your parents. But see if that changes anything for you. If you imagine that that microphone is like his lifeline and he's like wants to grab onto it for dear life, but he can't. He can only just touch it.
And did you live in Hampton, in a house in the city limits,
Yes, sir.
the town limits?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with your mom and dad and brother for how long?
For around 20 years.
Right. At some point in time, did your parents buy this property off Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
Right around 2012, I think. I would have been a sophomore in high school.
And when that property was first purchased, did you move out to Moselle, or are you still living in Hampton?
So we had a house in Hampton and also purchased the property at Moselle, which had a house. And
Remember, the house in Hampton is the one that was burnt down and they found diesel gasoline and then they got an insurance payout. Blanca testified about that.
for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved
So that
out
part
from Hampton.
is interesting because Blanca never said anything about that. I don't know what the deal is with that. If the Hurricane Matthew was after the fire, or if I have no idea. If he didn't want to mention the fire, I mean, he's been in court every day. I'm sure he was there when Blanca testified, right? Unless he wasn't there and he didn't hear her say that. I really don't know. But it's interesting he's mentioning damage to the house, but he's giving a different reason, right? Because he's saying the house had to get work done, so they had to move. And that's like what Blanca said, but it was from a fire. So yeah.
To Moselle while the house was getting fixed, and more or less it just kind of, it never transitioned back to Hampton. It just almost like Moselle became the primary residence.
And during this time, did your family also have a house at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at Edisto?
Very frequently during the summertime.
Okay.
Almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property, making it primary residence, were you still living at home in high school, or do you remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home at that point in time? Was that while you were still in high school or
Yes.
school? You remember when you transitioned to Moselle and started staying there basically full time during the school year?
So when I was still in high school, we were living in the Hampton house, and then I'd gone off to college.
Okay.
Which is when the stuff happened, and they moved out to Moselle. So yeah, I was living at college.
And when did you go off to college?
2014.
Okay, so sometime after around 2014, family relocated to Moselle for the most part
That's right.
because of the hurricane damage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about the Moselle property. I know they've heard a fair amount, but I think you probably know it better than anybody.
Yeah, so the Moselle property it's roughly 1,700 acres, and a lot of that is really not even accessible. It's a lot of swamplands, a lot of stuff that you just, no road systems or anything like that. But a big portion of it is has road systems and everything, and it's a big property. It's broken up into several different parcels that border each other, and we have 20 some odd deer stands, dove fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So
This is so interesting because, sorry, Buster, that was not a good place to pause it for you. There we go. Did you guys see how he was like talking directly to the jury? That must have, and I think he doesn't touch the microphone. That must have felt like such a relief, right? He's talking about something he knows, and he's talking to the jury. He's telling them about Moselle, and it's like it starts out like, that would be a moment of relief where you're just talking about something but then that's also got to at the same time be a sad memory, right? Because he never got to go back there again, and it's where his family died. So I can see that being both things, like maybe at first a relief and then it's, back to sad reality, right? And back to Jim for another question and back to the microphone, the lifeline.
What type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
Everything. Deer, duck, quail, dove, hogs.
You have a duck pond?
We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting was, did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury has seen a aerial view of the property, and there's a main house, there's shed, kennels, and then there's a house sort of right on Moselle Road. What do you call that house?
That's the cabin.
The cabin. And did you live in the cabin with friends over summers at some point in time?
I did. The summer of my sophomore year, after my sophomore year, me and two of my buddies lived in the cabin.
Okay. And who are those buddies?
Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And so we can get more of this. We've heard about hogs and pigs on the property. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
About the hogs?
Yes, sir.
We had a lot of hogs, and if you don't know, hogs are very destructive to a piece of property. We plant food plots for the deer, plant the fields for the doves and the ducks, and they basically go through and ruin it all. So given the high population of hogs, we would frequently go out and hunt them, try to cut the numbers down a little bit.
Did what kind of guns did you have there at Moselle?
We had a lot of guns.
Do you have shotguns?
We did, shotguns.
You have 12-gauge shotguns?
12-gauge shotguns, 20-gauge shotguns, 16-gauge shotguns, 28-gauge shotguns.
Right. And how many type rifles did you have on the property?
A lot.
Can you just name some of them?
Yeah, 270 short mag, 7mm 08, 308, 243, 223, 300 blackout.
And what type of ammo did you keep on the property?
Well, I mean, all ammos for those calibers.
Sure. And where were the guns kept primarily?
In the gun room at the main house at Moselle.
And was there a pool table in the gun room?
There was.
Okay. Were there times when guns were left elsewhere on the property?
Yes.
Where else on the property would guns be left?
Well, just myself. I mean, I've left them up at the shed before. I've left them on golf cart used that day. Left them in a truck. I mean, guns would just not always find their way back to the gun room.
How about Paul? How was he with securing guns?
Not good.
What do you mean by that?
Paul left guns probably more on the property than anybody else, and sometimes sometimes he would use my gun and then he would leave it, and then I'd have to track it down.
Right. Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He did.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Okay. Did at some point in time you and Paul receive 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your 300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And when you say black and tan, what part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan, and
So remember, y'all, there's this whole question about the replacement blackout. We've heard testimony from all of these friends of Paul's and that, citing in the replacement. So I don't know if y'all remember, but if y'all want to take a guess, what do you think he's going to say? Do you think he's going to say there's a replacement or not?
I think, and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock, maybe?
Okay. And so
Because the replacement's the one that's
yours was
missing,
all black,
right?
his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah,
How do you know that?
that's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it, and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Trial? Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
And so every time in your presence, Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Did y'all hear that? He's testifying that he has never seen a replacement.
Mine.
There's, I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion, and the jury has seen a 12-gauge Benelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized, so it's to replicate, a more alive duck.
And did you, why does your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy, and in the box it came with a sticker, and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way that's your gun.
That's right.
I believe the evidence in the case is that Mojo Benelli, when it was seized, was loaded. Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Knowing that I might need it again at any point.
Okay.
Just, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey load. Do you remember that you would load that gun with?
It's so insane to think about, especially with all the recent trials, about regarding gun storage. If anyone's been following the Jennifer Crumbly, and God, what was his name? The husband, I can't remember his name. I watched that trial, but James Crumley. Yeah. We've learned a lot about gun storage, but even without that, it's so insane to think about how they had like 50 million guns on that property. I mean, a lot. They had a lot of guns left around everywhere in unlocked cars, sitting around golf carts, wherever they happen to be, loaded, right? I mean, a loaded gun, like there were just loaded guns, not locked up, just everywhere. That's so crazy.
A 3-inch and a 3.5-inch?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
I do that because when I go turkey hunting, the goal is to, get the turkey close to you and shoot it in the first try. But if I were to miss and the turkey goes running away and I try to shoot it again, I put a bigger shell, larger shell behind the smaller one for that purpose.
Okay. And that's something you commonly did?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever load in a 12-gauge, 20-gauge, 28-gauge, a buckshot followed by a bird shot?
No, sir, I've never done that.
Have you ever known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
Do you know of any reason to do that?
No, I can't think of any reason to do that.
Again, conflicting testimony. We heard from many of Paul's friends. They testified that Paul commonly did this.
And specifically, have you ever loaded in any gun a buckshot followed by dry lock, steel, waterfowl pellet?
I have not.
You know anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know any reason to do that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you ever seen any guns on your property loaded in that fashion?
No, sir.
Buckshot with some sort of bird shot right behind it?
No, sir.
The jury's heard testimony about goings and comings, which way you go in and go out at Moselle? How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
And will you describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road, and then you would come up on big brick columns, and that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance, and that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it, and those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance unless that there was a reason that you needed to go down the other one, which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox, and also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
Now, leaving Moselle, the property, which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
Okay. And if you're going to Alameda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right.
In 2020, 2021, during the summer months, where did your mother prefer to stay?
At Edisto.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or
I was down at Edisto a lot in the summer.
okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
Is he saying spring of 20 or 21?
21. Now, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Weird that this is so hard
Did
to
you have an
answer.
apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment.
What's happening?
Split time between Columbia and Moselle, and
Yes, sir.
you have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the summer of
I don't know why you need Jim's help on
2021,
that question.
well, in June, where were you living?
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend's mom.
And then in the spring up through June of 2021, where was Paul living?
In Columbia.
He had an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, sir.
And was he enrolled at University of South Carolina in the spring of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then once school got out, you know where Paul relocated to? Anywhere?
No, not exactly. I know that.
Why is this? This is another.
I mean, I think he went down to live with John Marvin. He was working for him for the summertime.
And who's John Marvin?
My uncle.
And what kind of business does John Marvin have?
He has a rental business, and he sells Kubota tractors.
And where does he have store locations?
One in Okatee, one in Hampton.
And was Paul working at the Ogatee location?
Yes.
Just sort of backing up, did you and your dad and mother and brother Paul do a lot of things with your mother's family, the Brandstetters?
Yes, sir.
What type of things would y'all do?
Well, we gather every holiday, and other than that, we would do trips together. We would go down to Key West, go over to my Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart's lake house, river house, just
Right.
stuff like that. Take trips, family trips.
The families would get together, those cousins and aunts and uncles?
That's right.
Okay. And was there property down on Chichessie that y'all would spend time at?
Yes, sir. That was the family river house, Chichesi.
And where is that located?
So it's located in Okatee, Waters Avenue, off the Chichesi River.
Right.
It's pretty desolate.
All right, more map time. Let me pause it and get rid of my ticker here. All right, so based on his description, I found what he's talking about, and we're going to take a look at this property. So, all right, let's see here. So there's the Chichesi Road and Waters Avenue. He said it's right off of Waters Avenue. Okay, so there I'm showing you guys, I'm highlighting that with my mouse. Chichesi Road. There's Waters Avenue. Showing y'all with my mouse cursor. Okay, and then there's the house. So zooming in. And look, there's a couple boats. So as I was doing this, it dawned on me, I'm circling the boats, it dawned on me that this is the same property before Mallory Beach. Remember, they had like a family gathering out at this house, and Paul took the boat through this river to go out drinking and all that to the bars instead of driving, because word on the street was that there were checkpoints, police checkpoints. So instead of driving, they went by boat. One of these boats, well, actually, no, couldn't have been, because it would have been one of these boats, I guess, right? Depending on when this was taken from Google Maps. But took a boat and went by river, and we all know what happened after that. So anyway, so there's the house and boats. So get a better look there. We're just taking a little look around, we'll look-see. Interesting, right? Looks pretty shallow. Mud Bar Road up there. Zooming out, and then there's another view. There's the Okatee Highway he was referring to. And there's the house there. I'm circling that with my mouse. So you can see, and then you can see how it gets bigger. And there you go. You can see how that all works.
And what times of day would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When
mosey on over.
Would your mother go with your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your grandparents?
Yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do?
Yeah, Paul would do it regularly as well.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings, and maybe it's not limited to the evenings, where would you park when you go visit your grandparents?
Here we
for
go.
the most part,
More
just like a ordinary afternoon visit, parking, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
Okay. And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we called it a sunroom, but it's, a dining table. It's got a TV in there. And then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
Okay. Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please, that's in evidence. So, Buster, this is from State's Exhibit 524, which is in evidence, which is the GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what's that house?
So that's my grandparents' house at Alameda.
All right. And these dots in the back, and I'm going to point to this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them when they seem to be connected right here on the far right?
Yes, sir.
Where is that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Back corner of the house. All right, so first picture here. So there, that X there is where the OnStar data, the GPS shows that his car was parked. And remember, when he went to Alameda, he was parked there, and there was a couple minutes or whatever, right, that he was out there in this area.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is where.
Have you parked there yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about, off the back corner of the house at Alameda.
All right.
So Doug, please pull up Exhibit 133. And Buster, tell us what 133 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
Okay, so take a look at, hold on, let me go back a second. Hold on. Well, hold on, let me see.
Park there.
I have.
Is that a customary place to park
pause it
when you go in the back
next picture? Hold
door
on,
where
sorry,
the
guys.
kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about, off the back corner of the house at Alameda.
All right. So Doug, please pull up Exhibit 133. And Buster, tell us what 133.
So what I want y'all to do is take a look at where those stairs are off the back corner. So you have the stairs in the front bit, but then there's the bottom left of the picture, bottom left corner. There's some sort of tree plant thing, and there's those stairs off that corner. Pay attention to those because we're going to see those in the aerial picture here in a second that I did.
33 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right. So as I was looking at this and trying to figure out where he's talking about on the house, see how I circled down there at the bottom? That's those stairs. So that orients us, okay? So there's the X there is, again, the GPS. We know where Alex parked when he arrived at Alameda after the murders. And then that circle down there at the bottom, that's circling those same stairs that we just saw where the weird tree thing is. So hopefully that makes sense. That's so we can picture that's exactly what he's talking about. It's right there.
And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that? Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the garage entrance, what would happen? What would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times they're in the back part of the house and they don't hear you. So you normally call and say like, "Hey, I'm at the front. I need to be, let in," and they'd have to walk from the back to the front, unlock the door, and let you in.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk to the. It's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so again, showing y'all that same image of we've got the stairs there, and then the X where the GPS points were where he was parked, the wood line.
So Buster, step aside so that the jury you're not blocking their view. I don't have a pointer, but can you point out in this photo where you would normally park? All right. Yeah, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the.
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner.
So you'll notice I labeled no lines in the grass, like as if people drove there, right? It looks like it's very well manicured. It looks like the type of property where they would never allow cars to go driving over that, right? I mean, it just does not look like that's happening.
House, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
So you'd park in the
There's that
garage?
stairway.
Yes, sir.
And near that satellite dish? Or not near the satellite dish?
Yeah,
Objection.
Where would you park in
Leading.
relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah, right there close to it.
Okay. So now, same thing as before. We got the stairs circled. We got the X in the back where the GPS, where he was parked. And then I have an X there in the middle. That's where Buster is indicating, saying that they would park, is right there. All right. Now, I have it labeled there, stairs pointed there. There's the cook shed, which Buster calls it the cook shed here in a second. That X under cook shed, that's where the data was, in that area right near the cook shed. The lines, the red lines that I have highlighted there, is where Buster is saying they would park. So again, Buster is saying that they would park the way he described it is like in between where those stairs are and the satellite dish, right? So that's where I have those lines. But where Alex was parked is where the X is near the cook shed. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? Buster is saying they would park, like it's actually quite a distance, right? Between where the data shows the GPS for the car was parked where the X is, but Buster is saying they would park where the lines are. So it's actually not even helpful to Alex's case because it doesn't match up. But without looking at it in this view, it's hard to tell, right? Like if you didn't really map it out like this, you would think, okay, they're the same thing. They're not. We're back to this aerial, but I'm going back and forth so y'all can see. So that, again, the difference between where the X in the middle is and the X in the back. Again, there's those stairs to orient us in the bottom in the circle. And back to this picture. So you can really see that it's two completely different things. And now here comes Buster over. I don't know why there's no sound. That's interesting. There you go. Maybe the court didn't have sound. I don't know. They were just standing there.
Buster, what's this structure to the right of as you're looking at the cookhouse?
That's it's an old shed.
Okay. Now, roughly, what's the distance between the cookhouse and the cook shed to where you'd normally park to go in the back door?
10, 20 yards, maybe.
Okay. All right.
It's really
Go ahead and
far,
take your seat,
actually.
please.
I mean, you can tell from that pic. See, Jim's like not buying it. I mean, he's like yeah. So that wood line next to that cook shed, that's where Alex was parked. So you can see how far that is from in this picture of where Buster is saying that they would park. So you're very welcome, Kit Smits. I'm happy to do it. Yeah, it definitely helps. So, he parked so far away. I mean, ostensibly what, my thought is, and I think I'm not alone in this, is that he parked over there by that wood line. He was temporarily hiding maybe the guns, maybe the clothes, the missing things, all the missing things. That's the only thing that makes any sense. He was parked all the way over there by those trees. He's not parked where the paved driveway is, which I think we see again here in a second, where they said there's a carport there. He didn't park there, and he's definitely didn't park where Buster says he parked, or Buster says people would park, which it doesn't look like anybody would park there, but Buster says that's where people would park. But regardless, we know he wasn't there because the data shows where his car was, which was all the way over there, where the tree line is, where the cook shed is. So, yeah. And then it's not exactly. Yeah. This would have been dark. At this point, the sun's gone. This would have been 9:30-ish. It would have been dark. Ostensibly, there still could have been a little bit of light out, maybe when he was like leaving Moselle, but by the time he got to the house, it would have been dark, I think. So I think the key thing is, oh, do I show it in this one? I showed it in the last video. When you look at Alameda and you look at what's behind that tree line, it's just acres and acres and acres of just it's just dense forest. So it's just woods. There's nothing out there. This house is all alone. There's nothing out there. So it would be a good place to hide things, for one thing.
Buster, how often would you speak with your mom and dad on the telephone on a daily basis?
Pretty much every day.
Right. And would
And the other thing too, I will say, is that from what I recall with his phone, we know his phone was connected to the Bluetooth in the car. He's parked there, and it shows that he's parked there at that tree line when he arrived for a couple minutes or something before he calls and gets to get let in the house. So I think what he did is he left his cell phone he might have left the car running, left his cell phone in the car, right? So what it shows is the car is parked there with the phone connected, but he would have gotten out of that car, potentially gotten out of the car and carried whatever, guns, clothes, maybe, whatever. And then stored them temporarily, I think, maybe in that wooded area where there's nothing out there, and left the phone in the car, and then went back to the car, got the phone disconnects from the Bluetooth. And then from there, he calls to be let in.
Would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me, and I know it's like they're all talking to each other too. Just a lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within the family.
So that really hits home as far as like Buster's life now, because, and I believe what he's saying is true, right? Like, so he's saying on a daily basis, all day throughout the day, he was communicating with his brother, his mom, his dad. And then in one fell swoop, he's not, I mean, the best he's got is, he gets he used to, I don't know how much is happening now, but, there were periodical jailhouse calls from Alex to Buster where Buster was kind of short on the phone with him. But in other words, think about his, your daily life and your routine, right? And you're using what you're used to, normal, right? Like regularly texting people, like if it's friends or family, but it's a part of your day, every day, talking to them. And then it's like, so even just going about your daily life, like if you're Buster, everything would be a reminder of what you've lost, because, whatever, you get in the car and for example, right? If you get in the car and you're used to calling your mom or used to calling your dad or your brother, anything that would be like a normal routine, like an automatic thing. So you could be doing anything normal, and then instinctively the other normal thing you would do, which would be communicating with your family, that doesn't exist anymore. So just the fact that they were in so much communication to me just really is an indication of just how Buster's reality was flipped on its head with this, because I mean, it's grieving and loss and is all the tragedy is understandable, but it's just, to me, it's just made worse by the fact that if his regular daily life, like mundane activities, but he's always in communication with them, it just, it would make it, to me, so much harder and a constant reminder, right? You're doing anything normal, And in doing that normal thing, it's a reminder because you would maybe normally be texting or calling one of your family members, and now you can't do any of that.
Okay. So Doug, I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Rudofski extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. So Buster, what I'd like to do, and this starts at just at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state. And I just want to go through some of these again. So at 1:10, this document says, Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh. And then at 1:11:36, it says, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 1:41, please, Doug, at 1:41, 33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 1:42, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 1:41, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex, not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 1:42:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Well, anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh family?
No, this was normal. This was the way we communicated.
Okay. And then if you'll go to page 15, Doug, at the bottom at entry 1:52:39 p.m. says Maggie Murdaugh makes outgoing phone call to Buster, answered at 1:19. So here's another call from your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, was it?
Not unusual.
And then right below that at 1:56:18, there's some instant messages to you about some medication. Do you remember what this might be about?
Yeah, so this was about, I take a medication called Dupixent, which is a self-given shot. And I was up in Rock Hill, and I needed to get the medicine delivered
Thank you for being here.
this address here on the screen.
Okay.
And that's what we were talking about. She was, calling the pharmacy to get it redirected to that address.
I mean, I just feel for Buster again here because, like, here he is on the stand having to talk about this medicine he takes, and he gives himself a shot with it. It's just, on top of all of this, he's having to give his medical information. Ugh.
Normal day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doug, if you go to page 19 at 3:24:20 p.m. Excuse me, I'm sorry. 3:24:35. Alex Murdaugh receives an incoming phone call from Buster. 518 seconds. Sitting here today, do you remember what the phone call was about?
No, sir. I don't know specifically what it's about.
But just normal,
just
day in the life of Buster Murdaugh.
That's right.
And that's exactly my point, right? And Jim is just, I don't know what the point Jim's trying to make is in terms of the case, but to me, it's just like, I'm not, insult to injury is maybe not the best way to say it, but that's what, and again, here's Buster on the stand. He already just gave medical information about a shot he has to give himself with some medicine. But he just said it right there. A normal day in the life of Buster Murdaugh. He's making it he goes through a bunch of these. I didn't leave all of them in because they're pointless and there's so many. But to me, it's why? It's excruciating. He's highlighting the fact that a normal day in the life of Buster Murdaugh is constantly talking to his family. A normal day in the life of Buster Murdaugh, right? Again, it's just highlighting that nothing is normal anymore.
Talking to his parents.
For Buster, and that's just so sad.
Looks like a 6-second call. Do you remember what that might be about?
No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right, and then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, Looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh receives a call. Buster answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Probably.
Okay.
So I think it was at this point that I was like, okay, maybe there is a reason Jim is doing this. He's doing a bunch of these in a row, and they're all pointless. Nothing's relevant about them. And then I thought to myself, maybe it's because he's hoping to sneak one in that is relevant, and hoping that the prosecution maybe won't notice or object because they've kind of been tuning it out, right? Because he does again, he did a bunch of these. I didn't leave all of them in because, again, it goes on and on and on, right? But then I was like, maybe that's a strategy, right? Because you start tuning it out. So let's see if there's something coming up here that maybe would highlight that or explain why.
Alex Murdaugh calls Buster, and it says 60 seconds long.
Oh, look, 9:10. Okay.
And that's at 9:47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember getting that phone call?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about?
And there's the objection.
What did you talk about?
There's the objection.
Basis for the objection.
They weren't tuning it out. But I think that was the point. I think that was the point because it's hearsay. Exactly.
Ignored anything else.
So notice in all the other calls, Buster's like, I don't know what we talked about, blah, blah. But in this one, he's like, what did you guys talk about, right?
Hearsay.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about, like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to...
What? Hang on.
And now you said let him finish.
Okay.
Because he wants to hear
I
it.
didn't want to hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to Alameda to check on them.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal.
And I think this was the point. Yeah, that would have been crazy, Kit Smits, wouldn't it? If it had been Paul, that would have been insane. I think this was the point, was he wanted to get to this conversation with his dad at 9:10, right? Which would have been, my God, what, 20 minutes or less after the murders? And that he talked to his dad and his dad sounded normal. That was the point, I think.
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would, yes, sir.
So what this got me thinking about too is like, it doesn't surprise me that Buster says he sounded normal because, as we know, Alex talked to a fucking ton of people, right? In this period of driving, he called everybody he fucking knew, talked to Chris Wilson. I can't remember, talked to Rand, talked to other people, but everybody said he sounded normal, right? Everybody said he sounded normal. So this isn't like a gotcha moment, right, for the defense, because it's like we've already heard this. And then it made me think of the next thing, which is that, you know, we were all thinking along the lines of like, well, he was calling all these people trying to establish that he, you know, wasn't home, you know, giving the phone activity, right, and like establishing an alibi. But then I thought about it and I was like, you know what? I bet he called all these people, including Buster, at 9:10 on purpose so that they would come out and testify that he sounded normal, right? Like that is the idea being the more people, the better. The more people he could talk to, that'd be like, yeah, we talked to him, he sounded normal. That would make it seem like he didn't do it. So I think that was what Alex's strategy was with this.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car. So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You take that down, Doug. So just tell the jury about the cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, it had a metal roof. It just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof. Roof was metal, and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
Would it be unusual for your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir. Would
Can't leave the witness.
no, sir. Would not be unusual.
Okay, well, did your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother always have the phone on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but you know, he's out there working on stuff and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's I would believe it if Alex didn't always have his phone on him. But again, we heard from testimony from witness after witness of Paul's friends that Paul always had his phone on him. And then we heard specifically from Nolan Tootin, who was Paul's friend, the guy who is in law enforcement now, who was especially short, didn't really want to be there. He's the one who also was running the checks and stuff for the law firm. He testified that if Paul was working out on the property, it would be in his pocket, which makes sense because Paul would never be without his phone. And literally, Buster just said, what I thought was interesting was like Buster doesn't just say, oh, he didn't always have his phone on him. I thought it was interesting how Buster specifically says it wouldn't even be in his pocket, because that just draws attention to the fact that this isn't quite believable, right? Because we know specifically that he would keep it in his pocket if it wasn't in his hand. It just draws attention to it, to the fact that he's going overboard in a way, right? To try to make, yeah. But when you hear witness after witness say otherwise, right? I mean, and looking at Paul's phone records too, right? Speaks for itself.
Did your father ever misplace his phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
I don't know why that
Now, there's
matters.
been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no.
Again, not what everybody else has said. Literally.
He would listen to Dad more than anybody else, but also we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was
okay
on his P's and Q's.
Like that's an interesting thing because they clearly don't want to. Jim says okay to cut him off, like he doesn't want him to keep talking about that. P's and Q's, I don't know. I wish we could have gotten more specific information, but what's relevant here is, again, that Bubba would be wearing the collar, the shot collar, right? Because that we've talked at great length about that in previous episodes, with the thought that perhaps Bubba had the collar on and then Alex left him out when he went to Alameda, knowing that Bubba wouldn't be able to run away from the property, right? That he would still be somewhere on the property because they had an electric fence. And then he could put Bubba up when he came back. And then that would have explained when he says, we hear in the 911 call when Alex says here, like he's talking to Bubba, sounds like he's putting him up. So that, I mean, I don't know why the defense thinks this helps them. I mean, I don't know if they've realized what it actually means or what I think it actually means, but it's good information anyway for understanding what happened, right? With all the context.
Switching gears, another topic. When your dad, well, let me just put it like this: how frequently would your dad take a shower or a bath?
He could take them a lot, and he, working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there.
I mean,
in the summertime.
Is he a lot bigger then than he is today?
Objection, speculation, objection, relevance, objection.
Probably 6'4", 250, 260.
Right.
I mean, did he sweat a lot? Like you could be like, well, what's a lot? How do you know? Is it a lot? All right, but this is okay. Let me back up just a second. This is about the drugs, y'all. Buckle up for this one. Lord, I don't even know what to say.
How frequently would your dad take a shower or a bath?
He could take them.
Or I just
He
go
could take
around
them
in
a
a
lot.
second.
And working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the summertime.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was.
How big was he?
Probably 6'4", 250, 260.
Right. Alex, excuse me, Buster, were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the
A little bit.
usage of pills.
Guys.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these," and he
Found, right? Found
I
these.
want to say
remember?
the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of
Okay, let me pause this real quick. So I had mentioned before this, like, I think it was actually on the last episode, we talked about the drugs, that I thought it was notable that and this was before I'd gone through Buster's testimony, but that from what we'd seen so far, everyone talked about finding pills, right? No one ever testified that they saw Alex taking pills. No one ever testified that Alex acted like he was taking opioids, right? He was old hyper, blah, blah. But here we are with Buster, and Buster's testimony is the same thing. Finding pills, finding pills, finding pills. And then it sounds like any knowledge that Buster has of Alex being in detox was essentially hearsay, right? Like Alex said he was there or whatever, but here it's self-detoxed at home. So in other words, didn't go to rehab, right? Like if Alex wanted people to believe he was taking the pills, because again, they would find him and then maybe he then ended up, as we know, after the side of the road, told people he was taking the pills, right? Then it would make sense that he could tell people, oh, I'm detoxing, oh, I'm in rehab, right? And even after the side of the road, when they do that phone interview, they say he's at rehab in Georgia. There's no evidence of that. It sounds like he was still in locally, right? And that's why they didn't want the police to come out and interview him in person, right? Because then they would learn that. They wanted to buy time to come up with a story or whatever. But the only time that we know of for sure that he was at any type of facility was when he was arrested in Florida, because they arrested him from I don't even know if it was detox. It was just like, it looked like a general wellness facility. It could have been one of those things where it's like a wellness facility that also does drugs. And then, but why in Florida, right? Like, I'm wondering if they had to make a bunch of calls to find a place that would take him because maybe he didn't have opioids in his system, or maybe there was not enough evidence. Because a lot of places, if they're really treating addiction, they're not going to let someone in that's pretending, right? It's like, so I'm wondering if they went with like a more like a, like a spa wellness clinic type thing that promotes itself as having a bunch of different things. Maybe one of them is addiction or whatever. I don't know. That's the only evidence of him actually being at a facility. And that's when he was arrested in Florida. And again, in Florida. Why would you go that far away, right? I mean, in my mind, it's because the place is closer, maybe wouldn't accept you, if you weren't an addict, perhaps. But here we go with the self-detoxing at home, because that's a thing.
Like at home, just self-detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of him. But that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
You thought he had beat it.
That's right. Yes, sir.
And when he was confronted about his pills, what was his attitude?
I don't know for sure because I wasn't there.
He doesn't
when
have any
a lot
knowledge
the
of this, really,
confrontations happened with them finding the pills. But
What he's testifying to is his knowledge of it is what he's probably heard in court, to be honest, because it's what we've already heard. There's no specifics. He's not giving any testimony of a specific incident that happened that he heard at the time, right? None of this is contemporaneous as like, oh, my mom called me and said dad's, detoxing. None of that. Think about how just generic and vague this is. I mean, he did say he didn't have any knowledge of it, but that's my point. Because maybe it wasn't a real thing, right? And especially with the family being so close, constant communication, tight knit, right? It's not easy to hide an opioid addiction. Everybody fucking knows that. And it's also not easy to hide it if you're detoxing. It's just, again, the only thing that we know is the finding of pills. That doesn't mean he was taking them. It was just that they were found. And it was a bag of pills in his computer bag. It doesn't sound like truckloads or whatever. And again, my thought is maybe I don't know if he was selling them or maybe they were actually for one of his clients from who'd been in an injury accident, but the defense really wants it to look like Alex had an addiction. They really want it to look like that.
I mean, I've never heard anything, just, apologetic and,
Right.
Sorry, and would usually be his kind of regular
He
kind of response.
He's just spitballing here.
How
really.
did your family handle disputes, like disagreements?
Pretty, I mean, like adults, pretty civilly, talked about it and stuff like that. I mean, and it just depends on the dispute too. Like,
Right.
like I was a kid, I get spanked, stuff like that. That's not really a disagreement. That's just
Once you're a teenager and college age.
Jim's like, let's
Right.
switch topics off of the spanking.
Any reprimand or disputes you've gotten into with your father, was it all civil?
Yeah, definitely civil.
I mean,
Did your father show patience with you and your brother?
it's not
Yes, sir.
necessary. Like,
He
I don't I guess I understand it, but it's just not necessary. No one's thinking that Alex was abusive, right, to his family. That's just not, this is not a domestic violence or an abuse thing that we have going on here.
But
Was there ever any violence in the family?
Yeah,
No,
no
sir.
one thinks there's violence until they died.
In February of 2019, your brother was in a boating accident, is that correct?
yes, sir.
And I believe, where were you living at the time?
Columbia.
Okay. And was he
Yeah,
criminally
we-
charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges
Do more for
in
that.
the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of
Microphone.
articles in the media about our family and stuff like that.
I mean, I'm sure there were. I'm sure that
And
was awful.
to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or
All right.
bullied on social media
Wait
or
for it.
anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied on social media. Just people sending random messages, and I would talk to him. I know a lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk, and a car comes by, and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out, in a bar, and there's somebody that wants to talk about it, and make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Okay. So that's what he just said. We're going to listen to it again. But now, real quick, we're going to jump to a specific moment in the 911 call from Alex. So bear with me a second while I find it. Hold on. Where did I say it was like 6 minutes in or so? Okay. Here we go. It's around here. Let's see.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by
Okay.
my son had a boat sex. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times, and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many people. Just hold the phone. 1 second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows.
My son knows.
son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
Okay. So he's saying that Buster knows who threatened Paul. Let's go back to this.
Right.
And so having listened
What
to
was your
what
mo-
Alex just said, let's hear one more time what Buster's knowledge is of these supposed threats.
Family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied or on social media. Just people sending random messages, and I would talk to him. I know a lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk and, a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out, in a bar and, there's somebody that wants to talk about it and, make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right.
So it doesn't sound to me like he knows of people who were threatening Paul's, like, with his life. I mean, obviously, right? I mean, it's just... God, I mean, Alex setting Buster up to even, like, in that 911 call, he's already planning ahead. Like, Buster's going to have to testify that he knows who threatened Paul in order to give credibility to my 911 call, right? And all here's Buster. I mean, he can't say. But Kitsmith is saying that Alex has an addiction, but not necessarily to opiates. And 100%. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. More an addiction to certain behaviors, lying, stealing. Yeah, definitely. But that would not be enough to get you into a rehab facility. And I was just thinking, of course, he'd be uncurable as well. And yeah, but the thing is, it's true. He's vague in these areas. But here's the thing, and it's going to be, actually, I'm glad you mentioned this because I wanted to say something and I forgot, and it would have been with, when we were looking at Alameda and all those images that I was showing. So first of all, the thing is, he's not actually put on the spot because they prepped their witnesses, right? And he would have been prepped for this, but due to all that testimony that he asked Buster about with where the car was parked, we're going to hear this actually when they get to cross. This will become really clear, but it was evident to me that whole business about the car parking there, and then you look and there's no lines in the grass, and it's just none of that makes any sense, and it's clearly not accurate. It's clear that they actually had to meet with Buster again because they didn't have that data. So what would have happened is the GM data came in. They did the timeline, right? They showed, and they have that the GPS of him being there where he's parked. And because of getting all that GM data, they would have had to meet with Buster again right before he testifies, and now go over more points, right? That Buster would have to testify to in order to explain the new data that they didn't have before. And that would be why they had Buster give that story about parking in the grass. The other thing is that, what was I going to say? Oh, yes. The other thing I think is that I think here Jim's plan also with this, I think he's hoping that Alex is not going to want to testify. And the more, what you would do, what the defense attorneys do is they hope to get testimony that could come from the defendant. They hope to get that in through other witnesses, right? So that the defendant doesn't take the stand. So I think a lot, like in other words, they got this GM data. Jim's still hoping Alex doesn't want to take the stand, but it's going to be his choice in the end. But part of that would be, okay, well, now you have to explain the GM data, right? Why were you parked over there? So I think part of his plan was, well, let me see if I can get Buster to try to explain it, right? And then Alex wouldn't have to. But yeah, he was prepped and he was met with again recently because of that data. And then, yeah, Buster makes it sound like the threats were more harassed. Yeah. I mean, I think there was more of just it was like an attitude of people were like, but at the same time, like there were a lot of people that didn't. There were a lot of people that did stick by them, like Paul. You know, a lot of Paul's friends, like they stuck by him. So I don't know. I think if anything, it probably affected Maggie more. Like I really believe when we heard from people like Blanca, we heard from people that were close to Maggie that she felt ostracized, and that makes a lot of sense because it makes sense that she would be more in tune to like maybe not people saying something, but maybe like a side eye at the grocery store, right? Like that makes sense. Whereas Paul, I don't really picture him picking up on that, you know. And he was still going out and partying and all that too, right up until his death. Like he was still, you know, going out and I don't know. It doesn't, I think Maggie was probably more affected. I'm not threatened, but I mean, just in terms of like feeling not part of the group anymore, if that makes sense, right? Like, and that this is absolutely true. And they're going to actually talk about this here in a second. About this aspect because they didn't do anything. Yeah, ostracized. That's exactly. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Absolutely. Yeah, I think Maggie felt ostracized, 100%. But yeah, we're there. Jim's going to touch on that with the security and again try to get Buster to explain it away, in hopes that maybe Alex won't have to take the stand.
What was your mother's reaction to?
Oh, here we go.
All the negativity
Speaking of
surrounding
Maggie.
the boating accident.
It you know, it kind of consumed her. She's big on reading all of it, and when she read the negative stuff, it, you know, made her feel upset and
thought about her,
whatnot. And
you know? That makes
it
sense.
ultimately,
I think
it
Paul didn't
ultimately
care
kind
as
of
much what people thought about him, but it
caused
makes
her
sense
to
with Maggie.
distance herself from Hampton. At this time, you know, primarily living at Moselle. She quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton, just thought that there was a real, you know, kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like,
And the way
she
that
felt like
Buster
people were
talks about this is very different than the way he was just talking about it with Paul. This has more detail. This makes a lot more sense the way he's talking about it. Let me back it up. Well, no, I have to go back a little bit too far for that, I think. But hopefully y'all remember there was just a big difference in the way he was with Paul. It was very vague and there was a lot of stopping, and it was just, you know, I think this is a good example of, you know, what would be, in my opinion, genuine and believable testimony.
staring at her and talking about her and stuff.
Where would she do her shopping?
She moved over to Waldoboro and started going over that way.
Right.
I mean, so you can give specifics, right?
Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
Overrule the objection.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. Well, was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, you know, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits, and I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, you know, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million.
Right,
so.
of course.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your
And
knowledge?
that's the other thing. Let me just pause this real quick. Part of the whole thing with civil litigation, right, is you can only sue for like what you can collect, right? So like, in other words, Well, I think what Buster's kind of saying here is he wasn't really worried about it because he knows he doesn't have anything for them to come get, right? And that was part of the whole thing was everyone thought that Alex did have things because he should have been rich. And that was without even stealing, right? They're like, he should have been making a lot of money, blah, blah. And that would be why, again, that's why would have been hiding assets, or he was hiding assets, right? Anyway, but that would be the point. That would be why that's a problem, because hiding assets so that it looks like you don't have money and that way you can't get sued. So yeah, that's why it does matter. Like in civil litigation, it does, if you're the one who's a defendant, it does matter what you have, because if you don't, like they say, you can't get blood from a stone, but that's why a lot of times in different cases, criminal cases, people say like, oh, is the person going to be sued? And the answer is no, because they don't have any money. Yeah. You have to have either. That's why a lot of times with very, especially large payouts with civil litigation, that's why a lot of times it's dealing with companies because they have large, the insurance, right? And like even with Alex's cases that he took, right? And that law firm, we all know it was insurance settlements, right? It's all about the insurance because insurance can pay it. But yeah.
He didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
You can hear even just like listening to Jim. Jim is like walking on eggshells. I think it's a mess. It's a mess.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean that supported him in his criminal case because, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been...
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
Okay. So sad. So sad.
Thank y'all so much. Hey, thank you, baby.
And was that your mom make a cake for your dad?
Yes, sir.
Oh, fuck you. Sorry, guys. That's just.
Then the following weekend, there was a baseball tournament in Columbia, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend.
Sorry, I was cursing at Alex in case anyone is listening and not looking. They're probably like, what is happening? It zoomed in on Alex's face after they played that family video right before he murdered them. It zoomed in on his face and he looked kind of proud / sentimental. And I was cursing at Alex, just to be clear.
South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
Sports ball.
And where was the game?
Columbia.
And it was a super regional or
regional?
A regional.
Yes, sir.
And what days of that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir. We did.
Okay. And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Fun weekend?
Yes, sir.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
And what'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute. I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. You know, if we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind of condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor was, I mean, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Everybody.
My girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there. Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us, and when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there, Lee Cope was there, Mark Ball was there, Austin Crosby was there, William Barnes. My buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's
Sure.
what I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours, till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Alameda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, T-shirt.
Okay. And did you help him pack?
I did, yes, sir.
What did you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some T-shirts, grabbed some shorts, grabbed toilet kit, put it in the bag, and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Alameda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a T-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the? I don't know. Where did you get the T-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like wooden shelves up on the wall, and I was getting the T-shirts from there.
Were there a lot of T-shirts on the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not one of the T-shirts fell on the floor when you were packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but I mean, certainly could have happened.
Right. When you got to Moselle, were you able to get some sleep?
No, sir.
Did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad, and maybe John Marvin. I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I mean, I think we got there rather early. Nobody really slept, and about early in the morning, sun comes up. Just go back.
Did you take a shower and Brooklyn take a shower at Alameda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Alameda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle, and we showered there.
Do you know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? When you were traveling from Alameda back?
No, not specifically, but I know that, I know what I packed, so it could have been any of that. It's just athletic shorts and T-shirts and stuff.
Okay. And after You got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward. Were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
Every day.
For how many days?
For a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about where you stayed on the night of the 8th. You remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back in Alameda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Were you would you say we, or are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
Was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after the 8th, and then you come up on the 9th, a Wednesday, do you know whether you were at Alameda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Yeah, and you call it Greenfield. That's the name of his hunting.
Yes, sir. Just the name of the property overall.
Property. Now, how far is it from Alameda?
To Greenfield?
Yeah.
A couple minutes. I mean, not
Close
very
by. Close
yeah,
by.
right down the road.
And do you remember how long you stayed at Greenfield with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, several days. And, I think anywhere from the 9th to the, probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Grandfather died.
So the family was together and stayed together?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever remember your dad disappearing for any periods of time?
No, sir.
Were you physically close to him most all the time?
Yes, sir.
Except when you were sleeping?
That's right.
I mean,
And I believe
of course
the
he's going to
funeral
say
for
that,
your
right?
mom and brother memorial service was on that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And then that Sunday was a funeral for your father? Grandfather. I'm
Grandfather,
sorry.
yes, sir.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
North Carolina.
Did you have any discussions with your father about your personal safety?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
here we go, Kit Smith's about the
Did he make
security.
any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to.
Hearsay.
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay.
Yep.
Hearsay.
Yep.
An offer is not hearsay. It's an offer.
It is. It's hearsay.
The objection is sustained.
Yeah.
Did you take any security precautions?
No.
Did you want any security protection?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that, and I also didn't want.
Okay. First problem. Why is he saying he wouldn't want to carry a gun? Like, this is someone who's very comfortable with firearms, used to firearms. That just doesn't make any sense, right? Like, not that that's even the solution, right? Carrying a gun isn't the solution. But it's interesting that that's the first thing he says. When he says, did you take any steps to protect your security? The first thing he thinks about is carrying a gun. But he wouldn't want to carry one, which also doesn't make sense.
Like a private security detail following me around, just for lack of privacy, and at the time, the places that I was staying, and the places that I were going, like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, a large.
Are you gonna? What would you expect him to say? Security cameras? I was staying at my girlfriend's parents' house in Rock Hill that has long pause. I would expect him to say security cameras, for example.
alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels.
Oh, he does say that. Okay.
You know, just
But
felt-
then he says he's staying in hotels. Why is he staying in hotels? So what I thought was odd though is that even if they do have security cameras, if you're potentially the target of these assailants, right? Then the last thing you would want to do is stay with not just your girlfriend, but her family, right? Because now you put them in danger. Yeah, he did say security system. For some reason, when I was putting this together, I thought he didn't say that. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. 100%. Kitsmas is saying it's kind of weird that the first thing, not that the first thing he'd think of was carrying a gun, but that he wouldn't want to carry one. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's what he's saying just doesn't make any sense, because like, if you were worried about security, why would you stay at your girlfriend's parents' house and potentially then put them in jeopardy, you know? So, and I mean, that would make sense, but he just offered the hotels thing after. It makes me wonder if he said the thing about staying in Rock Hill with the family and then realized that didn't track with feeling like there was a threat. And then maybe that's why he offers the hotels after that, potentially. But yeah, no, I agree. That makes sense what you're saying. Let's listen to it again real quick, because I think that, you know, we've seen him testify about things he's comfortable with, and the difference in the way he talks about it, you know, when sometimes things are more vague, other times it's more detail. Let's just see if we can listen to this again.
Probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Oh, I went back a little bit.
Grandfather died.
Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then that Sunday was a funeral for your father? Grandfather, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with your father about your personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Did he make any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to...
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay, self-serving hearsay.
An offer is not hearsay. It's an offer.
The objection is sustained.
Did you take any security precautions?
No.
Did you want any security protection?
That was the answer.
No,
No,
sir,
I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that, and I also didn't want like a private security detail following me around, just for lack of privacy. And at the time, the place.
I mean, and at first glance, I'm like, that makes sense. I wouldn't want people following me around either. But then think about it. If you think your life is in danger, then to hell with your, private life, whatever it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you really think your life is in danger, that would not, like, think about that. Think about what he's saying there of like, just because of my privacy, I didn't want people following me around. Like, that makes sense if your life is not in danger, or if if you think your life potentially is in danger, right? Yeah, and I agree 100%. Lots of pauses. Yes. Exactly. Yeah.
That I was staying in the places that I were going. Like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, I just felt.
Wow. Hold on. Let's, that bit about the hotels, that's a good one. That's a sentence that does not end. Let's
Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, you know, I just felt.
Did at
Wow.
some point in time you and your father
Wow.
announce a reward?
Yes, sir.
In the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
I'm not real sure.
Okay. Well, you say it says to be eligible, the person claiming the reward must submit the tip to SLED or Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about the hotels. So he was working in Charlotte. So he had a job. I think it was at a Wingstop. So he had a job. So, and the thing about, so Charlotte is in North Carolina, Rock Hill's in South Carolina, but they're both on the border. Charlotte is right on the border. And then Rock Hill is like right on the border. So just growing up in North Carolina, I know that like you know, they're not far apart. Like they're right. So that makes sense. Like staying in Rock Hill. But the fact that he had a regular job, you're not like, I don't know that he was traveling. The hotels thing is weird because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You know, if you've got a regular job and you've got a place to stay with your girlfriend, that is a good location to get to the job. I don't know. He doesn't give any reason for staying in hotels either. He doesn't say that he was traveling. He doesn't say like, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't give any reason. Like if someone's like, oh, I'm staying out in hotels a lot. It's like, oh, okay, maybe you're making a road trip or you're traveling for business or, you know, or you're on vacation, but he's working in one location. So I don't know. And again, he has a place to stay that is convenient to get to that work, to that job in the one location. So I'm not quite sure about the hotels thing. Like I understand why he would say that to try to lessen the impact of what he had said about the parents' house, because, you know, like we said, that is kind of like, doesn't really make sense that you would do that. And but so he offers that as like maybe an afterthought, right? We hear the sentence trail off, but he doesn't then give any reason for being in the hotels, right? Even as an excuse. So he just says that he's staying in hotels. Yeah, I agree. I also thought it was weird that he worked at a Wingstop. I have no idea. Maybe he really likes wings. Maybe they give you free food. I have no idea. Or maybe he was like a manager. I really don't know. But that's just what I remember that was the case. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, maybe it was like a management position. I really don't know. But even if it was, that would still be weird because it doesn't track with like, you know, what we know about the family. Because that's like a real job. I mean, if anything, I commend him for that, like working a real job, right? I don't know that anyone else in the family did that. Like a job, you know? So.
What happened in September, early September?
Besides law, I mean.
2021, Lester?
Talking about the.
Yeah, do you remember?
He doesn't even say
your
it.
Dad
Yes,
went off
sir.
to detox, road shot shooting.
Yes,
There
sir.
we go.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and went to detox, did he ever come back home to his property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been some questions about whereabouts are Alex's clothes. Can you tell the jury before he went off to detox where his clothes were? How many different locations he had clothes?
So, had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at probably a few clothes at Alameda, had clothes at Randy and Christie's house, had clothes a lot of places.
You have clothes down at Chichessie or?
Yep, Chichessie, Okatee.
You have clothes at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
You have clothes in his car.
Yes, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your dad spend at Moselle?
None.
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
None.
Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shirt is it?
It's like a, short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
The testimony that
What
we
color
have
is it?
It's blue.
Did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No. This is
Well,
blue.
good for Buster. At least he didn't just
Did,
fly. I mean, he wouldn't know.
You know if your
he had
dad
that
ever
picture.
ordered any Vinnie Vine or I don't know. Did he order clothes after your mother and brother's murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of Vineyard Vines.
Okay. Have you ever seen him buy Vineyard Vine?
No, sir.
Did you observe your dad talking to Blanca about anything where you're getting ready to go on the golf trip?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present.
No, sir. I don't think I was present.
Did you go in any other golfing outings in August with your dad?
Oh, there's Kenny Kinsey in the gallery, guys. I don't know if you saw him.
Yes. Earlier August of that year, we played golf down in Hilton Head with the people from the Trial Lawyers Convention.
Freaking golf. Sports ball. I mean, it's not really sports ball, but it's still sports ball. There's a ball.
Now have you been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And
Yeah.
were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
Sitting on top of the days, it's so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did him so bad.
Was that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle. The night
He
of
said it all the
June
time.
7th.
I don't.
Did you say that more than one time?
He did.
It never made sense to me why people made such a fuss about that because A, we know he's faking all of it anyway, right? It doesn't even matter. Like, and like if you think, okay, maybe he said I did him so bad. Well, obviously he's acting like he's crying, so he would be trying to act like maybe he, it could be like he felt guilty because he left the house, right? Or because he was taking a quote unquote nap, right? Like, in other words, regardless, there's a way, the way he's faking it, there's a way he would have been saying that as a way to explain something that fits his narrative, right? So even if he was saying, I did him so bad, and then if it's the they, we all know that's what he's been saying the whole time anyway with the boat. So I never thought that was like, that never, there's so much more that actually, in my opinion, is, I don't even know, interesting or informative or whatever. That I just don't know. That got a lot of attention, and it never made any sense to me why that got so much attention. I mean, it's clear. It's like, were people thinking that he was just admitting it all of a sudden? Is that what it was? Were they thinking he was just confessing? Because I mean, it's just, like, that doesn't make sense logically. We know that's not what's happening. So I don't know. That's just my opinion. That was not a confession, clearly.
Just very briefly, Buster, you've heard testimony during this trial that your dad was stealing money from clients. Did
Yes,
you know
sir.
anything about that?
No, sir.
Okay. And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to clean a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And what do you have to do?
So I think this one's interesting because he's having Buster again testify about the dogs. We heard previously that Buster was allergic. He had the eczema or something, but he was allergic to the dogs. I don't know that Buster ever went down to the kennels. So, you know, it's just, and I don't know that they even bring that up on cross, but he could be, you know, he could be testifying based on what he knows from hearing his mom or Paul describe being at the kennels. But the way Jim's asking the question, it's like, you know, and the way that it's supposed to work is firsthand knowledge, right? The way it's supposed to work is you testify to what you know because you've done it, whatever. But anyway, my point is that I don't think Buster, you know, we know he was allergic to the dogs, so I don't know that he did any of this stuff himself. But regardless, we know he's going to exaggerate it in a way that would benefit his dad. So
You got to get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You got to, you know, put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying, you know, dog poop.
And it spreads out, and you've got to...
That's right. Yeah, you got to spray it, make sure it's all out of there.
Jim's trying to explain why there was so much water.
Oh, all right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Look at Alex's face smiling.
Cross-examination.
Can I call you Buster?
Yes, sir.
I'm John. And I want to first off tell you, I am sorry about your mother.
Sorry, I can't hear him.
I'm sorry about his mother.
Well, if you step back a little bit.
Swear to God.
And I'm sorry about your brother.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry about your grandfather.
Thank you.
He was nice to me when I was a young assistant solicitor. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And we
I don't have any
actually,
question for you, but
we hear about this. I can't remember if it's with another witness or if it was I can't remember maybe an interview, but Metters was really affected by the loss of Handsome, Alex's dad. They were really close, and he was like a mentor. So that really was hard for him. And it's just so interesting, right? Everybody's so interconnected with this entire thing. It's just weird that, you know, like, here's Metters, you know, he was brought on with the prosecution because he had previously tried a murder case against Dick Arputian and had experience with that. And at the same time, you know, he really respected Alex's dad, like in a major way.
Okay.
Worked with him, you know, learned from him, like a mentor, like I said. So,
when you are leaving the main house, you told Mr. Griffin that the main entrance was the brick entrance?
Yes, sir.
But there's also a side entrance or by the kennels or entrance exit.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just a totally different entrance.
And the mailbox was at the side entrance?
Yes, sir.
The kennel entrance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why was that? Do you know?
I don't know. I think it's just I really don't know.
Okay. I don't either. But the packages would come to, you said the kennel side?
They would come to the shed.
Okay. And a lot of times y'all would use that kennel entrance exit to go just like you'd use the main one, right?
Yeah, you would. I would say that I more so tended to use the main one, the one that I say is the brick pillars. But yeah, I mean, you could certainly leave either way.
If you were leaving the main entrance and you got down, you're leaving the house and you're going toward the brick, and then you know where it's kind of a Y where it kind of cuts off to the kennel too, right?
Sure.
So you go straight or left. If you were leaving at night going straight, and if you were looking out to the left and the lights were on,
I have to
you'd be
say,
able to see the lights on that.
This cross is really interesting because Metters is a character, right? This was a great cross for him. And notice a difference in the answers that Buster's getting with Metters on cross-examination, right? Like, there's a big difference. We get so much more information and detail, in my opinion, but just you can just notice the difference in the answers we're getting from Buster, and notice Buster's, his demeanor, right? Because typically on cross, y'all know, you get people are maybe on guard a little bit. They're not going to answer in detail. I mean, they feel threatened, whatever the case may be. It's not often that you get maybe more genuine testimony, more detailed testimony, authentic testimony, and more information, on cross that would help the other side. Like that just, but Metters does a great job with his timing here, his pacing. And he also manages to ask really good questions. I think this is, from what we've seen so far, I think this is Metters' best, I don't want to say performance. That's not the right word, but his best, this is the best we've seen from him yet. Let me put it that way, in my opinion.
The kennel just from that little while, wouldn't you?
Maybe, depending on what lights were on and whatnot. I mean, if it was fully lit up, maybe.
Okay. And just from that while, instead of going straight, from that distance, you'd be able to, if the lights were on fully, you'd probably be able to see them.
Maybe, yes, sir.
Alameda, where your grandma and granddaddy were, is that close to the, I think it's close to the law firm, isn't it?
Alameda?
Yes, sir.
Close to the law firm? I wouldn't say so. I mean, anywhere in Hampton is close to anywhere in Hampton because it's not very big.
Fair enough.
But,
yeah,
I mean, it's a
100%.
10-minute, 12-minute drive out to Alameda, I would think, from the law firm.
So you don't have to get, but you see, is this kind of where you said everybody would park?
It's right. So if you look,
You mind if I come up here?
no, sir, you can. So if you look right off this point.
You might want to come down here if you don't mind.
There's a road running
So if you look right over here, this is kind of what I'm referred to as like the back corner of the house. And it would basically, you would come around, there's a big oak tree here, you come around it, and then you basically pull up, and you would probably stop the hood of your car right in, right off the back corner of the house.
So a bit closer to here than over here.
Be about right in here.
So right in here.
Yeah, I mean, because you don't want to pull up super close to it, but yeah, be right out. Okay.
But there was a driveway paved driveway in here, right?
There is a paved driveway over towards the side of the house.
Okay, and really not many tire tracks. The grass looks.
There we go. Here we go.
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but it's a little dead right there.
But there is a driveway, right?
Y'all hear that?
Okay, you can have.
He said it looks a little dead right there. I don't know where he's pointing at because we can't see, but nowhere does the grass look dead in that picture.
Thank you, please.
But again, that's the position that they put Buster in, that Buster has to try to, God, I mean, that sucks. He's on the stand testifying in his dad's murder trial, and and the amount of pressure, right? When it was his mom and brother who were killed. And then you add to the fact that, the whole world is watching, he's on camera, and now, I mean, it wasn't his idea, right? Again, like this only happened because they got that extra data. And my guess is, however it is, they suggest he talk about blah, 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 right? And now he has to stand by this whole story about parking on the grass. And Metters is being really kind. He's not being confrontational at all. He's like, said really gently, right? I don't really see any lines there. Because he understands this is an awkward position for Buster to be in. Like, that sucks. And poor Buster what is he going to do? And he says oh, it looks a little dead over here. I mean, and bless, I appreciate that Metters doesn't call him out on that, right? Because in other situations, with information like this, they would be getting ripped apart on cross but in this situation, I think he handled that properly, right? The jury can see that there's not any dead cross in that picture.
When did you first mention that to anybody about parking in the yard there?
Here.
What do you mean?
Listen, this is what I was saying.
When did you first discuss that with anybody?
So this is what I was saying. When I was like, he was prepped. This was a brand new thing that they added. Metters is asking the important question here. When did you first tell anybody about this parking in the grass?
As far as Where cars
Well done,
parked
Mudders.
at your grandma and granddad's house. When was the first time you talked to anybody about that?
Couple days ago.
A couple of days ago?
Yeah, I mean,
That's the first time you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, there it is. I mean, it's like I said, right? But Metters acts. He could have. You again picture a different situation. Somebody could be ripping this kid apart, right? Metters is really. He's asking the important questions, but he's not being confrontational, and he's not making Buster feel threatened. He has to ask these questions, but he's doing it in a way that is the least painful as possible. That's what it is. It's gently, and he's not hammering him about it when he gets the answer, you know? And that there was no way the defense could have objected to that question. That was not an objectable question. But I don't know that Buster was prepared for that question. Although I don't know what they could have done to, you know. I mean, lying on the stand is one thing, but lying on the stand when it comes to, you know, meeting with attorneys and I don't know, maybe that would have been a bridge too far, to quote Judge Newman. Yeah, 100%. Kit Smith is saying that was a great way to get the info out without alienating the jury. Definitely, yeah. And without alienating Buster. I mean, this is what I'm saying. The fact that he's getting great information from Buster. But in my opinion, more than Jim Griffin got, right? This feels like we're actually getting information and it's on cross. But it has Metters' demeanor is really good. And the pacing is good.
And then that would have been after Shelley testified, right? Shelley Smith?
I guess. I don't really remember when Miss Smith testified.
Miss Smith. Did you bring that to somebody's attention or did somebody ask you about it?
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's
And
all
I
he
think
can say, right? That's all he can say. That's the only way he could answer that question because his dad is watching him. I mean, maybe he really can't say, but yeah, I think we all know what happened, right? And again, that's why it's such a tough position for him to be in, right? Because he wants to tell the truth, but his dad's fucking watching him like, here I am, you know, it's my murder trial. I'm counting on you. I mean, for fuck's sake. Awful.
Keep forgetting I'm on cross. You testified that, how many times had you been there with your dad? I wasn't quite clear with your answers to Mr. Griffin. I'm not trying to be difficult, Buster.
I understand, and I can't give you an approximate number, but I mean, I've been out there with him several times.
And would you always call? You said you called. Did you always call when you got there?
Yeah, I feel like most of the time you would call just to tell, you know, because the ladies get nervous, you know, if you hadn't called and they see a car pulling in the driveway, you know, it's just easier to call and let them know, like, hey, we're going to be pulling around, you know, please unlock the door. We'd like to come in.
Had you ever been over there at 6:30 in the morning?
Have I ever been out there at 6:30 in the morning? I mean, just like overall my.
I guess. Yeah,
I've been out there at 6:30 in the morning before going hunting and whatnot.
And you called then also then, right?
Well, that was
going into the house.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay. I would just let them know, especially 6:30 in the morning.
Sure.
Okay.
So I have to just point out how brilliant that questioning was of Metters and how he laid that out. Here's why. No matter what Buster says, this answer is only going to be good for the prosecution because Alex calls on the night, right? Because he's establishing an alibi, right? So when he gets there the night of June 7th, late at night, he calls. And I mean, that's fine. He has to get let in or whatever. But when he shows up, 2 days later or whatever, at 6:30 in the morning, he doesn't call. So no matter what the answer is, if the answer is you always call or the answer is you never call, no matter what, it doesn't look good for Alex, right? Because it doesn't fit either of those because he calls late at night and then he doesn't call early in the morning. And of course, it makes sense that he's trying to establish an alibi the night. But then in the morning, I think he was not trying to be seen. It's again, these are kind of my working theories, but I don't think I'm alone in thinking that maybe he was, temporarily stashing guns, clothes, whatever there, and then potentially at that point, maybe moving them to their new location, and didn't want to be seen. So, but what I love is Buster's honesty here, because Buster had already said, if you were going, he said like something like, especially, if you're going to be going late, you wouldn't want to startle the ladies. You would want to let them know. And Buster is just honest about it. He's like, yeah, if I was going at 6:30 in the morning, because it's so early, I would call. So, Catherine, I'm glad you're still with us. Yeah. Awesome. I agree. He's doing I like the blue hair too on the Barbie, or I guess it's a Barbie, some sort of doll, but I like the blue hair. But yeah, he's really he's just getting real. He's doing a great job. It's very clear. Like Buster's, he's getting good answers from Buster. So
Your mom loved Edisto, didn't she?
Yes, sir, she did.
I love Edisto. She was actually getting some work done down there, wasn't she?
Yes, sir, she was getting some work done on the house.
And on this date, June 7th, literally there were people inside doing work that day, weren't they?
I think so.
Yeah. And her plan was to stay down there that night, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what her plan was.
You had, I think the last time you'd been to Moselle, you said was the spring, maybe a few months prior to this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have to say yes for the court reporter, not for me.
Yes.
Just for,
sorry.
And you talked to your mom that day on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had talked to Paul the last time on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, June 5th. That's what you told in one of the interviews.
Sure.
Okay. And Mr. Griffiths asked you about the financial troubles and that have come out here. You had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
I mean, you really didn't.
No, sir, I really didn't.
And as far as you knew, financially, the family was sound.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, believe that.
You went to Wofford.
I did go to Wofford.
Go Terriers, for the record.
Thank you.
But everything, as far as you knew, financially was okay. And when did you learn it wasn't?
I guess on September whatever that day in September was.
He said, you were about to say it. You were right, Buster. It was the 4th.
So back in the birthday, I guess for your dad, Memorial Day down at Edisto.
Sure.
Defense exhibit, and I apologize, I don't know what number it was just played. I believe Mr. Chris Wilson is hugging your dad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's a family friend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know then that your dad owed Chris Wilson or stole $192,000 from him, did you?
I did not.
And I'm not saying that to be mean, but you really didn't know that.
That's correct. Didn't know.
And the boating accident that Mr. Griffin asked you about, that was pressure on the family, wasn't it?
I don't know that pressure's the right word. I mean, it's definitely an uneasy feeling. You know, your brother is criminally charged, and then you, myself, and my father have civil charges. I mean, definitely unsettling.
I mean, it caused stress within the family, didn't it?
It was stressful. I wouldn't say within the family, because I mean, you know, we supported each other.
Sure. And I'm not questioning that, but I mean, your mom felt ostracized.
Yes, sir.
Oh, he even used the word ostracized.
You more so wanted to stay at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you were a little frustrated with Paul yourself, weren't you?
In terms
as
of
far as using your ID and getting all that, and that case is over, okay?
Sure.
But I mean, you didn't like it when he used your ID yourself. And I'm not trying to go anywhere, Buster, but he'd use your ID sometime and you didn't want him to.
How many questions you're going to ask? Questions, comments, what's the question? What's the question?
Did you like it?
Yes, sir.
Did he used your ID, didn't he?
Objection's overruled.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Did Paul use your identification?
Yes.
Did that frustrate you?
Sometimes.
Okay. You were shown the tree video with the shirt and the pants. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you saw your dad on the night of June 7th, what did he have on?
When I had made my way up to the house, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And who laundried his clothes?
At that period of time, would have been Blanca, and then my mom also does laundry sometimes.
But on a day-to-day, did Blanca take care of your dad's clothes, laundering, cleaning, folding?
Yes, sir.
You never went back to Moselle after this incident?
Well, I mean, after
Or did you?
if you take June 7th on June, I mean, I've been back to Moselle since then, but I've never slept another night at Moselle.
Okay. And did your dad? Let's strike that. Beg course indulgence.
Oh, beg the court's indulgence.
Beg course indulgence.
Oh, we got a double on that one.
Your dad tried to get you to go hunting out there again one time?
Double
Suggested?
indulgence.
He asked if I wanted to, and if I wanted to, that I could.
But you didn't want to?
No, sir. Didn't want to go.
That's in reference.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Do y'all remember? That's a cool place to have it paused. Do y'all remember? That's in reference to that. Well, it's not. He's not saying it's in reference to. I'm saying it's in reference to. That they had those jailhouse calls, right? And there was talk of Alex he's kind of wanting Buster to go hunt there or something like that. And Buster was like, no, I don't want to. He was hesitant, reluctant, but it seemed like something was kind of fishy about it. Like the way that Alex was talking, it was like, do you guys remember what I'm talking about? It was almost like it was in code. Maybe I should find that and put that in a video at some point. But it was like very oddly specific, but didn't really make sense. And it seemed kind of like he was trying to communicate with some sort of code to Buster. But anyway, I think that's why he was asking that question, in case, there could be some information coming out about Alex wanting somebody at the property to do something, right? Potentially. That's just a guess, though. I don't know why else he would be asking that question. That's the only thing I could think of is because of the jail call.
Redirect.
Buster, if your mother, when she went to Edisto and stayed for multiple nights, would she take Bubba with her?
Yeah, usually. She'd take a combination of Bubba and maybe another dog, Grady.
Okay.
She would take dogs with her, yes.
Of course, we know because the house was being remodeled. That's why the dogs weren't there. That's why the dogs were at Moselle.
And you understand Bubba and Grady were at Moselle the night of June 7th.
I do, yes, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything further? Thank you. Let me step down. Your next witness.
All right, guys. Are you all ready? Are y'all freaking ready? You guys, let's take a moment. Make sure we're hydrated. I'm not hydrated enough. I've not been drinking my water. I've been talking. Oh my God, y'all. Hopefully you guys remember this guy. If you don't yet, you will shortly.
And nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Go have a seat up here on the witness stand.
Mike Sutton, S-U-T-T-O-N.
Mr. Sutton, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well, the majority of the work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures in the field of legal questions, legal problems, court of law. So what forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities of what happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I
Shout out to
grew up in
Hickory.
Cary. When I was young, family moved to Cary.
Look at this dude. There's a lot of North Carolina mentioning part of this guy. I don't know how I feel about that, but Hickory. I have a lot of friends that are from Hickory. Where I lived for and went to college, and I lived for a long time there in Boone, the mountains. Hickory's about 45 minutes from there. It's about, I think it's like an hour or a little bit, maybe a little bit more than an hour away from Greensboro, but it's kind of close to the mountains. But that's so funny that he's from Hickory. And then he ends up like living in Raleigh. I think that's where he says it, or Cary, which is basically Raleigh for North Carolinians, y'all know. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about him representing North Carolina, though. Actually, I do know how I feel, and it's not good.
Cary, which is right outside of Raleigh.
When
I
trying to
graduated
be
from
nice.
Cary High School, I went to North Carolina State University.
NC State.
And I was in the materials engineering department for about a year. In my sophomore year, I transferred over to the mechanical engineering department. And so I was at NC State for my undergraduate from 84 to 88. And then I got a master's degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering with a concentration in acoustics and vibrations.
In acoustics and vibrations?
Correct.
Your master's, okay.
Yes. If there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the...
That's a good one. Let's hear that again. Dick. That's a good quote.
For about a year. In my sophomore year, I transferred over to the mechanical engineering department. And so I was at NC State for my undergraduate from 84 to 88. And then I got a master's degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering with a concentration in acoustics and vibrations.
In acoustics and vibrations?
Correct.
Your master's, okay.
Yes. If there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
What do you mean by physics? Also, Kit Smits is grabbing a glass of wine. I'm jealous. I wish I had wine. I don't have any wine. Let us know what type of wine you're drinking so we can, or by we, I mean me specifically, can live vicariously through you. Much appreciated.
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics
have you heard of science?
Figure out how things would happen. And in 2001, I founded my current company, which is based in Cary. It's called Accident Research Specialists.
What's the name of it again?
Accident Research Specialists in Cary, North Carolina. And we do the same thing. There are 10 engineers that I work with. And
so it's so interesting thinking about too, like he's here to be like their Kenny Kinsey, right? The prosecution of Kenny Kinsey, and he's here as their expert witness. Kenny Kinsey has, crime scene reconstruction, right? But he's so qualified in so many ways, right? It's interesting that the firm that this dude, I believe, owns, but it's accident reconstruction specialist, and it sounds like it's civil, right? Accidents. So he's dealing with maybe car accidents or something like that. And the way he's going to try to maybe sell the jury or sell whoever, us, that he has any reason to be here testifying in a criminal trial, it's all going to be about the physics, right? So we're going to hear the word physics a lot because it's easy. Well, it doesn't matter, right? If it's just blah, 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 it's all physics anyway, right? That's going to be the whole thing. It's just physics. So it's all the same. So yeah.
Staff, and we investigate
Yeah, exactly.
and analyze a variety of cases for a variety of clients. Like I said, most of my work is related to either criminal cases or civil cases, and I do some consulting that's not related to courtroom issues, just straight consulting to companies.
Have you, from time to time, dealt with shooting instant reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting instant reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting instant reconstruction, at least how I...
Kit Smits, I'm wondering, is it a dry rosé or a sweet rosé? Also, have you ever had sparkling rosé? Because that's also delicious.
I'm involved with it. I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun is going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance.
Just
So that's
physics,
just
guys.
physics.
It's just science.
And then there's terminal ballistics, which is
Hold
what
on.
happens to
Me,
a
I need to be quiet
strikes
because this
a target
dude,
or
like,
is
hold on.
related to
You
either
literally said it.
criminal cases or civil
You
cases,
literally
and I
said
do
it
some
as I was
consulting
saying it as a joke.
That's not related to courtroom issues,
Dang it.
just
Can't.
straight consulting to companies.
Have you, from time to time, dealt with shooting instant reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting instant reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting incident reconstruction, at least how I'm involved with it, I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun is going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance. So that's just physics. And then there's terminal ballistics, which is what happens to a projectile when it strikes a target or an object.
And how many times have you been involved in a case involving shooting instant reconstruction?
I would say over the years, maybe 50.
Okay.
Well, crime scene reconstructionist would be looking at a lot of different things. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with physics. But somebody who works at crime scene,
No, you don't
also a
say.
background in
Physics,
chemistry,
you say? Are we?
and they may be using different reagents to find blood or gunshot residue. That's not what I
What line of
do.
work are you at?
But I physically reconstruct a site. One of the main things that we do in forensic engineering, such as
You use
myself,
physics?
accident reconstruction is what it is that we have the ability to go and capture data, collect facts from a site, whether it's an accident or a murder or what have you. And then what we do is we interpret what we're finding and try to, again, put ourselves in a position to answer questions about how an event occurred, or maybe limit what could have occurred, or maybe what didn't occur.
Okay, so have you ever been qualified by state or federal court to testify about a shooting instant reconstruction for instance, in Wake County, North Carolina?
Yes.
Leave
And
North
what was
Carolina
that?
out of
Was
this.
that in federal
dude.
court?
That was in federal court.
And were you allowed to testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay, now, let me move on to, and I believe the name of that case is Michael Morgan versus Wake County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And that was in 2018.
Yes.
Now, you've been involved in many more cases. Have you ever been qualified additionally to that by any federal or state court to testify about a shooting incident?
Yes, I have testified in other criminal trials where the questions were just as I said, which is where was the weapon aimed, maybe how many shots were fired, where were the shots fired from, maybe the sequence of shots. Again, this is all, developing an understanding of what the physical evidence tells you.
Okay. So let me move to a second area of expertise I'm going to ask you about. Tell us about what acoustics engineering is.
Well, acoustics and vibrations, or acoustics specifically, is part of mechanical engineering. It's a study of how sound
we gonna hear
is,
the
how
P
it's
word?
made, how sound may decrease over distance, the effect of sound on people. It's obviously
Leave
something
sound
that's
out of this
important.
also. Leave North
Because if
Carolina
you're
and
exposed to
acoustics.
sound for long periods of
Sound
time,
out.
you can lose part of your hearing. So it is a subset of mechanical engineering. And so I have testified in cases involving acoustics. And my master's paper was in the area of something that I do quite often, which is the audibility of emergency vehicles. Like if a police car has its siren on and you're driving up to an intersection, you got the radio on. Can you hear the siren, or can you not hear the siren? Maybe it makes a difference if your window is up or down. Those types of issues. So the audibility of noise.
To do that kind of analysis, do you have to do some sort of reconstruction oftentimes?
Yes, often with acoustics, you can definitely look at it theoretically, but I typically test it because it's something that is readily testable.
Okay. Your Honor, I move
Mom's readily
that this witness be
testable.
qualified as an expert.
The state. He's admitted with Without
There's
objection.
also, by the way,
as an
guys,
expert in the fields that he's offered.
be forewarned. There's a lot of that's what she said potential in this upcoming witness testimony. So I warned you.
Okay, so let's start off with the shooting instant reconstruction, okay?
Yes.
Now, have you prepared a PowerPoint? Well, back off.
Back off, he said.
Strike that. Were you hired by myself and Mr. Griffin to do some analysis on what occurred?
Also, when the exhibits come
At
up, I'll take the
resulted in the
tickers
death
down, but I'll keep updating
Paul
the count
and Maggie
anyway.
Murdaugh.
Yes.
But just so
And
you know.
let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that generally. So,
Okay.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but really the first steps
Oh my
in
God.
an investigation, if it's
Dude,
a little investigation,
pause
big
everything.
investigation, my job.
Yes, great. Catherine says, she's speaking, I think, to Kit Smits here, who's drinking a lovely glass of wine. Don't drink every time he says physics, he'll be in trouble. You know, I didn't even think about this, but this entire trial, we could have been doing a drinking game with, and it could have been with any of these categories, right? Not on the ticker. I mean, it would have been a dangerous game, but I don't know how I didn't think of that. I guess because no one's talked about alcohol until now. Like, no one's, like, wine had not entered the chat, let's say, until now, that I recall. Or else I'm sure that would have crossed somebody's mind, but that's brilliant. Oh my gosh. It's really funny because with certain witnesses, it's like the theme, you know, sometimes it might be like Gamecocks, or it could be like boat wreck, or, you know, side of the road. But yeah, that's, maybe, you know what? We'll have to just do this entire trial again from the beginning, but with a drinking game. You guys down? Just kidding. It'll be fun
And
though.
the people I work
But
with, and
dangerous.
people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical, facts were collected. The crime scene was processed. There were a lot of pictures taken, things
That
like
is very considerate of you, Kit Smits. Very, very considerate about, and I totally, I'm glad you said that, because I concur. I 100% support that, and glad you said something, Kit Smits.
that by SLED. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself. So I went to Moselle, and it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22, but I was able to measure the Moselle property and look at the physical evidence, what was remaining, and then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley, either the night of or soon after the incident, to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body.
Correct.
Were measurements done on
He
both
got
of
there
those,
18
correct?
months
Yes.
after the murders.
And did Agent Worley also find 2 bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the quail pen?
Yes.
And did she take measurements there?
She did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least my role in looking at the crime scene, or the side of the crime, the questions that I was being asked.
Okay, now this is titled Shot Trajectories as Measured by Special Agent Worley. Are these what we're talking about, measurements she made?
Yes. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory. A small
Mom's
one,
on an
but
upward
trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have products of the
This
the
is a
bullet
crazy.
being
This has been
fired.
such a crazy
And-
stream. this might even end up taking the cake for the longest stream. We'll see, but we've done a lot. We have, like, you can tell that I'm getting, what's the word, like, loopy a little bit. But man, we had Rudofski's cross, which was trying. And then we had a number of tangents. We had the bear story. We had the good discussion about the railroad, and then we had the Redbeard deep dive with all the maps. We had the coroner with armpits. We had Buster, and now we're here, and I'm sure there's other things in between. But it's especially funny because, like, my face was hurting earlier from laughing with the coroner, but I think it's about to get even worse with this one.
When it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go.
That's what she said.
So
Make
how
it
about
bigger.
step down here for just a second, and there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor,
All right, and I'm
step
going to
down.
update my ticker with the expert using a yardstick as well. I know y'all can't see it, but I'm updating
You
it.
point out for the jury, please, that you call it a bullet wipe.
Yeah, so when you look at the entry, the entrance of a bullet hole into a surface like this, and this is the piece of gray cardboard, there's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet wipe mark, and that shows you the direction that is coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing. And
That's
it's a little
what she
bit below,
said.
like if you could draw a straight line through there, that would be even with the horizon. It's a little bit below that. So right away, that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Any way to make that a little bigger?
That's what she said.
While he's doing that, what are
Oh,
we looking
y'all,
at?
I warned you
This
guys.
is a
I warned you
photograph,
guys.
From Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
And what's-
The purposes
I
of me
mispenetrated. I was
understanding
probably
what was
laughing
going on
over
here,
it.
I consider both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline
1.5 or 3.
as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make it. Okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So if
Yes, please tell us
if you-
why
if
it's
you think about the
interesting,
path of
Mr.
this
Science.
bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet in this crime scene. It's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes, it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod, okay? And it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously, the gun can't be in the ground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the quail pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that is a good piece of information because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce had fired that bullet?
This was the 300 blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So as you look at
The best part about armpits is actually the cross-examination that apparently no one remembered this happening from the trial when we watched it earlier. Like no one had remembered that's like the best part. It is so much. And I like I've said, I'll timestamp everything so you can find it. But if you guys, because y'all who are here now, I don't know if y'all, well, from what I can tell, it's a different crew. So if you guys want to watch it, we can always go back and watch it too, while we're here live. Or like I said, I'll have it timestamped. But the cross is when it's amazing. Kit Smith is saying, wait, so is he saying the gun would have had to go to the ground? Yes, essentially, yes. Well, with the assumption that it's working on his interpretation of the trajectory, like, how to explain it? Like, everything he's saying is under this operation of how he interpreted the information based on the 5'2" people, right? So, like, from what I gather with him, it sounds like he started with this assumption based on whatever, that it could only happen this one way. And so that's how he interpreted everything else, through that filter, kind of. And I'm working right now, the video I'm working on now, which will be part 10, is the cross-examination of him. And I am not even done with that. So, but that that's part of why I'm saying that, is because it's really like he had what's the right word? Like, blinders on, and really operated with like one theory. And so that's how he explained everything else, was through that, if that makes sense. Yes, that's exactly right. Thank you for understanding my gibberish. Confirmation bias. That's exactly what it is. That is exactly what it is. Because I guess my point is, like, well, that is what he's saying about the gun going into the ground, but like, that's not actually true. Like, in other words, that's how he's interpreting it based on the other things, based on that confirmation bias, because there was nothing wrong with the way they measured it. And we know that the gun didn't go through the ground. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. And I think it's really interesting how when he says stuff like that, he says it like it's a fact, and doesn't couch it with, like, based on this assumption, right? Which would be at the very least what you should, if you're being accurate, you should at least preface it with something like, this is based on XYZ.
That device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows
device,
3.
whatever
and she
it's
wrote
called.
down
Okay.
3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got here.
Okay.
It was within a range.
Okay.
So same answer for this.
Right. Next. Okay, so what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please?
That's what she said.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here. But if you look inside, you see it kind of goes through the cage, and it goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn, goes through the siding, and then the plywood.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out.
That's the inside. I was just trying to
100%.
show the technique. And this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it, and we may talk about it later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire, or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
He also contradicts himself like a ton. Really
tell me what you see there.
Kind of
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It was pretty low
like
to
he
the
contradicts
ground.
that
It's about
statement
5.5
later, I believe,
inches
like
above the
several
ground.
times.
3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, You think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that.
That's
so
what she
you can go
said.
up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no
You
sense.
demonstrated
Like
it.
the shooter
Hold
would
on.
have to be
He
on a
even
ladder,
he even
right? So that,
well, let me pause it real quick. Kitsmits, did you see the were you there when I did the funniest people were voting and it was like the funniest sidebar and the funniest trial moments? But yeah, we had a lot of fun doing that. And there was a lot of Spiegel, but hang on, because this was a glorious, that's what she said here, with an even with a demonstration from the expert with the yards.
the bottom of the siding on the doghouse.
Can't
And
make this shit up.
this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down.
Oh, good. I'm
And,
glad you were there.
it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you can think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense. Like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So that, what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. You know, just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. You know, shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed. So
The other thing that's really funny about this guy is so you know the title of the previous episode was Just Follow the Railroad, making sense out of nonsense, and the title of this video is The Defense Strategy, Making Nonsense Out of Sense. And then of course I stumbled across a clip of EDB that I added to the new intro where she's saying, please someone make it make sense. But what's really funny is that this expert talks about things either making sense or not making sense. He says it so many times. It's like, did he know that I was going to title these two episodes? He wasn't even in the last episode. It's just really funny because like that was already the theme I was going with. And then I'm like, as I'm editing it and I'm hearing him say that so many times, I'm like, this is insane. And like, again, with the contradictions, he goes back and forth between this makes total sense and this doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, you know, this proves exactly why I named the episodes the way that I did. Yeah, I know. Kit Smith is saying the shooter would have to be on a ladder. Huh? I'm dying to hear the cross already. I know. It's fiery. It's really good. It's so good.
See that here.
Very spicy stuff.
Again, these are the
And
night.
talk about, you know, like I was saying, how you know, oftentimes we get these crosses that are just going to obliterate the witness. Yeah, that's what we have to look forward to.
So if it didn't
He's
go through
looking
the
for
back
total
wall,
obliteration on that
how does one get a
cross.
trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole.
Oh, no.
Which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet, right here. So in a thin material, there's some
Can you imagine if Michael Scott
special
was in the
considerations
gallery
with
for
thin
this?
materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length
rod
of the
in a
bullet
hole,
and
then
even
there's
longer.
thickness.
So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable
Yeah,
accuracy in this particular case.
The objections are really in this trial are unique because sometimes there's none and sometimes there's some. But if there's one thing we've learned, it's that there's plenty of times when things could be objectionable and they don't object. It is. It's thicker. Yes.
There was two shots, and one was into the doghouse, which was facing this way. One was into the quail pen, which is like facing the way in this desk here. That's two totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross.
He's already mentioning the lines.
Right.
He
And
loves
where they
these
cross,
lines.
is there anything
All
of
about the
interest
line.
there? Right. Or there.
This is your reconstruction.
That's physics.
And maybe you ought to go ahead and take your You want to do it from down here or up there?
That's what she said.
Well, wait a second, let me see what this does. Now, go
That's
ahead.
what she said. Ah!
No, this is a AVI file.
This is,
Well, I can explain.
was it a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we'll may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead. There we go. So as we get right, stop it right, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. There, stop, okay. So we see the doghouse, point it out, please. We see the kennels, how about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pen's against this wall.
Okay, go ahead and start it back up.
I mean, even just looking at the label,
And
it says accident research specialists. Accident research. To me, this sounds like a company that does like what it says, accident research. It's like, why are you testifying at a murder trial? It does not make a whole lot of sense to me.
stop it. Okay, show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
And the doghouse is right here.
Okay. That would be Maggie's body near the doghouse?
Yes.
And that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going.
So Kit Smith's with the logic here, like maybe two different directions. Like maybe it wasn't a sharpshooter. Maybe they weren't comfortable with their actions. Maybe they had two different guns. You know, the thing is that it's important to go with the most reasonable explanation, which we'll get to. He'll get to, and I think y'all already know where he's going with this. But as reasonable as certain things like these might seem, of course, there's a better explanation.
And why did you do this particular visual? Does that make it easier to see where
He's
everything is
removed-
relative to each other?
Yes, in the
He's removed, if Kit Smith, he's removed the walls and the roof. If that's what you're thinking, if maybe that's why you're confused. He's removed the walls and the roof to show you this 3D or whatever, video reconstruction thing. Maybe that's why you thought that they were outside. Great point. My theory about the shooter slipping on all the water. Abso-freaking-lutely.
Scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay,
The roof was of no importance to me.
Right. Can you make that a little bigger, please?
I mean, but isn't that a weird, like, as soon as he said that, I was like, you didn't need to say that. You could have just said, removed the roof to make it easier to see. But the fact that he said it, but it's like, the roof was of no importance to me. It's like, I don't know. It seems like you shouldn't, it seems like it should be important. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't remove it to make it easier to see. I'm just saying that I don't like that the roof wasn't important to you. Let me just put it that way. That just makes me feel like, yeah.
So what is, that's perfect right there. What does that show?
Remove the roof.
It shows the same thing.
Like you should care about the
use
roof.
reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So
There's the sense part again.
So what that tells you have a high degree of confidence
So it all
that
makes
these
sense.
markers are in the correct place.
Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines. So now we've talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4, you can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 there are empty cartridge cases from the bullets that were fired.
Okay. Now, what are those 2 green lines?
The 2 green lines are the shot trajectories into the quail pen.
And why are there 2?
Here we go with
Because
the
one
line.
is at 1.5 degrees
Green
up,
lines.
and one is at 3
The
degrees up.
beginning of the end. Of
Okay.
the, when we see
And this
these.
projection, in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
God.
Objection
That's what she said.
sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was just trying to get it in terms I understood. Let me see if we get to the same place.
Who?
Tell us what that depicts in terms that I can understand.
Yes, so
Objection,
that is
speculation. He
the
doesn't know what
flight
you can
path of the
understand
bullet,
yet.
somewhere along that line.
I
And
object.
so it's trigonometry. It's not.
Oh, you guys, we've switched it. It's now it's just trigonometry. A, he's making an assumption that Poot understands trigonometry. But B, it's an I mean, the question's it's not for Poot. Poot's like, break it down so I can understand it. This is for the jury, Poot. It's not for you, right? But so, this is such a disaster. It's like, okay, so essentially break it down so the jury can understand it, right? And then the expert's like, it's just trigonometry. Like, that's not explaining anything. But maybe the reason Poot's like, break it down for me, maybe it's because he knows this expert sucks, and like, if Poot actually said break it down for the jury, then the jury would listen and be like, oh, he didn't do that at all. I don't know. This is just such a mess.
More complicated than that. I don't know if that's too complicated for you, but it's just trigonometry.
Exactly. Oh
The
my
lines
God.
are put in by me.
Oh my God.
On the
Oh my
computer
God.
program.
Oh my God.
And again, they're at the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees.
Where I'm at right now is is based on what's happening with their back and forth. I feel like now they've made it so that such an importance that on Poot understanding things that I feel like they need to establish that, and they haven't. Like, it's come up so much at this point. Like, we have to establish what Poot understands and doesn't understand, and then we can move on. We can't just gloss over that important fact, right? Because now it keeps coming up. Like, what's does Poot understand? We still don't know.
Problem is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those 2 green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line, and it could be anywhere, right?
Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed, and what this is actually a scan of a person.
Here we go. Yeah, I agree. I think it should count. That's a good point. And I like better counting it when he's like, it's just physics, or, says it like that. Like, it's a shitty answer to a question, right? Versus just the word. Oh, I missed that's what she said. Well, I'll rewind it to make sure I hear it, but let me update this banner for the mini counter. Real quick, even though I know we aren't showing it, but just so I don't forget to have that updated. Okay, let me rewind it so I can hear that's what she said, because that's why we're all here.
Perfectly in line with those 2 green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line, and it could be anywhere, right?
Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed, and what this is actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people.
You saw an
alien?
alien?
In this particular case, just for the purposes of this trial, I stripped all the textures off this person, so there's no clothing or hair.
There's no clothing.
Skin color,
oh my God.
anything like that. So it's just more almost like a robotic-looking figure. It is holding a .300 blackout weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember, the shot's going up, but it's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is the entrance wound, where it goes into?
Yeah, the entry point. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the quail pen to get it to work.
I know,
So
right? We
what
didn't
I was
need the
seeing
whole-
here is that the most likely
description.
way that shot
Like we can
was
see that there's no
made
hair on
was
that
from
thing.
a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned-in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some points, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having the person stand straight up, too, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position
I think
was, but this is a thought process. Okay,
I think
what
he's
is
supposed
this
to be
telling us?
answering this
So that's what I
question.
did here.
And what
But he's
degree
not
line is
doing
that
it.
one on?
That's on the 1.5 degree.
Okay. Next. What does this depict?
That's the exact same shooter, except that shooter has its barrel on the 3 degree line.
Okay. But he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Why is it on the wrong
Okay,
side?
now this has two individuals in it. What's the one behind?
So those are the two. So the shooter,
okay.
the shooter behind is the 1.5 degree. The shooter in front is the 3 degree. So that kind of gives the range of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the quail pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you just say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, can you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, are they, you say from the hip?
Go.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Oh no.
How about demonstrate, if that's okay, Your Honor?
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is, instead of having it here, I put it down here, about as low as I could go.
Okay.
And within like a shooting stance, like a shooting position. You're not aiming, but at least you're
So-
aiming.
Every time that this dude starts talking about a shooting position, they could be objecting because this is outside the scope of Like he does not have any training experience of what a shooting position is, what a normal shooting, like he should not be testifying to that. And also a shooting position, that's not physics, like, or trigonometry, right? Like he's testifying, this is complete speculation, like what he's saying. If they wanted it to have any credibility, they would have to bring in someone who's like I don't even know, like firearms instructor or someone who trains people how to stand to hold a gun. Otherwise, anybody could hold it literally anyway. That's a good point. That with hunting, you'd be low to the ground. That's a good point. I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah. I know, right? Creighton willing to lay down face first flat on the floor to demonstrate. I love it.
In the traditional sense, but
You're aiming it to be on your shoulder, right?
Right. So I stretched that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting a gun.
Now, from the shoulder, where generally would they be? You've got, to have that downward shot.
Oh yeah.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. Because even a small person going like this, 4'2", even if you put the barrel on the quail, then it'd be above the hole.
That's
So,
correct.
okay,
How you
just
spelled it
doesn't
is correct. That's correct.
And so this is without the guy up front because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its
For a person of
proximity
this
or
height.
closeness to the
You know what's
empty shell
funny
casings.
is he says that
Okay.
before they have not yet told the jury how tall these people are. They're saying all this. He says, yes, for a person of this height, imagine how they would interpret that information if they already knew what the person's height was, because they haven't told them that yet.
Next. Explain that green line
The green line here is the shot trajectory into.
Yeah, the absurdity is
the
definitely
doghouse.
enough to, I mean, I'm loopy.
And
I don't have any
this is,
line.
this is the
It's
same shooter
100%.
again.
We
It
like
looks
to
like he's
figure it out.
standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot would have come
Why?
before the
Then
body
I
fell to
don't-
the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter, now that shooter is shooting down, I slid that person.
So he's saying the shooter is not standing on top of Maggie.
On the line until it was shooting down. And what I discovered was it's basically in the
Right, exactly. He's not saying how tall because he doesn't want them to know because they will not listen to anything he says after that when they find out how tall. I mean, he saves that for like
exact
the
same
end,
spot.
I
You
think.
know, maybe one step
Towards
away,
the end.
maybe 2 steps away. But
The two shots were made from very close to each other.
right, so now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Okay.
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down, this shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you gotta be further back. So that's just to illustrate, that's the range of possibility, you know, from the shoulder, from the hip.
Or down low, those two
Right.
we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is, that could be consistent too.
Okay.
So this is the shooter making both shots.
Remember, keep in mind, I put a lot of thought into the titles for these episodes. Keep in mind, the title of this is making nonsense out of sense, right? Are we feeling the nonsense? Are we feeling the nonsense yet? I think we are.
And you'll see, and there's a couple different angles I could show you, but they're really close. And they're in the right location relative to the empty shell casings.
Okay.
So what that says, it's not, I'm not saying it's
And also, I think it's just now we've got a third. Now we have 3 green. He loves the green lines. Now we have 3. Wait, is there more than 3? Is there a 4? I can't tell if that's a reflection. There's at least 3 green lines, but then there's like some residual green neon light from the green lines or something. Kit Smith is feeling the nonsense also.
exactly there because there's some variables to it. But I find it interesting that the 2 shot trajectories cross at a point
Again, with that, I
where
find
both
it
shots can be
interesting.
made,
This doesn't mean,
and
it
they're
doesn't
at the
mean
right
anything.
location
Whether
relative
you
to
find
those
it
empty
interesting
shell
or not,
casings.
this is objectionable.
So, in my opinion, when these 2 shots were made, at least these 2 shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
This is the same
This is the
thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may
I
have
believe
a
this is the
shooter
picture I
taking
used for
2
my
steps
thumbnail. Yeah, it
forward,
is.
depending on which one was fired first,
Right.
or 2 steps backwards.
This
But,
is insanity.
you know, within a generally small area, those were those shots.
A
were fired
generally
from.
small area.
Is that the same?
Or no, this is the one. Sorry, this is the one I
That is the
used for
same
thumbnail.
thing, that is,
This one.
you know, the shooter's from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter.
One of my favorite things is the fact that one of the children is still standing on top of Maggie, who's hasn't been shot yet.
Can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Now,
That-
when you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
Locate the weapon on the green line. Okay,
When
so
you say locate the weapon, is it the muzzle? Is it the
the whole barrel,
The whole barrel.
right?
Okay.
Because the bullet starts its
Guys. Do you think this guy dreams about green lines in his sleep? I think he does.
path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a
Slide that bear.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in
Here we
the
go.
trajectory analysis. And so
Oh, I don't think they're even talking about Maggie's like. At least I don't. I'm not picking up on that. I don't think they say that at all. I don't think. I don't know what they're just. We haven't even gotten to the best part yet.
what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
There it
Versus how tall? The shooter's how tall?
5'2".
is. Bravo.
Could be someone a little taller crouching down a little bit?
Could be.
Like I said, he
5'3",
saves it.
5'4".
Like I said, he shows us all the people, and then he tells us and the jury how tall they are.
Yes.
So between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Yes.
The shooter.
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the quail pin. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings, and it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the quail pin a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back,
That's what she said.
what
Smith,
happens?
are you
in terms of
5'1"?
and this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry.
Yes.
So
Get
again,
it.
you have
Get
5'2"
it.
people. What happens is if I move those people back,
Well, just take the quail pen to begin with.
yeah, with the quail pin, if you start to move the shooter, the quail pin back, then you're down to, you start getting to, less than 5'2" very quickly because that shot is going up.
Why not? Why not?
And
Let's go with,
what
like,
you have
4'2"
here is
or
that, this is as
3'2".
far back is basically I could justify putting a 5'2" shooter here.
And how'd you come to 5'2"? I mean, what, did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in, and so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if I tried it with a 5'4", I tried it with a 5'9".
And why didn't that work?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the quail pen. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell
There he is with
casings
the sense
there.
again.
So, in order to get the shooter at the
Very
cross of
bad.
the two shot trajectories near the empty
Okay.
casings.
This is I have to do it. I have to do it because I love it. I'm gonna show my little new intro again because it's just so relevant and I love it.
Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple. Then you've got to lower that
Accurate.
shot.
Next
Help us,
slide, please.
DJ and I bought.
Okay, let's look at this. Okay, some measurements. We don't need to look at each one of these, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Exactly. Why is he
Go ahead.
discriminating?
Go ahead.
Oh my God, these
Now,
pictures. This whole thing with
let's
Alex
hold on for one
and his
second
height.
before we go to that.
Oh wait, I think they're.
So in terms
we're
of
gonna get
Alex
to that.
Murdaugh, who
Okay.
is, how tall
Yeah,
is he?
I mean discriminating
6'3",
exactly.
6'4".
Like I said.
Okay. And you took a measurement of him this morning, correct?
Yes.
And what did you measure?
This is
I measured
good.
to his kneecap.
To his kneecap.
Yes.
And how much distance between the bottom of his foot and his
You
kneecap?
guys, there's so much insanity, but he doesn't talk. He doesn't ever say how tall Alex is. He doesn't measure, like, he says, oh, did you take his measurements? And you're expecting him to say how tall he is. And he says, I measured to his kneecap.
25 inches.
Okay, now explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is, well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So what that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh would be right at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting hand would be below his kneecap.
Yes.
Oh my God, you guys.
What does that tell you?
Well, it puts the shooter or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that
Okay,
tall.
we're getting to another insane point. Let me go ahead and answer this question from Kit Smits. So she's asking about the shell casings. Like, I think, are you asking, like, can they be ejected, like, at a later time? Like, in other words, like, say, like, a pencil sharpener and then, like, at a time when it's convenient, you can like empty the pencil sharpener. Is that like the type of thing you're thinking? That's what I'm picturing. That's what I'm picturing you mean by this. Like you can empty it out later. But my understanding is that they automatically are ejected at the moment. I don't think it's like you can choose them being ejected later, if that's what you're asking. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So no, they automatically are ejected. Now, however, what can, and this gets addressed on cross, so you don't have to worry about it, but like what can happen, right, is they can get kicked, right? Like by the shooter, like they, and also they're cylindrical, so they can roll. So especially when you're dealing with concrete, right? Like the kennels, you know, all that, like, but in terms of them being ejected from the gun, there's no control over that. Like it's going to automatically come out from wherever the ejection port is on that particular weapon. And they can predict where they would land, basically, right? So yeah. All right, everyone brace yourselves.
It puts them in an unrealistic shooting position. It's not an aiming position. It's not a shooting position.
Yeah, you shouldn't be testifying to that,
It would be
dude.
something other than a.
How do you know what a shooting
position?
Oh my
where
God,
you are
aiming
on
or
your
a shooting
feet.
position.
So it would be, again, it would be very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap.
How are you
And what's important
testifying
about
to any of
that
this?
to me is that it just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
Could I have a red or black pen or
Oh,
something?
I love you guys. I love this part. Wait, watch Doug. So this is Doug. Here he is. Watch this, guys. So here look at. So he's like, "Can I have a red or a black marker?" And Doug, with the assist, opens and presents to him, much in the way like at, like let's say like a really fancy restaurant, they would present a tray of something to choose from, like maybe cutlery. I don't know. It's just this is amazing. And look, it's like all the colors. He's like, "Here." I just love this so much.
I think I'll take the red one.
He's like, oh, picking out the one he wants.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's great.
Shout out to Doug.
Thanks.
Well done. I love it.
So,
And the way he nods, I just love it so much. I don't know. I love
you
it.
had with the shooters and their alignment blown up. Can you step down?
Great point. It was.
Explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2", and this is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"?
Exactly.
I mean, how, if
Like
this
kind of
guy
like a
moves
butler.
forward this way, or either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah, so what happens is that if you move them forward, they can be taller up until a point where we talked about before. At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, either two things have to happen is they have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or
Doug does another great thing.
kind of like an
here soon,
unreasonable shooting
too.
position. I mean, obviously,
Here's another great
you have
moment.
somebody laying on the ground.
Yes, he was the
taking
girl
a
on
shot.
TV.
They could be really low.
Doug,
of any height,
here, and then
right?
we had Judy in
So,
the step trial.
But what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower
As you
and
move these
lower
children
and
back.
lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right? And they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least it's going to be back here.
Now, if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pen, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, can they, how close would they have to be to the quail pen to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pen?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, I don't have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail
Here
pen
comes
is
Doug. I think Doug.
4'2".
Wait, wait for it.
Quail pen shot is right here.
I remember some. There is Doug with the tape measure or the sticky note. Okay, yes, this part. So Doug brings him a sticky note, and then watch.
Okay, so that's the height
Just
that
in
goes
case.
into the quail pen.
Right.
Just in case.
So
Look at
I'm
this.
5'10".
Right.
Look at Doug. He's
She's
gonna.
on
He's
maybe
like
5'11".
waiting.
Right, so it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees.
If they
Now
need
I'm
another
standing
one,
at the
right?
quail pen.
And then
I would
watch.
have
Watch.
to do like that. Or I could
You guys, the way he sets the sticky notes right there in case they need them is my favorite thing in the world.
do
Like,
this.
so gingerly, I have to watch that again. I love it so much. He doesn't want to disrupt them. I love this. This is my favorite thing. Shout out to Doug in a major way with the sticky notes and the markers.
Maybe 5'11", right? So it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. Now I'm standing at the quail pen. I would have to do like that.
Look at how he does it.
Or I could do this, right? Not from the hip.
I know.
I know. Come in here like this, which of course is possible. Right? Just like that.
Yeah.
Or 6'4".
Let's say an Alex
It
Murdaugh.
would be, a lot taller than I am. And so you would have.
They intentionally do not measure his height. It is bizarre. You'll see in cross because they're going to show, well, even here in direct, they're going to show these pictures of them measuring Alex, and meanwhile they don't say his height, and then they bring it up on cross, and you can see the tape measure. You can see it goes all the way down, and the dude's like, you can't tell, but he's basically asking, how come you're not flat out saying how tall Alex is? And then there's like some discussion from somebody else. Somebody says he's 6'2", and then somebody else says he's like 6'3", and then somebody else says he's 6'4". Why on earth there's all this confusion over his height is beyond me, but they don't want to say his height. That's for sure.
Go through that thought process.
So can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that whoever shot this shot or these shots, well, first of all, the quail pen shot was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Okay. And we know that Alex is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of...
Oh, he actually just said that.
More probably than not, that Alex Murdaugh on the night of June 7th...
So, but there are, it does come up. So Dupout did just say 6'4", but when the witness is asked directly about Alex's height, he says, we can't tell. And then there's somebody else that says 6'3", and then I remember, because on the one I'm working on now, I remember I hear then I think I hear 6'2" from somebody else as well. It's just...
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay. So I'm almost done with the quail pen and the doghouse, but I got to tell you, over lunch I was thinking about how to demonstrate.
Look at Metters' face.
A little more graphically what you're saying.
You guys.
Do you recognize this? Do you know what this is?
Okay.
Yes. What is it?
He had been going on about this quail pen for like ever, and so I didn't, we saw a lot of it, we didn't see all of it, but of course I also clip out some of the just silence and whatever, but it's especially funny because of their reaction, and I'm just gonna rewind it so we can appreciate, especially when he moves and you can see Metters' face.
Okay. So I'm almost done with the quail pen and the doghouse, but I got to tell you, over lunch I was thinking about how to demonstrate.
And now look at Metters on the right there.
A little more graphically what you're saying. Do you
Here we
recognize
go.
this? Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's
Guys.
I think it's like an exemplar 300 blackout.
I'm trying to sort of get a visual of.
Your God.
How about come down here so I don't come up to you? Or maybe let me come up there and come this way. Okay? Why don't you get back? I'm sorry. So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you said 5'2" to 5'4". But position me tempting, but
There it is.
I don't know how I can do this so I'm not pointing at somebody. I guess what we do is
You know that they only laughed because they didn't know how to.
Okay, so
awkward.
Position me as that shooter would be.
That's what that was so
trying
insane.
to figure out where.
That was so insane.
Down here, where?
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist?
Right.
Like
Okay.
this?
Watch.
Yeah, I mean,
Watch poo.
Obviously, you
Struggle.
could crouch
Hardcore.
in some sort of a shooter's
Watch him. I
stance.
I zoomed in.
That's
Not
Look
much
at him
lower
cr-
than
That's going to be variable, yes.
Okay, and as I approach
He's going to make it as feeble as
The-
possible.
quail pen, the gun has to go up.
It stays the same angle,
Watch.
right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like that.
Slightly down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right? About
No, slightly.
a little bit lower. No, about like that. About
At the quail pen.
at the
Look
lower.
at Matters.
So you can see,
Look at Matters.
if you back up, you have to get lower and lower and lower. Not like, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but
Up.
I go down.
You go down.
Or I get short.
To put the barrel on that green line.
It's all about the green line.
So
That's what we learned from this.
if I'm 6'4",
Watch,
and you
Pooh.
measured Alex's foot to knee,
Right.
Right.
where
He
would
didn't
this
measure
gun
his
be
whole
placed
height
on
for
me if
God
I'm
knows what
6'4"?
reason.
Well, if you're 6'4", you know, your hip is going to be about 46 inches, which will be about right here. It's 46,
Right,
and so you've got your trigger hand
right.
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the quail pen?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you
It could be
you
anywhere.
raise it
but
some more,
He doesn't know.
a little
That's
bit
why.
lower, right?
We don't know.
So
We don't.
then-
This is.
If you're at the quail pen, the hole is right here, right? Even if you shoot from the hip,
You have to shoot like that?
yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
Now, if I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it has to be pretty low, right?
Here we go.
Yes,
Here
it
we
has
go.
to be very, it has to be very
Here we
low.
go.
That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming.
Right.
Or, you know,
Again,
a basic shooting
Projection
position.
beyond scope.
You need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be, you know,
That's what she said.
maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you could be taller, right? You could be taller than 5'2" to 5'4".
But his, I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, proportionally
Okay.
for me, where would
Here we go.
Fortunately for
This is the
you,
part.
your trigger hand is going to have to be
I
back
love
down
it.
where your kneecap is.
Right here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the two shot lines cross,
He's like,
shooting into the quail
I'm
pen.
gonna.
They would be holding the gun
I'm
like
feeble.
that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand.
Look at Matters' face. Again, I zoomed in just because it's amazing.
Based on the angles and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying.
Oh.
You say the shooter would be
Basically,
between 5'2" and
trigonometry.
5'4".
I'm gonna count that
and
one.
back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You mark that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort
These
of the
two
range.
folks.
Yes,
These two
and
folks.
you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body,
Right.
just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
These two.
And
The
that would be
fact that he, I'm
consistent
sorry.
with-
The fact that he calls them folks is just sending me because it's like they just in my like what would have been normal for me to say. I would have said like figures because like 3D person thing. But like if you're gonna interpret them as actual humans that are like living things, like anything remotely similar to people, it's like he said folks because he didn't want to say 5'2" or didn't want to say children. I'm gonna respond in a second.
Where the two shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pen.
I'm
They
gonna
would be
fall
holding
over.
the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Oh, I'm glad you also thought that was funny. Yeah,
Okay,
I know,
thank you.
right?
Appreciate it.
It's just so fucking funny. Better.
Based on the angles
The way he says it is so good.
and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying. You say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You've marked that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's right.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body,
Right.
just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
It's too full.
And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, the bird cage. It would be somewhere between.
He
5'2"
just
and
forgot
5'4".
the bird.
That is correct.
This is another
Have-
my other favorite one. This bird cage thing. He forgot the word for quail pen, so he says bird cage, and he's like, that doesn't sound right. But then he's like confused, and then he says it again. And also, the bird cage is one of my favorite movies. So let's watch that again.
Just
for fun.
off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, the bird cage. It would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part, I mean, almost crouched down hip.
Yes.
So let's go with the Paul Murdaugh first shot. Tell us what this is.
So this was, these first pictures are from the night of the murders, and that's inside the feed room. On the south wall of the feed room, there's just a regular window.
And what's that?
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets of buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Okay. And what did you do?
So what I did was,
Next picture.
I wonder.
when I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When
I
I looked
wonder
at the
if
crime
those-
scene
hold on.
pictures, I noticed on the night of the
Wait, it
murders,
zooms in. Hold on.
and that's inside the feed room.
I wonder if those. What are those things, y'all? See where the black Rubbermaid bin thingy is, and then underneath that, there's red and white things that look like they have straps. I'm wondering, do you think those are the dog GPS collars, or what do you think those are? I can't really tell. It looks like there's some other collars over there. I'm just wondering if that's what that is. I mean, wow, one could actually look at this picture and try to figure out what everything is, and then yeah, that would be like a whole day well spent. Just kidding. Just kidding. But I am curious because of the dog, the electric fence and all that. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if those are the shock collars. They kind of look like that to me because it looks like there's regular collars up there on the left hanging up. Yeah. So, yeah, and I guess they actually they talk about the electric fence and they talk about like the GPS collar. It sounds like they had like GPS collars and shock collars. And actually, there's something, if you look back behind or look where the window is and to the left, I wonder if those are like the GPS collars because they have like a larger thingy. And then I wonder if the red ones are shock collars. But either way, with either way, it would mean that Alex would have been able to leave the dogs out, leave Bubba out, and leave, right? Because the shock collar would have meant he couldn't cross the wherever the electric fence is, right? So the perimeter, wherever they have it, he would be on the property, and then the GPS collar would mean they could find him. He could find him. So yeah, I do think it's two different collars, but I think either way, it still would have essentially served the same purpose in terms of him being able to leave the dog out. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate with the larger. Yeah.
On the south wall of the
I
feed
mean, I
room,
have
there's
dogs,
just a
but
regular
he
window.
just wears a normal collar.
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets in buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Okay. And what did you do?
So what I did was,
Next picture, please.
when I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When I looked
Yeah, I
at
have
the crime
never
scene
used
pictures,
a
I noticed
PTS
that
collar or a
one of
shot
the
collar, so I don't
buckshot
know.
pellets hit a pine tree, and SLED
Here we are.
took a picture of that damage to the bark of the pine tree. And so when I was there's like a stand of pine trees that have been planted behind the kennels.
Right.
And so what I did, there are 9 pellets, but the pellets had already spread out by the time they went through the window. In fact, there was 1 pellet still wedged in the windowsill itself.
That you found?
That I found. But there was a tree and it had some ivy on it, but it had damage. And so what I did was I located that damaged tree and put a mark on it. Just put some yellow tape there. I went back in the feed room. If you look at the pictures of the feed room, there are some bloody footprints from tennis shoes. And it's just as I believe it was Chief Deputy Kinsey talked about Paul being about midway in the room. That's the approximate location. So I stood there, but I knew Paul got shot in the chest. So I lowered my head about eye to chest level, and I looked through each hole until I saw the tape on the tree, which is where the sap was coming out, where the pellet had hit it. So I determined which hole in the window belonged to that pellet. And then what I did, instead of using a trajectory rod,
What he's saying isn't making
laser, it was daytime.
It
I
sounds
did the
word
old school
salad to me,
method,
but it
which
could just
I
be that
stretched
I'm
a
tired.
neon pink string from
Yeah.
the damage of the tree through the hole in the window.
He's just okay. Yeah, there were blood, and that was that's been talked about by other people. It was talked about a lot, especially in the very beginning of the trial when they were doing like a lot of the initial detectives and like the chain of custody. And of course, so I didn't show all of that, but there's been other people that have mentioned it. The medical examiner I know mentioned it. Kinsey mentioned it. The bloody footprints, it sounds like there's really not even any dispute that it was Paul stepping in his own blood, basically. Because of the size of the shoe. I don't think there's even any dispute on that. Initially, the defense tried to make it look like the CSI people or the cops were, their whole thing that they were starting out with was that they did a terrible investigation and they tried to make it seem like, law enforcement or whatever people were traipsing in and out and messed up the blood. But that got nipped in the bud pretty quickly. And I think it's been well established and accepted as it is here that it was Paul, he was bleeding and stepped in it essentially. And that's exactly right. We have gone from green lines to pink strings. Yes, indeed.
Out the door, because from what I have understood, this shot was taken within 3 feet or so because there was stippling on this.
Yeah, it really.
So what I did was I basically took the string out as far as you needed to go.
It doesn't. What's interesting is why is he doing it this way? Why is he not doing it with the green lines in the computer program? Why is he doing this one differently? That's interesting. There has to be a reason. In other words, he wouldn't get the answer he wanted the other way or whatever. But yeah, Paul was shot twice. It's a good question. What I will say is that this, okay. So with the projectiles, like from the 300 blackout, you may not have, I don't think as immediately, you may not have as much blood. Like, I know there's definitely stories of people who were shot with automatic weapons who didn't even like realize they were shot. And sometimes it's just funny like that. And maybe partially too, because if the bullet lodges somewhere, right? With the shotgun, the wound is so different from everything we've heard that he was shot first. You shot twice. You shot first with the buckshot. And that was the shot that was like what is it? Like his side, his chest area, right? So I think the shots happened rather quickly, but from everything I understand and have learned about buckshot, I think it makes sense that it does so much damage and it's so destructive that the blood would have happened like immediately. And I remember Kenny Kinsey talking about the 90-degree angle of the blood dripping from the arm or whatever. And he shows those blood drops. And then he talks about how the blood pattern, like you can see the 90 degrees from where initially, and then I think he describes how after that he does step in it. I can't remember exactly how he describes it, but I do remember that. Trying to think. Yeah. And Dr. Reamer, Ellen Reamer, the forensic pathologist lady, also talks about it. And then correct. The second shot was immediately fatal. And that was the one where it was bird shot. So like 160 pellets. And that was where he had turned his head to look at who was shooting him, right? And it went with his head turned at that angle and it went through the neck and it was instantly fatal. And he would have dropped to the ground immediately. So if for further detail on, and if you guys want, we can pull it up and find it. Although it might take a second. Like I would pull up the video with Kenny Kinsey's testimony and we could find it there, or I could pull up the Ellen Reamer. But just let me know if you want me to do that. But I know that they do explain it exactly when those footprints happen. So I agree. It's weird because they come up every now and again, but they're not talked about as much. You know what I mean? So I get it. This is exactly my point. Kit Smith's with the facts here. I need to rewatch this trial at least 10 more times to get all these. Yes, exactly. I know it is so much, and there's things that come and go, and it's just I feel like there's just so. You look at any other trial. I think this trial has more details than anything. Like not even just any other trial. There's just so many details, and there's just so much stuff. But yeah, I know it's a lot to keep in the brain. It's kind of gonna drive me crazy if I don't find it. Let me play this. Let me see if I can find that as well.
And which is what is in that picture.
Now I feel like I need to close the loop.
Yes, that is simply a string. It's pulled tight from the sap coming out of the tree where the buckshot pellet hit it through the hole in the window, and then back through the feed room to set up a tripod in the door. So that is the shot line or the trajectory of the pellets in the shotgun. And then
next.
And so what I did there is just to demonstrate it. Obviously, because there's a string there, can't put the barrel right on the string line like we did in the computer with the green lines. I just held it beside it. I'm 5'10". I have normal shoes on here. That's the stance that I would have to take to shoot up that string. So
and at what height would that hit Paul in the chest on that trajectory?
That's like about right at my hip or so. Yeah, maybe just a little bit lower than my hip if you looked at the butt of the gun. And I'm 5'10".
You're how tall?
5'10".
So it's somebody not 5'2" to 5'4", but somebody slightly taller.
Right, or moving the gun up and down again. There's a variable here, of course. Okay. And then what I did was demonstrate, because there have been some talk. Well, that's me standing. Again, I'm fairly comparable in height to Paul Murdaugh, and what I did was I just let the string touch where the wound is in his chest, the entry wound. And if you look where my feet are, you'll see I'm just beyond the door, which is right where the bloody footprints are. So another way of confirming that this all makes sense here.
And those are the bloody footprints?
Those are the bloody footprints. That's about where I'm standing when this picture of me was taken, with the string going through we're within, a few inches or so.
Let's talk a little bit about the second shot on Paul.
Yes.
And I believe you watched my cross-examination of Deputy Kinsey, correct?
Yes.
And his testimony was?
Not objection.
Do you remember what his testimony was?
Yes.
Go ahead.
He analyzed the data and the physical evidence, and he was thinking that the shot was about 135 degrees relative to the ground, and maybe plus or minus 5 degrees, and that he took a height for Paul's shoulder about 4'7". He was going between a couple of data points that he had, and so
okay.
he had.
I missed a couple things because I was finding the Kenny Kinsey testimony. So this is I can find the video, but I figured it'd be easier to find like the words. So what he says is, remember I was just saying the part about the blood dripping from the arm or the fingers and the blood drops. So I found that exact spot here. So that the blood flowed down his arm, dripped off his fingers onto the ground, like I was saying, and then I couldn't remember exactly what he said after that. So here's what it is. He then moved slowly. I remember this now that I'm reading it. He moved slowly towards the door of the feed room, toward his killer, leaving a bloody footprint in the ground as he went. As he reached the door frame, he was shot a second time. So I think the point is that Paul was moving. Okay, so that answers the question all the time. Paul was moving. That's why. Now it makes sense. He was moving really slowly after that first shot. And that makes sense because in the initial drops of blood are like drops, like you can see the droplets, and then it becomes more, and he's moving slowly. And that would account for the amount of time for more blood to collect and then for him to step in the blood. So yeah, so that I feel better about that. Yeah, my brain needed to get that taken care of and understand it. Yeah, so because he didn't have that far to go, but it makes sense if he was, what do they say? He was like 10 feet or something. And then, but he was moving really slowly. So I think that's the key thing. Yeah, absolutely. It does suggest that there was at least a handful of seconds. Definitely. So I missed, that's what she said. Okay. I see. Yes. 100%. Speaking as a short person, a 6-inch difference is not comparable. And then Kit Smith's called, that's what she said on herself. So, yeah. I think the time was him fumbling and stumbling over. The two shots were the same shotgun to Paul. And you load them, he wouldn't need to reload because they were reloaded back to. Remember the deal with the shotgun? Paul was shot with his own shotgun that Paul himself had loaded. And remember, Paul loaded it funny, right? That's why you have buckshot and birdshot. Paul loaded it funny, and that was his thing. And Buster even testified the guns were left around loaded, right? So Alex used Paul's loaded gun, and it was loaded with what was in front. Coming out first would have been the buckshot, and then the second one was birdshot. And so he changes guns when he goes to kill Maggie. So, right. So the time in between was him fucking tripping. Remember, there was all the water. There was that ledge there. So I think he kind of fumbled. He tripped. He's, not the most athletic fellow, but and then there's the blowback as well, right? I mean, it just makes sense that he fell down. He fucking fell down. So yeah, that's what I think happened. And the 300 Blackout was also already loaded too. I mean, all the guns were loaded. So
4'7", and then
4'7".
what you have to consider is
at
that
least we're
basically
being
that's
more
90
considerate of the
degrees.
smaller
So
people.
135 is here. It's 90 plus 45, so it's a 45-degree angle into the shoulder. But the consideration was is that they didn't see any stippling on Paul's shoulder, so you have to back the weapon up. And typically,
Back that thing
you're
up.
looking at 3 foot or less for stippling.
Like,
He
who's that?
opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't
Wait,
work
who does
out.
that?
And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal size shotgun,
Who does that
3
song?
feet
Hold on.
to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the
Important
concrete
things.
or through the concrete. So of course that wouldn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
So he had to adjust the
Juvenile.
stippling.
Right, he said,
Juvenile.
well, maybe, you know, it didn't work out that way, so maybe 2 feet. The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition at least, because we don't have the shotgun, but test the ammunition. Does it cause stippling at 3 feet or 2 feet? That would be the correct way to do that. But if you take 3 feet of stippling, which is what the state medical examiner, Ms. Reimer, testified to, if you take 3 feet in a normal size shotgun, that 135 doesn't work because the butt of the gun will be into the concrete or, you know, below the ground.
And I think he and I may have demonstrated that with a little red dot.
Yes, you did a hand-drawn exhibit.
Okay, so you would disagree with his assessment that the 45-degree angle shot was possible with a normal size shotgun, and adopting Dr. Reimer's 3 feet, for there not to be stippling, it'd have to be 3 feet or further, correct?
Correct, it doesn't work out dimensionally.
Okay. So,
Dimensionally.
tell us about
It's just dimensions.
acoustical testing, and as briefly as possible.
Okay, so I was asked a question, which is, if a person is in the main house, would they be able to hear gunshots at the kennels?
The hand-drawn
And so
exhibit was
the
what
way
he
that
was
you
doing.
do this
Remember
is
when
you
he
do acoustical testing, and
I know. Remember when he asked for the markers from Doug, and Doug so elegantly brought him the selection of markers? He was drawing on that huge poster board thing. So unfortunately, we don't get to see that. But I think he just put a red dot or something on there. I'm not quite sure. I know it sounds better. It sounds better than it was when they describe hand drawing. I picture stick figures and shit, but it was him marking something on that picture.
It's been a
So
long time talking about this, but you guys probably don't want to hear all of this, but let me
We
just tell
certainly
you in
don't.
general how this is done. So what happens is
Well, just tell us in
when you
general.
have a gunshot is impulsive noise. It's very quick. Gunshot probably only lasts about 10 milliseconds. It's very loud. The threshold of pain is about 140 decibels. Now, when you move 10 decibels, like 140 to 150, it's twice as loud. So you'll see what I recorded these weapons with a special instrument, and you'll see how loud they are. And the idea is that will the sound attenuate, decrease enough when it reaches the house? And there are a lot of considerations. I considered there's a little grove of trees. You don't have a hard reflecting surface. It's pasture and trees and sand. You also have a well-built house, double pane windows, wood paneling. So it's going to have at least a normal sound attenuation properties. In other words, you know, if you shut all your windows, you shut all your doors, there's a noise outside. Depending on how loud that is, you may not hear it. So basically, the shotgun is around 155 dB.
dB
Is decibel.
Okay.
And when we measure sound, it's not on a regular scale. And the reason is because we can hear, the threshold of human hearing is very, very minor. And then we can hear loud noises like a rock concert. So if it was like a speedometer, your speedometer would have to go to like 0 to 1,000,000. It's not practical, so we make it a log scale.
I don't think the speedometer
And
goes that high.
All you really need to take away from that is that if you have a sound that's 50 dB, 60 dB is twice as loud. That's how we perceive it if you have normal hearing. And then the idea is that like the background in the
I don't know
courtroom
what,
here, there's a little bit of noise going on.
I don't know what Rukia from Bleach is. I'm not quite sure. But yes, I also was imagining stick figures. But it was then I realized what they were referring to that other thing. So I don't know, is that a TV show or a movie? What's Rukia from Bleach?
But when everybody's quiet, it's probably maybe 45 dB in here, right? So if a sound is 55 dB, we're all going to hear it, no problem. If a sound is like,
It's just not true. If that's just not, he cannot speak to the hearing ability of everyone in that courtroom as if everyone has the same hearing. It's just facts, not evidence, speculation. It's just
45
nonsense.
dB, we may not hear it at all
More nonsense.
unless we're really listening for it. Or if it's a really quiet sound like 25 decibels or 30 decibels, we would never hear it.
What does this slide depict?
So that's an overhead shot of Moselle.
Oh, please.
From the center of the dog kennels, the area where all the evidence is, to the center of the house, the main house at Moselle, it's 1,142 feet, so 1,142 feet.
Okay. As the crow flies.
As the crow flies.
Okay, next. And this is looking past the doghouse to the kennels?
Yes, so you're looking towards the kennels. The door on the right end of the kennels is the feed room. That's the area where Paul's body was found. And then the doghouse is there. What I'm showing here is that there is a backdrop.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure I've got plenty of like the nerdiness, right? Well, classical music, of course, but like, you know, I could give you a very long list of things that are exceptionally nerdy, that aren't even music related. However, I don't have much experience with anime. I have to be honest. I've really not seen any anime stuff. But pretty much any other category of like nerdiness, I'm sure I can check that box on the nerd scale.
To this area, which is vegetation and trees. For reasonably close distances, you have to take into account the vegetation and the trees. At longer distances, the sound can carry. That's inside the den of the house, and what I did there was I took background readings. In the quiet house, it's really quiet because you're way out in the country there. I mean, there's no traffic. So it was about 35 decibels in the house, which is equivalent to, say, a quiet bedroom.
Do you have the air conditioning on?
I believe the air was working. The refrigerator was running, but it was very quiet.
Okay.
And then so what I did was I set up some equipment there to measure the background. We also, of course, we turned on the TV, normal volume. So that's up around 68 dB, 70 dB, you know, depending on how you want to listen to it. We put a movie in, and I just had that.
I mean, all these sound like very, I don't know how this is
even
like a scientific.
And then the next question is, when you fire a gun at the kennels, do you hear it?
There's no way to actually
hear
recreate it exactly, and
How loud is it?
there's so many unknowns. And anyway, just.
And this is the various indoor and outdoor sound levels.
It's like, why bother doing a
You,
quote
rather
unquote
than
science
read all of
experiment
this,
if
could you
it's going
sort
to
of
be
give
just
us an
complete bullshit, you know?
overview and are these the results of those shots you made?
No, this is just actually just from the literature. If there was a discussion about different decibel levels, but you know, vacuum cleaner 70 decibels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, quiet conversation 55. A dishwasher in the next room is 50. You know, and on and on. You know, from you know, loud noises to soft noises.
Next.
These are my results. So basically, the blackout was right at 165 dB.
Mm-hmm.
And the shotgun was at 155 dB. So the results that I got from the testing were in line with testing that other people
have been doing. Okay, next. Go ahead. Wait a second. What is this?
This is an audio file. You know, I could present numbers, graphs, but what I did here just to get the point across, and here's the bottom line. This will be
so many objections.
300
All the
blackout,
objections there.
fired in the loudest direction.
Like,
because we tried north,
okay,
south, east, west.
I could lay a foundation for this, but I'm not going to. I could explain this, but I'm not going to. Here's the bottom line. I mean, it's just.
This is fired in the loudest direction. I'm sitting in the den. The doors and windows are shut. TV's not on, so it's as quiet as it possibly can be. And I'm sitting there listening for the shot. But you can gauge the sound of the shot. And I got a microphone now, but I'm talking on this audio recording the same way I'm talking right now.
Play it, please.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm going to give you a countdown, and then you let Michael shoot, and then go ahead and mute your phone, please. Okay. 3, 2, 1, shoot. All right, stand by.
I'm pretty sure that Yes. And I think part of the trouble, the reason he kind of is like, he's like, oh, you don't want to hear all this, right? Well, because when Poot asks him the foundational questions, he says, oh, it's just physics, right? Or it's just trigonometry. So there's that. Yeah, they did actually fire it, correct?
So it was about 1 second before I said, all right. So you could barely hear it, and we were all listening for it. So if you were in the house, even if you were walking around, you wouldn't hear that.
But he did skip over. I mean, he prefaced.
And I was listening for it.
Prefaced this audio recording when he's supposed to be laying the foundation for it by saying, I could show you all the stuff, blah, 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 but you don't want to hear all that. And then he just, you know what I mean? So
what that tells you is that the sound inside the house is right at that background level. It's kind of sitting right in your background of the quiet house. And so if you were doing any kind of activities inside the house, you wouldn't hear it. And certainly if you had the TV on, which will be, remember 10 dB is twice as loud. So it's 35 if you've got the TV on, there's no way you could hear that shot.
So do you have a engineering professional acoustical opinion? More
I mean, in my mind, I'm like,
as to whether
I feel like I remember thinking, why are we even doing this right now? Because I mean, it's a moot point. Like, it doesn't matter whether it could be heard or not, because we know he was at the kennels. So anyway,
in that house,
they get that across there
without the TV on, not listening for it, would hear that those shots, those blackout shots down at the dog pen.
I do.
And what is it?
You would not be able to hear it.
It only matters if someone
And the
was in the
shotgun, I
house
assume, is
when the
quieter,
murders
so
happened, and the house was
it'd be
empty
even
when the
less of an
murders
opportunity
happened.
to hear that.
Yeah, there were times we fired the shotgun in a quiet house and you couldn't hear it at all.
Beg the court's indulgence for 1 moment.
Beg the court's indulgence.
And I believe you went down and looked at the area where Maggie's phone was found, right?
Yes.
Would there be any, describe for me the kinetics of that?
Objection beyond the scope.
Oh, now we're doing kinetic.
Beyond the scope of what?
Couldn't hear your objection.
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Thank you, sir.
But yes, sir, he is a mechanical engineer. We're talking about a mechanical motion. He's done accident reconstructions where they have to determine the motions of certain objects during that wreck. And perhaps I could even ask him, are you confident you can give us an expert opinion on how a moving object would move if thrown from a moving car?
Any objection?
Okay. Now, you've also done, looked at a number of crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And you understand where Maggie's body was?
Yes.
And you understand where Paul's body was?
Yes.
Would a vehicle, first of all, tell me the typical headlights or the headlights on a Suburban, how far out would they go? How far out would you be able to see with them?
Well, it depends on the object that you're looking at. Though.
Yeah, and I agree. I 100% agree that someone probably wouldn't have heard the shot, but it's irrelevant because the house was empty. You know, it's almost like that old saying, like, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there, did it make a noise or whatever they say? Maybe that's why they're going through all this. Maybe they're trying to prove that whole, I don't know, what do you call it? An adage? Is it a joke? I don't really know what it is. A saying. Maybe that's what this is about. But, you know, yeah. In this scenario, the house is empty. So, yeah.
Beams, modern low beams, which would be on view. You're going to be able to see about 250 feet in front of the vehicle along the ground.
And what about?
What are we waiting for, Kit Smits? We are waiting.
the width of the vision.
Yeah, there'll be a spread out to the side as the headlight beam pattern bends around it, maybe 20 feet or so on either side of the vehicle. Depends on whether it's the left or the right, and it depends on the color of the objects on the ground. But yes, the area in front of the Suburban would
They're talking about the car. So remember from the timeline with they're now having to deal with this new info, right? From the GM OnStar. So what happened was with the timeline, right? And the you were here, I believe, Kit Smith, when that epic part where he's like, it would have been 20 seconds, right? So the car pulls up and it's actually 17 seconds, not 20, but the car pulls up and then he calls 911 and it's 17 seconds. So the defense's now thing that they're going to be trying to do is get someone to explain that what the reason it was so quickly is because he saw them from the car with the headlights, so that it sped up the process of him checking the bodies like he claims he did and then calling 911. That's why. It's all about the Suburban's headlights. Well, it wouldn't. So they were out. They were out. So Maggie, Maggie was outside, obviously, but Paul, you can see from the blood stain, Paul fell out, was from that second shot. He was bracing himself in the doorway and fell out of the doorway onto the concrete. So he was technically outside the doorway of the feed room. So there wouldn't have to be any walls. The issue is really, was I explaining this earlier, or was I talking about this to somebody? I'm trying to remember. So the issue would be more like he can't. There's so much speculation involved with this question. Oh, I know what it was, because we started with the cross of Rudofski, and Barbara was trying to ask Rudofski these questions, and Rudofski's like, there's no way to fucking answer this question, which is accurate, right? Because you can't say what somebody saw. Like, there's no way to know. The best you can do is try to accurately, with science, be like, how far can headlights shine into the darkness, basically. That's yet correct here. They're about to try and argue that he could see the crime scene from his car, and this is them trying to find an explanation with this new data, right? Because before, we have the GM OnStar to thank for that 17 seconds. Prior to that data, we didn't have that. But the problem is now they have to try to explain how could he, in 17 seconds, find them dead, check the bodies, try to turn Paul over, get back to the car, because the phone was in the car still. The phone was in the car the whole time, like still connected. So that's the other thing. He had to get back to the car and then call 911. So they're trying to say he saw that they were dead already. Which is just, it's a stupid argument, because even if that's the case, 17 seconds is still not enough time, even if you see them dead, to get out of the car and check the bodies and turn Paul over and get back. But it's the best they can do, right?
Well lit.
And I believe you saw the Suburban's placement in the photos after the police officers arrived, correct?
Well, yeah, I have seen the photographs, and I also have seen the path that the Suburban took by the GPS points as it drove up to the kennels.
And based on those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Alex Murdaugh, if he was driving that vehicle, would have been able to see?
Beyond the scope of his expertise.
I need to hear the complete question before entertaining an objection.
Based on your knowledge of the function of the headlights on a motor vehicle, do you ever look at that in terms of motor vehicle accidents that you investigate?
I look at it all the time, car pedestrian accidents. It's a well-known area of study in my field.
So would you be able to give an opinion as to what someone would be able to see with their headlights?
Yes.
You do it all the time?
Yes.
So do you have an opinion, to a degree of mechanical engineering, more probably than not, whether Alex Murdaugh would have been able to see Paul and Maggie's bodies as he pulled up?
Objection. Calls for speculation beyond the scope and no foundation laid for that line of questioning.
I sustain the objection.
Yeah.
Okay. You looked at the photographs of the scene.
I 100% agree with that.
Yes.
You looked at the GPS data to see where that vehicle pulled initially, right?
Yes.
I 100% agree.
About the Suburban.
Yes.
You routinely take that same data in a mechanical and not a mechanical, in a motor vehicle accident. You've been qualified to testify about motor vehicle accidents. They agreed to that. Tell me, would someone driving that vehicle been able to see in their headlights the bodies of Paul and Maggie?
That matters on that question is, I have so many problems with that question. Depends on the person, right? How tall are they? What can they see from the car? What's their vision? There's so many variables that the list would be just endless on that.
And again, I'm going to object to
Cannot
the
answer
same
that.
thing, calls for speculation.
Overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was shocked
Yes,
that
they
you
would-
ruled that.
They would definitely be available to be seen. I can't say what Mr. Murdaugh saw, but
Okay.
we're talking about objects that
fine.
may be 25 feet in front of his Suburban and directly in front of his Suburban with low beam headlights on flat level ground. It would illuminate the whole area under the shed, between the shed and the kennels,
I mean,
and the kennels. So
We have not even, there's no foundation for this. Don't we need someone to establish that the headlights were in working order, or the low beams, whichever ones they are? Because we all know those light bulbs go out. And also that sometimes when they are older, they start to dim, right? Like there's also the newfangled ones that have like the blue light. I mean, this is just a disaster. Like this is, I don't think the jury's going to put any credibility in whatever the answers are, because I think at this point they've spent enough time in a trial that I think they understand how it works. And I think that at this point they probably are realizing that, hey, there's a lot missing from being able to answer this question, even just from a common sense perspective, because there's so many variables. You can't just be like, oh yeah, the headlights would definitely show it regardless of the person, because you can't even say that. You don't know what type of headlights, you don't know the condition, it's just
his headlights would
mind-boggling.
definitely illuminate that area.
You can't say that. Ah, objection, lies.
In your career in investigating motor vehicle accidents, have you ever had the opportunity to look at how objects behave if they are thrown from
Here we go.
broken off from?
I think we're
a
going to
motor
get some more
vehicle that's in a
physics.
wreck?
Sure. The
I
most
feel
common
it.
thing
I feel
is,
it
say,
coming.
a motorcycle rider who hits a car and flies through the air. So there are ways that you can analyze the trajectory. Say an object flying through the air at a certain speed, what happens when that object hits the ground? The other thing that you see, like objects coming off trucks. Unfortunately, things come off trucks all the time, and they bounce on the highway or fall off, and they go through people's windshields. So it's simple ballistics. It's straightforward kinematics of objects moving through some sort of a trajectory, and then also what happens once they strike the ground. How do they slow?
He's not explained what kinematics are, but now he's using the word trajectory again. And if I'm the jury, I'm like, wait, trajectory, that's physics from all this other bullshit we already saw.
Slow down. Of course, it depends on the surface, but how does an object slow down once it's flying through the air? Like if a rock comes off a dump truck and the dump truck's going 55, when the rock hits the ground, it's going to be going 55. So it's not just going to stop. It's going to continue traveling until it rolls and tumbles and slows down.
Let me get back to a question. That is, an object this size, the size of my cell phone, if it separated from the vehicle, thrown, fell off, or whatever, on a car that's going whatever the speed limit, they're 45 miles an hour, and it heads over to where you saw Maggie's phone found.
Objection,
Would it
facts on evidence.
rotate more than
Objection.
45
He's
degrees
getting ready to
in the air?
object. What's he going to say?
Speculation, no foundation laid.
The foundation. Facts on evidence also, I think.
He has studied this. This is what he does.
Oh my God,
Studied
stop
approach,
arguing.
Which seems to be not in dispute by the state, since he was no challenge to his qualifications in any of the areas that you offered him in. The question is whether this calls for speculation.
Are you speculating, or is this based on years of study and physics? I mean, what you do?
No, it would be based on physics.
There it is.
Speculation there, Your Honor.
You're right. Permission to approach. Permission to approach.
Permission to what? I'm sorry.
Approach.
All right, this.
Okay, let me see if I can ask this in a very concise way, and then I promise I will sit down.
Because this is only what just happened was the second sidebar of this entire trial so far. The second sidebar of the entire trial. They just had it. It just happened. So, yep.
So objects moving from a moving vehicle, or even moving vehicle like something this size, if it's going through the air and the car is going 45 miles an hour, will it tumble?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. When you have, what do they say? When the facts are on your side, what is it? When the facts are on your side, when the facts aren't on your side, you argue. Now I can't remember the saying. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost 9 hours. There's a saying. It's like, and it's an actual saying that's like makes sense with defense attorneys, or I guess any attorney. But okay, yeah, we're right. Okay, my brain remembered it. When the facts aren't on your side, you argue the evidence, and when the evidence isn't on your side, wait, hold on. When the facts aren't on your side, my brain's not working. I guess in this saying, argue means you use it to your advantage. So when the facts aren't on your side, you argue the evidence, and when the evidence isn't on your side, you argue the facts. That's what it is. Okay, so essentially, in terms of the details with the car and all that too, because I'm thinking about this comment from Kit Smits, that I agree with what you said here about that, because the facts would not have been on their side. So, and not that he's even arguing the evidence. What it is it's just trying to get an expert to speculate and hope that will be passable to the jury, is the way I understand this. I don't remember who Carl Sandburg is. Oh, that's what it's not evidence. It's the law. That's it. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's it. Yes. That's what it is. Correct. And again, he's not even doing that, but I guess my point was that the facts, my point was like that the frame of thinking for an attorney would be, if the facts aren't on your side, you do something else. Right. And so I guess that's kind of what I was saying. Correct. Right. If the facts are against you, argue the law. If the law is against you, argue the facts. That's right. Okay, that's correct. Yeah, absolutely. Right. I'm glad you get my point. Yeah, again, he's not doing the law, but he's, I would say that this part of the trial right here is essentially like Poot doing the last part with this fist pounding, trying to get this expert's testimony in that is troublesome.
Unless it's a spherical object, will it tumble?
Well, it depends on how it's separated, like you said, from the car, or thrown from the car. However it gets away from the car, you need to know that before you know what it's going to do in the air. But the one thing's for sure, it's going to hit the ground at 45 miles per hour.
How did you say that it's for sure, though?
So as soon as the phone hits the ground, it's going to want to come to a stop, right? So that phone will tumble and slide. If it was just like grass, just like flat grass, it's going to go about 115 to 120 feet. That's how long it's going to take that phone to slow down from 45 miles per hour. In the area where the phone came out, though, there's like some saplings and brush and pine straw. I doubt it went that far, but it would definitely, tumble through the edge of the woods there.
Tilt more than 45 degrees?
Sure.
And when you say tumble, it would tumble, correct? Move head over heels, perhaps?
Yes, that's what's going to happen to it doesn't have to be a phone, but any
object,
a brick or anything like that. It's going to roll and tumble. Maybe if the surface is flat enough, it might even slide.
One, beg the court's indulgence.
Lad.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now.
Taking a break. Oh, and that is it. That's where that one ends. Okay, I was not even ready for that. Wow. So I don't even know. I feel like there's only one thing to do here, and it is this thing. Let me find it. Blurp, 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 blurp. There's only one thing to do here in this situation, and it is it is this thing.
But you didn't do it on that.
But we didn't do it that night, no.
And that's the reason the death certificate's up.
Right. That was an estimation from what I found as far as the warmth of the body.
Thank you for your indulgence. I just want to make sure that we understand each other. Your statement of 9 o'clock, it could have been 8 o'clock.
It could have been 8 o'clock.
Their death could have been the result of being shot at 8 o'clock.
I basically looked at 2.5 hours from the time that the call came in to the time I actually got there.
So they could have been shot at 10 o'clock.
Could have been.
Or any time.
Matters. Matters trying not to laugh.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
And it's the new character. It's funny every time.
Mr. Harvey, you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night.
No, sir.
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the temperature decreases roughly at a rate of 1.5 degrees every hour.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
And it's also affected by the ambient temperature in the air.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate. Is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Elderly versus youth.
And the weather.
Yes, sir.
I know, I agree. It sounds,
If they
this
were
whole thing sounds
covered
so.
by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which
would-
they were at that time when I initially got
That could maintain something?
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it?
What? If they got wet through
And you
rain?
had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were
Both of their
heads of hair were
hairs.
dry.
Okay. And all those are factors which reflect what the actual time of death is.
Yes, sir.
Yet temperature is key.
Yes, sir.
And the only information you have is that the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
and that usually begins to occur within 1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
correct?
hours. So that's the time frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walk around the area, got close to them at that particular time.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct? And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Wait. Oh no, hold on.
So-
That's like your part. Hold on.
That the bodies were warm,
Okay.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
and that usually begins to occur within 1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
correct?
hours. So that's the time frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walk around the area, got close to them at that
Kids
particular
mitts.
time.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
He's been doing that the whole time. That's how he pronounces it. Do we need to go back? I mean, I'm happy to do it. It's quick, but he calls it Riger the whole time with poop on direct. That's just what he does. But he's talking about rigor mortis.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mic drop.
2 questions.
Oh my God. I just. Oh my God. Okay. That's right. Okay. So let me just say this. So let's set the scene. Here we are on day 18. They've just finished with, okay, we're going to do this the right way. So day 18, they've just finished with Rudofski and, the epic timeline. He had crossed, he'd redirect. I don't think there was a recross. So the prosecution rests, right? And it's like, okay, like what's the defense going to do? You'll rewatch it. Or I don't mind. It's short. Because I have it here. But basically, it's this guy's a legend because of the armpits. But yeah, if you want to, maybe, okay, I'll let you go back and rewatch it because I'll put the timestamp in. And of course, I set the scene up for him with Mr. Armpits and all that. But yeah, so I forgot that you hadn't seen everything from the trial. And you're like, what are the armpits? This was how they started their case in chief, following the defense resting with the epicness of, they had the David Owen, the third interview, they had Kenny Kinsey, they had oh my gosh, Ryan Kelly, and then they had Peter Rudofski, and then it was time for the defense's case in chief, and this is what they have. Also, this is where we learn that a coroner has no medical training and is an elected official and has no medical background. Yeah. So this was the defense's first witness. And they had him, and then they had Buster. And then they had the dude we were just watching with the green lines. So, y'all, it's been real. It's been almost 9 hours. It's been super great. There was a lot. I'll get going on those timestamps here shortly. But I know I promised you guys stories that I didn't get to, but I will get to those next time if anyone cares. And yeah, I think that will do it. That'll do it. Has anyone ever seen the movie Babe? And the guy's like, that'll do, Peg. I don't know if he says it like that. But that's the quote. That'll do, Pig. One last time, I'm going to play my new intro because I love DJ Nightbot and I love this so much and it's great. And then we will say good night or good morning, depending on where you are.
Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
All right, that's exactly right. So y'all, I thank everybody for being here. It's been super fun as always. The insanity will continue on the next one as we get to cross with Mr. Green Lines, and that'll do, Peg. And I will see y'all on the next one. And I will go ahead and roll that outro. Hope y'all have a wonderful day/night, depending on where you are.